hard name?
No.
Jerry Folk?
Poke.
Poke?
Broski.
Broski?
And Thekakera. So Wegener, Rossini, Gifford, Ruther, Broski, Haystreet, Thekakera, Ross, Sutera, Poke, Jenkins, Mejia, Emmett. And it would be nice two others.
Is that
there are two 16s.
Jaleel?
So. Jaleel, yeah. And then on this side, Lovetso, Dixon, Aiello.
Well, this one I got.
Isilo, yeah. Okay, you got that. Yeah.
Dotterer, Wall, Matt Wall, O'Shea, Waltney.
Shoot your thumbs up if you got it, huh? No.
We're going to try and...
Charlie, put his headphones on. I'm going to do it. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up if we're coming through. Give me a thumbs up if we're coming through. And welcome to the 2015 American Collegiate Rugby Championships. We're here in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Rugby Athletic Center. This is being brought to you by URugby, and my name is Ryan Ginty with Next Level Rugby, and I'm joined by my partner in crime, Alex Goff. Alex, exciting rugby ahead of us in the next 2 days.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic bunch of matchups. We've got 9 games here at the Rugby Athletic Center, one more in New Rochelle, New York. They're all going to be close. It's really hard to pick any of these, and right now we've got University of Massachusetts, Amherst against North Carolina State, and really it's a pick-em game.
Yeah, this is two teams that last year came out here and just absolutely tore it up against their opponents. North Carolina State, really impressed with their back line, really able to move the ball through traffic, doing a lot of offloads and some really fancy stuff. UMass had an opportunity to catch them against AIC. Didn't go their way, but it usually doesn't when you play AIC.
UMass was very competitive in the ACRC against the AIC, and when they're on, they score big. They've scored some really big scores throughout the season. They've got a really nice sort of clicking back line. But, let's think about this matchup up front as well, because NC State has a reputation over the years of being kind of a smash-mouth team. As you said, they're a little bit more sort of a 15-man approach now. But you've got guys like T.J. Dixon up front. Watch for him in the number 2 jersey. You've got John Rossini, who's going to be in the number 3 jersey for UMass at prop. It's going to be a big matchup about their power guys up front. Who wins that ball? Who wins the set piece?
Yeah, I'm really pumped up for this game, and everybody else is, and especially for what we have a great weekend of rugby. Friday night, we got 3 games for you tonight. Then we got 7 games tomorrow. Big guys on the docket. You got AIC versus Clemson coming up. Also, Indiana versus Kutztown. That's going to be the last match of the day. And then there's a bunch of matches as well. We got 3 great matches today. And let's talk a little bit about the second match we're going to see after this.
Well, the second game was going to be Notre Dame College out of Ohio against Syracuse, and Syracuse was, a fantastic story this year. Alex Hodkinson, their fly half, he came back from trying to be a kicker on the football team, and he came back to play fly half. He's an English kid, and their game is sort of centered around him kicking for territory and getting the ball down there in the corner in their pressure defense. And they lost to Stony Brook during the regular season, but then came back and beat them in a really close game, 32-28, I think was the score, in the final to win the conference. And on the opposite side of the ledger there, Notre Dame College, boy, that they can run the ball. You've got Marcus Tupuola, especially at number 15. He can run. He's got pace. They've got ball movement. So it's a contrast in styles.
So we're just getting ready to get started here. We're going to have a national anthem, but first we're going to have the teams introduced as they come out. We're going to take a quick break from the microphone. We're going to turn it over to our PA announcer. We were here last year. You saw the live stream that we came in here and that we did, and just looking at the field and the facility and the work that these guys here at the Rugby Athletic Center have done to really turn this into a top-class facility. So.
Foul play, Nigel, and that's all you need to say. If you don't say stop the game, I'm carrying on and I'll come back to it.
All over the place. Gotta get off.
All right?
Gotta get off this camera. know it's a head injury behind him, same thing. Stop the game.
Right. And likewise, scrums.
How's it turn on?
Scrum deal. All right. If scrum, if just give me the colour of the team offending. We'll figure out afterwards. It's too much to say. White 3 changes bind. Just go white. Yeah. Any penalty infraction, just give me the colour, white or red.
Yeah, of the offending team.
Of the offending team. So it's like white, and then I'll say, what was it? And you say, white 3 changes bind.
Correct.
Yeah. So all I need is whatever.
So if you're close to a scrum, you can go ahead and turn the radio open.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Right.
thank you.
Or just get your
Ladies and
finger right
gentlemen,
next to it
welcome
straight away.
ACRC Bowl Series. Tonight we have North Carolina State versus Massachusetts. The starting lineup for UMass is as follows.
Turn his volume up.
Derek Wegemer. Eric. All right, come on out, Eric.
They said just go American. You watch.
Jonathan Rossetti.
I've got to run in these radios at bounce out.
Joseph Gifford. Mike Ruther. Benjamin Brzezowski. Joe Hasty. As Thomas Tekegaria.
Just keep going. Just do it.
Thomas Ross. Sam Sudara. Alex Magia. Max Pomeranza. Nope. Joe Jenkins. Jerry Polk. Jay Emmett. That's your starting 15. Your reserves, Jaleel Johnson. Brendan Willenstein. Tim O'Connor. Kyle O'Connor. Michael Griffin. Donald Feeney and Max Tenderbaum. This is your UMass rugby side. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have North Carolina State. We have David Lavenzo, TJ Dixon, Michael Iciello, Mikey Dotterer. We have Matt Wall, Patrick O'Shea, Caleb Gwaltney, Cam Jeringer, Nate Montaleo, Tom Teagle, Florent Prince, Rashad Austin, Tom Keenan, Pasquale Bassi, Kyle Morris. That's your starting 15 and your reserves. Mason Undercroft, Chris Snooper, Graham Hitch, Joe Monson, Abel Boyd, Hugh Devlin, Joe Pistachio, and Daniel Crunzier. And your player coach is Cameron Jernigan. That's your North Carolina State rugby team. Referees are now to the middle of the field for the coin flip. Captains.
Guys.
Thomas T. Payne, Thekakera out there for UMass. TJ Dixon, he's the senior out there for North Carolina State. You going heads or tails on this one?
Oh, definitely go tails. Tails never fails.
Tails never fails. We'll see what's going on out there.
Yep.
Not that we have any clue, but.
It's a head. James, what would you like?
We'd like to kick Thomas.
I think we should have picked teams rather than tails or heads. But
which end would you like?
We'll defend this side.
Right.
it was
So
heads.
It's heads.
right. Good luck, fellas.
So Alex loses that round, but it's a good thing. It doesn't matter. Anything that we do up here doesn't matter with the coin toss.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow, Alex, I'm ready for some rugby. How about you?
Definitely ready for that after a fantastic presentation of our national anthem. And here with Ryan Ginty, I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report. Next Level Rugby doing a fantastic job and streaming this for you. The ACRC Bowl Series, North Carolina State Wolfpack in red and black stripes against the UMass Minutemen. The Wolfpack 4-1-1 in the ACRL. They lost to Clemson, who won that tournament. They tied Virginia, which is a game I think they would have wanted back, 15-15. But they also pulled off an impressive victory over Maryland, 26-22. I think that's one they really wanted to hang their hat on. UMass right there in the mix, in the chase in the ECRC, but AIC, I think a little bit too fast for everyone there. They have a lot they want to get done in this game. A referee today in this game, Nigel Platt. We've got our assistant referees, Marcus Johnson and Curtis Etheridge. They want a good game too. And Ryan Ginty, one of the things is there's been some rain. And, a little bit of a damp ground, a little bit damp around the edges.
It is a little bit slippery out there. The field is holding up well. The grounds crew has done a good job of, preparing this field for today's match. But there are going to be a lot of games played here. Not ideal if you're one of the guys playing there, or unless you're forward. And in both these teams, smash mouth powerhouses want to run the ball, want to get after it. It's going to get dirty. It's going to get sloppy. And I tell you, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to make for some interesting shots that's going to be streamed to you guys live.
They're going to have to be careful turning the corner when they're in goal. Now we're going to get the kickoff, and it'll be kicked off by prop forward Jonathan Rossini from UMass. He is known within the team as the best drop-kicking prop forward in the country. So there's a lot on the line right here to see if he can loft one up. And look at the Minutemen ready to chase under it as referee Platt blows the whistle, and we are underway. Nice high kick taken by NC State. Well tackled there by Hastry of UMass. And a little bit slow pass out to clear it by Prance, but taken by UMass.
I think we're already seeing just a little bit of a slip as it goes right there. You know, the wet conditions playing a factor, what you just mentioned before.
Emmett taken down. A nice little tackle there from Monteleone, the sophomore scrum half from the Wolfpack. And in goes Bangliensen, the hooker for UMass.
So nothing too dynamic out of these UMass guys from the start. You know, they're just hitting it straight up, first ball runner. Now it looks like they're going to get out to the fly half.
And looking to set Hastry free.
So they got numbers out wide. If they can move the ball, fly half doesn't look to move it. Finally does, but it's a sloppy pass.
And that'll be, I think, that's Mejia on the right wing. And, you know, Ryan, I think that just taking it a little bit carefully. It is slightly damp. It's a little chilly. And, you know, a lot of coaches are going to be a little bit conservative in how they get things started. And they're just sort of taking it up with the forwards and see where it goes.
Yeah, conservative out there, but there's nothing going to be conservative with these hits. We know that. Get some good ground in here. And now this is a gentleman who tore it up last year, absolutely cut up the midfield for their team.
Well, that'll be Rashad Alston. He's the inside center. Again, Wolfpack, recycle it pretty quickly. Prance dummies and just takes it into contact.
That's one of the things I've noticed with UMass. They're going to challenge you in a counter ruck, and that's a fly half Sam Satera in there. He slowed it down, did a really good job of doing it, but looks like his support coming in didn't do him any favors and we're offsides there.
Offside call against UMass. Prance will, who's a Frenchman, French exchange student, 2 Frenchmen in this back line for NC State. Florent Prance there at number 10, and the right wing Pascal Bassi.
White back line.
Kicks it.
You've got white
out
back
in
line.
the touch.
You've got
and we're well
AR.
into the UMass half. Here, just a few minutes into this first ACRC Bowl Series game. If you're just joining us, NC State
guys,
in the red and black.
Half a step.
There's still no score. So the throw in, that's TJ Dixon. He's going to have a lot to do, and that's nicely disrupted. But they comes back down onto the NC State side. Alston, again, the dummy. He's looking to go somewhere.
Lots of space he just missed out there, though. That pass should have gone wide. He had numbers for days, but a little bit antsy and sloppy handling. Ball a little bit wet probably coming off the deck.
A pass onto his, and he's going.
Sam.
There he goes. He's stretching his legs. One man to beat. And there's that wet ground. He didn't quite able to keep his feet.
That's Sam still going right there. The fly half. He's dangerous in open space. Nice backflip. Oh, wow.
There he goes, right
what
through.
A fantastic run. Fantastic run there by Mike Ruler.
And Ruther just powers onto that ball. And we saw, Ryan, that earlier on, that's what they were trying to do with NC State, and the pass wasn't there. It's off the shoulder. It was a turnover. Turnover ball, your best ball, and a really nice at-pace catch and first blood to UMass. 5-0 try for the second row forward.
I tell you, I really got to like that pass coming to the second row forward. That was a nice little back flick pass. Found nobody waiting at home. Everybody bit on the passer, and then it was just clear sailing, big open holes, and that's just clear daylight. A big guy like that in space, man, hard to bring down, and I mean, it didn't look like anybody was even going to come close to him.
And Mike Ruther gets the try. A 6'8", 275-pound second row forward. Got D1 football offers from NC State, but he is playing some good rugby. Mechanical engineering student, and I tell you, D1 football and mechanical engineering do not mix very well because there's a lot of class time that's required for mechanical engineering. And the kick is good. Very nicely done, and UMass is on top 7-0. And you know, Ryan, actually, it's kind of been an engineering fall in rugby. NC State, a very solid engineering program, and actually in the Division II, we've seen a lot of teams with good engineering pedigrees. Colorado School of Mines, UMS,
well, I got to say,
they're all good.
At Hartford Wanderers, I'd say about 9 of our players all work at Pratt & Whitney. They design the engines that are going on there. Got to plug my boys, Hartford Wanderers, out there. Up in Connecticut, D2 team. You know, much love. Finished out a good season on a high note with a dominating win, and now we're back to action on the way. That's T-Pain with the ball in hand. He's going to punish a lot of people today. And he also has probably the most fantastic mustache on display. And Ruther again.
The red-haired Ruther going in. Oh, and trying to go a little bit too far. Spilled the ball. It is a little bit wet.
Oh, great tackle, and just driven backwards.
No advantage.
Big tackle from UMass. That's Joe Jenkins. He drove someone back, but as the knock forward will take the advantage on there. And remember, if you're just watching, this is your first rugby game, or you haven't watched too many and you wonder, why didn't they call that? He obviously knocked it forward. Well, the referee wants him to play rugby, so he's going to let the play run for a little bit, give an advantage to the other side. The other side that didn't commit the infraction doesn't get an advantage. Then we go back to the infraction and we start over. But we want to see them play, and we certainly don't want to see scrum after scrum after scrum. We do like to see some of them, though, and this is the first one. There's a lot going on in that front row as the props size each other up, see what they can do with each other. This first pack down.
There's your mark.
Yeah, a lot of stake out here. This is where we're really going to see the footing come into play here. Oh, this is front rows. Are they going to be able to get good, solid footing to create a base? And the second rows driving in the engine room, you know, are they going to be able to power forward? We see a little bit high. It's UMass getting driven up a little bit by the forwards, getting underneath, and ball to boot.
Brantz boots it down to the
good hole
line. It just rolls over the try line. Touchdown for a 22 dropout by UMass.
You see, that's Joe Jenkins with the ball. Is that Joe Jenkins playing 13? He's been playing. If that's Joe Jenkins we have listed here at 13, he's been playing fly half for them all season long, and that's one of the things they said coming into here was something that was good to them, that was a big lift for their program. Now it looks like Sam Soterra's out there wearing the 10, if we have our listing correctly.
There's a breakthrough. Just wriggling out of the tackle. Wolfpack going forward, but they weren't able to keep it infield, and it gets pushed out, nicely pushed out by that UMass defense. So it'll be a line out to UMass. And you can see also that that choice from Prance to kick it deep and perhaps just play the game in the UMass half. Right now 7-0 UMass leads. We're just 8 minutes into this first game.
So no contest there. They just go straight up. NC State lets them go. I think UMass caught them sleeping.
A breakaway, but a referee calls maybe a forward pass there.
I would.
Well, what have we got? Oh, offside. So it'll be offside from the line out. So NC State crept up a little bit too early. They got to wait for the referee to say it's time for you to move up.
I think they got caught off guard there. You know, UMass noticing they weren't ready. UMass just looking, sending the jumper right up. Hey, give me the ball. And that's what I want my players to do. If you see that and the other team's just like organizing, throw the ball in there. You don't have to wait. Get the game going.
Read the situation and adjust accordingly. They certainly did that, and that's a huge turnaround because now we've got a UMass line out. Instead of just outside their own 22, it's just outside the NC State 22.
How many white? Full?
And Brugli Ensign will be throwing it in for the Minutemen. And so far they've looked pretty good getting up high. Again, a nice take.
Play on.
T-Pain gets it down.
Thomas
knock-on gathered well off the deck.
Ross did very well, did not drop that ball. Now we're just taking it up.
Oh, it's going to be a sloppy weekend. It's going to be a sloppy weekend. Great.
They're going to be very careful, and that one dropped backward. Referee says we're fine. Keep playing. Ross gets it out again, and that's Hastry again. They're using him a lot to run with.
So, I mean, that's a number of times we've seen this ball drop on the deck, at least 7 times, I would say, so far. You know, teams that are normally sure-handed, you know, these conditions definitely playing. I don't want to harp so much on the conditions because you got to play through them. That's the sport. You got to play in all conditions and keep going.
How many coaches keep saying, don't think about it, just play? And if you do think about it, then you start to get too hesitant, and so much of it is about
it's a reaction. You got to react. You got to feel the game. You got to go into it, and it's just got to be a thing. But it's hard to get there. You got to play the game. You got to get that experience. You got to get those reps in before you can really become comfortable playing the game.
You should have seen how smooth the rugby balls were that I played with when I was this age. So there we go. The loose ball pass behind his support. Chased in.
You're out. Get out, 13.
And that again is Jenkins getting involved. We've called his name quite a bit. Rescued by NC State. They kick it free. He's not into touch. And that's Emmett. Emmett freeing it up to Ross.
So they got a lot of mismatches. They got a lot of mismatches in the middle. A lot of big guys right up there that were outside in the wing. It just, I think maybe a little bit hesitant to try and go wide right out the gate if they saw that with the pass, a little bit of the handling. Keep it nice and tight like they're doing with the forwards right now. UMass is going to want to pound it straight up. Looks like they're going to go again.
Ross and Haystreet getting it up. Ross has now picked it up. He finds somebody, and that'll be Brugli Ensign, the hooker. And then coming straight up was Emmett. He really wanted it, but again, the pass is a little bit high through the hands. Penalty called against NC State, though. Offside.
Yeah, I think that one's going to go against Tom Kiernan on that one. Got a little bit antsy on the jump there, trying to shut it down. And now it looks like that's Joe Jenkins, the guy who's playing fly half, who's brought a great boot to their program at UMass. They were missing that fly half role. He's not playing that today, but, giving it a little bit of distance now. Great attacking platform for these UMass boys.
There was no hesitation there. No call to go for points or anything like that. The first thing they did, just line it up, and we're going to take that line out. They have a lot of confidence in this line out. Tekakara looking for it again. It's overthrown, but Haystreet.
It's going to work out well for him. He's an animal.
Haystreet, again, we've called his number several times. They love to get him to go through the game line.
A great matchup was him. Oh, and a fantastic run. The big guy again right through. It's Ruther
again. Ruther stretches over, and that'll be the second try. And, that's quite a stretch over when you're 6'8". And another try for UMass, and that all came from mistakes and penalties by NC State.
Yep, UMass making them pay for it. Again, Ruther, the big man coming through, using that long, lengthy body, just able to spin off one and dot it down right in between the posts. So it should be a fairly easy conversion for Jenkins here.
Very nicely done, and you see that when they've gone with the short ball and they've gone with the quick pick, that's been working quite nicely for UMass, and then they just send it out a couple more passes. But twice now, Ruther has been running hard onto a short pass.
I'm glad I'm not out there having to tackle that guy.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
tell you
true.
that much. If you look at these UMass guys, man, they've always been known as a program that, they really hit the gym. They work out hard. Their program has changed around in the last 3 years, and it's really turned into something to where the guys are really proud of. And, they really take pride in UMass. It's good. You hear it when you talk to them. You hear the passion and enthusiasm coming out. And, I'm a UMass fan. I love these North Carolina State guys. And like I said, Austin and the rest of them going off last year. If we can see them in the loose and with ball in hand and more of these areas that aren't as muddy, that might have a little bit of footing, we can see some highlights because they just burnt up this pitch, those back line. But nobody really finding their form yet so far.
Haystreet takes it for UMass. That was Jenkins with the conversion, by the way. It's 14-0. Jenkins, an Australian kid from Brisbane, biomedical science major. And what do you think his nickname is? Jenko.
Jenko.
That's pretty original. It's a good Australian nickname, though. Struggling through to get something nice.
Big hits in there. Fantastic hits.
Good positive grade tackle from NC State, but UMass recycling it again. A little blanket, though. Look at them all just sort of covering
We're all onside. You're
around the
onside.
ball.
That's a pretty good chase on. They got two guys there. The counter, they're going to be able to shut it down. T-Pain coming in.
Tekakara makes the tackle on Ross's kick, but the Wolfpack still has it.
Look at Ruther. Look at him. He's in there.
He looked like he might have been in.
I think he did a good job of disrupting that in there. Probably wasn't illegal because the ref would have awarded the penalty to him on that.
In the end, we get a knock on and we get a scrum, and yet another scrum for NC State, and they haven't made it work for them yet.
So they've been playing a lot of rugby in their end of the field so far in this half. 15 minutes gone, 14-0. We've seen them try and kick down, clear a little bit of space, but they really got to start playing rugby down at the other end of the field.
Well, we see the execution. When they kick for the corner, it can't roll into in goal, which it did do. They had an attacking position against UMass, but gave it up because of impatience or not being ready for the line out, really. And again, we see some loopy passes.
White 14.
Good tackles. That was
this counter ruck. This is a UMass. This is a feature of the UMass defense, and there's Austin with the ball in the hand. Backflip pass. It's still working. That's a good kick. Everybody's on.
Bussey kicks it ahead. He's chasing. Ross is back there. Polk is there. Ross is all alone. Bassi grabs him.
Oh, he's in
Here
trouble
comes
now.
the
This
chase.
is that
Here
end of
comes
the field.
Gwaltney.
Oh, you're off your feet.
And UMass has somehow rescued that. But
that-
look at that
Seven,
approach.
You must get back to your feet to make
Yeah,
the
that ball
tackle.
just squirted out of there. And, I mean, UMass now, they're out of trouble. You know, they were just all the pressure on the ball. Go for it all North Carolina State. And then just the penalty now gives them back the ball. And
This is
that dangerous position that UMass is in. They're out of it now.
This is a very frustrating penalty for a coach to see. When a player slides down onto the ball, the chaser has to let him get up onto his feet.
Seven,
And when
seven,
you're
red.
excited
You're on
and you
the
think,
floor.
I'm just going to
You
go
must get
in
back
and
to
I
your
I
feet.
can poach the ball and everything,
Yeah.
they go and they don't
Yes.
let him get to the feet and they
You're on
dive
the
on him.
floor. You must
That's a
get back to your
penalty.
feet.
And then so many good scoring opportunities get
It
lost
kills
because
me.
of
It
that.
kills me because especially playing 7 and, like, I take pride in being a 7. It's like, don't dive on him.
Four,
Take the
red,
ball.
four.
Take the ball. Take the ball or
ball,
take
right.
the space. Right? Step over, grab that ball. You don't have to drive. I mean, maybe that's football. A little bit of football mentality, jumping on the pile. Who knows? Coming into there. But
I see it in the pro ranks too. But again, the Kikera, Haystry,
Which
Ross,
is the number?
nicely
nice loop.
spun out, and that is Satera, the fly half, getting his backs involved
Don't pick him
now,
up.
struggling.
Come on, release right.
UMass
Now
not
they're
going
switching the
down
field. They're
easily.
looking to go left. They're calling for a left. They got numbers out wide.
Oh,
They
he
got a
does
lot
so
of numbers,
many.
and they go back.
Well, that didn't seem to be the right choice. He had 5 people who were all
red.
looking at him saying, why didn't you pass it this way? And they were looking for kind of a switch
Red,
loop
red.
move on an
What's
inside
your
ball.
offside?
Didn't quite work out. But
Yeah,
this,
there's no point in that
through,
situation.
and
Just go
I'll play
hands.
through him as
You don't have to do anything
immaterial.
fancy. You got it out there. Even a skip pass. You know, you're running. They were running like
What's
about
your offside?
5-on-3 out here with lots
You're
of
advancing
space and
before the
about
lineout's
25 meters to burn. And just trying to get a little bit too fancy in it. I mean, sometimes keep it simple. Talk to Greg McWilliams, one of my favorite coaches, you know, up at Yale.
Bind.
And basics. Do the basics
Set.
well. And, I mean, you hear that from every good coach. Every good coach is going to tell you.
hands out is one of the best plays in rugby.
Yeah.
Again, a scrum for the
Use it,
Wolfpack.
Red,
They've
use it.
won it. Out it comes Prance. What's he going to do? Alston,
Oh, get
he
in
has
space.
it. He's going to go.
Oh, nice off. Just didn't come off, though. I mean, I like the step. I like the look. It just the connection wasn't there.
Young freshman Tom Kiernan, not the same Tom Kiernan as the old fly half for Ireland, but maybe he'd like to try and have some of those moves. Didn't quite make it there, and
Red, drive
they
straight, don't
really
drive
are
up,
trying to
please.
work at pace, Ryan, but right now NC State not connecting.
I think NC State, they just need to get some
You go down
positive
outside
plays,
your
right?
line.
A couple of positive phases to where they can maintain possession of the ball. They're working together, they're
Punch.
working cohesive. Right now, it just doesn't seem like they're on the
Bind.
same page. They're a little bit disjointed and disconnected,
Set.
but this is a team that can absolutely put it together. And, you know, we're only 18 minutes gone. There's still a lot of time. It's a
Stay behind,
14-0 lead for the boys from UMass. But now we see a nice, good run off the 8-man pick and go. You see T-Pain in there trying to poach right away. Ball out the back. Now they got it. Now Alston again, but they're shutting him down. You see that Jenkins
Well,
is coming
he's-
up really quick and doing a good job of shutting down that pass while they're not
Right,
going out
suffer
wide.
right foot, play out.
Well, they've recycled it well enough, but it looks like UMass has turned it over.
Straight.
Now they got
And
space out
quickly,
wide.
they've
Now
got
they
men.
can go. There it is. One
Haystry,
more.
Pass it out.
I'm good.
That's Mejia. He's running.
He's
Stretching his legs.
A lot
He's
of
taken
red
down
jerseys
nicely.
down there. Good
Not
job
held
of
in the
keeping the
tackle,
play
gets
alive.
back up.
Oh, but apparently not.
Must release
And no,
the
he's saying that he was held in the tackle,
Must
and
release.
he shouldn't have gotten up. Well, I don't
No,
know. That was a.
And the refs got a better view than we're up here. Like I thought it was bang bang, but I mean, you know, Nigel, he's been doing this for a long time, and you know, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Nigel Platt right there on the breakaway.
I did think that was a nice roll, though. I mean,
Yeah.
you've seen a lot of that come about a lot, and I think it was probably about 3 years ago the South Africans really started doing it in the 7th Circuit. And, you know, they really buy up the ball. Now you see everybody's incorporating that technique into it. Sometimes refs are going to ding you for it if you got somebody in over the top, but it is a very
How many?
effective
Four,
move
white,
if
four.
you utilize that extra little roll just to place the ball.
5. Sorry, my apologies.
Not effective on that time.
We
though.
are seeing,
sure with
and,
10.
you know, and like with a lot of sports, what you see on TV isn't necessarily what you're going to be able to get away with on your own field.
So these passes are coming really high, not really direct coming out here from the scrum half.
Gwaltney trying to get something
wide.
going, and we've got
Right.
another offside penalty, this one on the
Go, Captain.
scrum. So referee's not
coming
too
forward.
happy about it now, and he wants the captains to come together and let's just stay on side. He's called several of these penalties now. I think it's sort of a general warning.
Well, I think these guys are really antsy, right? Like we talk about what the ACRC Bowl Series really is, right? And it's a division of these guys come in and finishing out one game. What this means to these guys, and we're going to see it at the end when they get the trophy presentation. I mean, this is everything. It's not like there's a national championship playoffs way, and it's just it could be that, and those are awesome, but it costs a lot of money. You know, it's hard. You play 2 weekends back to back. You got to play two 80-minute games, you know, back to back. And this is the great option, right? You come out here, you play a team that you don't normally play. That's from a different part of the country, and you get to come out. And these North Carolina State boys, these got to be the hometown boys. I mean, we're in North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. UMass coming all the way down. They're about an hour north of where we came, and it took us 13 hours to get in a van here. Arrived nice 5:30 in the morning yesterday, but we got down here motivated for it.
Kind of like a Scooby van?
Exactly like
that's what I imagine
van.
Is the Scooby van.
It was exactly like the Scooby van.
All right, Prance is pointed to the
Use
post.
your imagination on that one. Lots of Scooby snacks.
And Florent Prance will kick for post, try to get some points for NC State. But you're absolutely right, Ryan, because a big part of the talk about how many seeds you get for playoffs or things like that, it was all about bragging rights. My conference is better than your conference. Well, this is what we've got here, is we've got number 3 in the ECRC against number 2 from the ACRL. This is a bragging rights thing. They're playing for themselves, certainly. They're also playing to say, you know, my conference is better than yours. Fantastic kick, just drifts a little bit to the right. He had plenty of distance on it, but a little bit off still.
And I'll tell you that I got a chance to watch this ECRC conference. You know, Boston College, the 2nd seed out here. You know, they're a fantastic team. You know, we're going to see them later tonight. I'm really excited about that. Rob Conway, you know, really turning that program around. A lot of young guys out there. And that's one of the try to be a little bit cheeky there, but that is a horrible decision. I'm sorry. I'm not throwing you under the bus. Guys right in front of you, there's no need to go cheeky there. If you can catch a space to where nobody's marking up on you, that's when it's good to do it, right? The ball's just got to travel across the 22.
They tried a little play. Wolfpack saw it coming, and then he didn't even do a drop kick. He ended up just sort of a little punt, kicked it before it hit the ground. So in the end, it's a scrum to NC State, and Wolfpack still on the front foot, still behind 14-0. Now 18 minutes or so left in the first half.
You got split back options. You got Alston to your left, and then you got ball coming out to our right in our direction.
There goes Prance. He's got Kiernan with him. Kiernan a little bit slow to get into that ruck.
That was a good covering tackle by Joe Hastry in there. He just knocked that ball loose coming in and stripping it. I tell you, going back to the AIC game against UMass, him and AP were going at it. It was awesome. You know, it was a fantastic match. We're going to see AP tomorrow against Clemson with his boys just showing up. And, hey, we got the old blue boys that just showed up. We got Big Sexy and we got Medium Sexy with them. Not with that mustache, so I don't know about it. So, Dom Waring and Mr. Higgins up in here. Old Blue, how you guys doing? Fantastic. We're going to get them in the broadcast probably a little bit later today, maybe tomorrow. They're going to be out here all weekend. Old Blue, you know, we covered all the Old Blue matches this year. Fantastic. ARP, great rugby going off. And I tell you, that Old Blue team finished really well at the end of the season, you know, beating Mystic River, who looked to be on fire. And we're on fire. You know, but that was just a fantastic matchup.
Old Blue has got a smart recruiting plan going. They're looking to the future. They're thinking about young players. It's very smart. We've got a scrum down now for UMass. And Ross putting it in.
One of those players that played here last year, Ryan Blythe for West Virginia, that's where they got him. They came down here, recruited him, brought him downtown to Times Square. Marty Veal said that was it. He saw Times Square, and he's like, I'm coming up. South Jersey boy, now he's living in New York City.
Sutera kicks it free. It is a line out for NC State. And right now, you know, we talk about that flanker for UMass, Joe Hastry. We've seen him used a great deal now. He gets involved in those rucks, gets involved in those tackles, but he's now standing off as your first receiver off this line out, probably your first tackler as well.
Not straight.
Won by NC State, but not straight.
Man bun strong for the UMass and Joe Hastry. And the locks, man bun in full effect. We'll leave the man bun comments out and our opinions on that. As long as you're not wearing a fedora on it, I guess it's fine.
Yeah, no fedoras.
The little ones, you ever seen that? They have the little one? It's pretty ridiculous. Just to fit your man bun.
And kind of an odd, a rare decision there. UMass going for the line out instead of the scrum on the not straight. Sutera getting it out
I mean,
to his back line now. Pomerantz.
Their
looking to
lineup's been
challenge
working
that.
for him, though. They haven't
It's
lost the
working
line out
very
yet.
well. Again, it's out. Quicker ball from UMass. Ross looking at Sotera. He's setting it up, but again, they're just a little bit up.
Oh, nice little
eager.
hit. Happy feet. Finds a little bit of a hole. Now they got numbers. They send it wide. Trying to take it, but he slips a tackle and he's through the gap. Running through, looking for his support.
He's got somebody with him. He's got
That's
Poke
Jenkins.
with him.
But taken into touch. Joe knows better than that.
And he had Jerry Poke cutting in on the inside, exactly the right line, and just needed to flop it in there. And we probably would have seen a third UMass try. But as it is, line out for NC State. Dixon gets it in there, but it's stolen.
That line out working well from him. That was a good decision by the scrum out there not to go and throw that ball.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice
All
cleaning up.
kinds of problems. But that was a great take from Joseph Gifford, but in the end, the forwards not fast enough to go rescue Ross, and they dove down on the ball to seal it off. Penalty against UMass for leaving your feet in the ruck, diving over. Prance kicks to touch.
So we got 14 minutes left in this opening half of our first match of 9 for this weekend. Really exciting matchups. You know, I've been saying that quite a bit. You know, the American Collegiate Rugby Championship brought to you by URugby. Check out URugby.com if you want to look at it. They got great articles out there. Golf Rugby Report got great articles as well, too. And great website designed by the man from URugby as well. So a good little
that is very true.
Keep it all in the family here.
Brutally Ensign rescues that for UMass.
Another penalty.
High tackle or clear out around the neck. And once again, NC State gets an attacking platform in UMass territory, but they haven't been able to get it into points at all. They really haven't clicked with the ball in hand. We've had not straight. We've had
that's a fantastic kick.
That
That's a great kick. So now this is that attacking position. You know, UMass has been good in their lineouts, but we've only really seen them go up for their lineouts yet. We saw one, although we just saw the last North Carolina State lineup, which was stolen by UMass. So, you know, this is the opportunity that North Carolina State has got to put something together right now. They got to at least maintain the ball through a couple phases.
They really do need to win this. They do win it.
Maul.
They hold it.
Maul. Right, so it looks like they got a pot of forwards lined up inside their fly half. You could be using that as an option if he needs to, but that Maul's still driving
forward just a little bit. Down the ground. They lost it. They didn't secure that ball. Hands
now
out.
Space. Oh,
they have
space
numbers.
Out now. Got it from behind him.
Mejia. They're going to set
Mejia. Step in.
There he goes.
Step in into space again. Oh, sit down, young man.
A release right.
Take a seat. Now they got to get it out wide. They got numbers for days. Go wide, Sam. Come on. Come on, Sam. Go wide.
Sotera sidesteps through. He's still okay. They've still got numbers. Jenkins.
Oh, T-Pain. Taking out nice.
Secretera. Slow.
I gave up last year. I gave up last year trying to get him in.
They're trying to use Ruther again, and that time it didn't go to hand. But you see two tacklers coming in on Mejia, and he sat both of them down.
Yeah, you know, just stretching out those long legs, full head of steam down that sideline, and forget about it. You know, I think they got caught just a little bit off sideways going in for the tackle. You know, I've been there before. It doesn't feel good. But, you know, it's fantastic. Look at where they're at now. Look at where they're at. I mean, they turn over the ball, but, I mean, again, North Carolina State is playing way too much rugby, you know, in their red zone right now.
You know, not securing that ball in the maul and letting it be stripped away is
and stolen. There we go. There's T-Pain. They stole it against the head, and T-Pain's taking it in through the house.
Yeah, he likes it. He likes it. He says, "Ref, I got it. I got it down. Let's talk to the assistant referee." And Nigel Platt says, "What do you think?"
So those referees, Nigel Platt, he's the man in the middle. His assistant is Curtis Etheridge, and then Marcus Johnson, who I believe he's conferring with right now.
Lost forward
and
in goal.
We're going to call knock forward in goal.
And so that's like one of the important things, right? Rugby, everyone you hear, it's like, you know, they'll complain, oh, man, the ref was this, the ref was that. But there's only one ref out there. You can't see everything. You know, there's 30 guys out there. You really need a team. You really got to have assistant referees, and then that's something that we need to commit to.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Well, now NC State, critical scrum for them. The shove on from UMass.
Wheel on, but able to get the ball out.
Prince.
Oh, nice little dummy, but that's
Oh,
not a
he's
kick you don't want to. That's
oh
a
my
bad,
goodness.
dangerous kick.
Problems.
Oh, Jenkins couldn't handle it. They got lucky there.
And
that's-
you know, Mejia did everything right there. He caught it beautifully. He saw somebody looping around. He didn't have any space. He popped it. But now we're calling an offside on that kick, and it'll be a penalty to UMass. And it's just Wolfpack made mistake after Wolfpack mistake, and they had the ball on the try line, lost it, and now look at this. They're defending their try line. Tap penalty move from the Minutemen.
Cavalry charge.
And no, we're talking about
Cavalry charge.
obstruction. I think this here was a cavalry charge, which is you can't have your support runners start running before the ball is tapped. It's kind of a lazy tap too. I don't know if you run into referees who say it's got to clear the hands or not.
Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves when you see somebody, they just go and it doesn't leave their hands. You got to leave the hands.
It's got to leave.
But
your
that's
hands
one of those
and
calls that drives you nuts as a coach because it's so inconsistently called to where sometimes the ref will call it, sometimes the ref won't call it, and it's like it didn't leave the hands. So it's like one of those to where hey, maybe it'll happen sometimes, maybe it won't happen.
Exactly, and a total agreement from me is on consistency. Let's call it every time. Anyway, I think the right call from referee Platt to clear it for NC State.
Steal.
But that line out is not working, and the set piece is a problem, really, for the Wolfpack.
So now they're just going to go
quick tap.
Good idea, I think. Just
Alston.
get it going.
Looks for Kiernan. Behind him again. Bussy kicks ahead. That worked nicely before.
Sam there to clean it
Sutera
up.
is there. He grabs it. He slides. He fends off. Does very, very well in rescuing a problem, does Sam Sutera. Pick and go now.
Red 2.
Not only in from the side there, UMass, but in from the opposite side. But still pick and go.
No hands, Red.
So
no
TJ
hands.
Dixon
Drop
just
your
being
feet.
all sorts of a nuisance in that breakdown
back in.
finally
Well,
gets thrown out of
needs
there.
he needs to do it
Oh, and
onside.
again, crossfield kick. I don't know if that's
Mejia
the way
was
he meant
saying-
to come off to. I don't know if that was maybe a slip or they're looking for a little bit of contact in there. But going back to that one kick that was kicked across the field, I think maybe that was the footing. Lost the kick. I wouldn't imagine that he would ever kick the ball cross field like that on purpose. This one as well too. I don't know if they're going for that. I think that's a risky move. You don't want to do that, especially in this end of the field. I love the crossfield kick. Not to harp back on Old Blue. But you see James Birdie, one of my favorite fly halves playing the game right now, and I think one of the best I've seen in America. Him and Rick Kirkland out there, and Michael Sinclair as well. They looked for that all the time, and that's just that next level stuff, right? Like, what are we looking for? What can we do? We're at a penalty. Hey, if we're not marked up on the wing, why do we got to go for touch? Hey, let's send it down the other way. And if we got a burner, send it that way.
Overthrown, knocked forward by UMass, rescued by NC State. Now they're moving it. Alston again, he's got it. Not a lot of space. Offloads it. Trying those offloads a little bit aggressive.
I think the problem with Alston's having right now is he's passing a little bit too late. And he's not getting the ball out of his hands in times. The catch pass has got to get on. He's got to get past the 12. It's got. They have to move the ball past the 12.
I think what they'd like to see is, like you said, a quick catch pass, and maybe loop around and get involved again. Those kicks, they've got to be done on an attacking platform. They've got to be angled correctly. And I think Pratt's, when he was in his own in goal, first of all, he was almost blocked, so he had to dummy and then go to his left, and he just was trying to kick. I think he was trying to kick deeper than he did. What here? Put in for NC State.
Oh, good drive from UMass. Look at them. They're just driving
They've
right
won
over.
that
Fantastic.
one. Monteleone trying to rescue it. It doesn't work. Wolfpack still get it. UMass a little offside, but
they turned the ball over.
Well, they didn't touch it, and they got back onside, which was smart. Turnover for UMass.
T-Pain slips a tackle. Ball live. Now they got numbers wide. You got to go wide. Got to go wide. Got to go wide. Catch pass wide.
Another hand.
Smooth.
Another one.
Oh, just not coming off on the pass, but.
We're going to say that went backward. And
that
nice
is pass in
Pomerantz.
traffic.
And then Jenkins making 2 or 3 tackle him. Out it comes. Sutera says, I'll just pick and go, as Flyhouse, of course, do all the time. Another pick and go. That's Pomerantz, number 20, playing setter. Ross now look. Nope. No, here it comes from Emmett. So all these pick and goes, all these forward moves from backs.
So you see that going in there, and then Sam doing a lot of work in there in the breakdown, keeping it moving, and then Jenkins just filling right into fly half.
But it's turned over by NC State. And then turned over, and we end up with not releasing the tackled player. And a pretty good sequence from UMass. But really, I think we needed to see one of those forwards get in and consolidate that possession. But all the forwards were standing there saying, we've got numbers, let's go. And the handling wasn't quite there.
So
that
kick's not going to make it. Not going to make touch.
And it's going to.
Oh, he's going to do it again. You can't bring that man down on the wing. That's his touch line.
He just shoves them away, is what they call in Australia
the Ruth train.
Don't
The Ruth train.
Tell me the Ruth. You can't handle the Ruth.
Yeah, that
you can't
there,
handle the Ruth.
I think we just got there. That was it.
You went to pick it, and
You
hit
can't
his leg,
handle
and
the
then you went again.
Ruth. Well,
5. Don't bridge over it, please.
I believe on that right wing
and then
there,
on the roll.
when
The
we've
moment
been
it becomes
checking on it,
counter rockets material. We're clear?
is Alex Mejia. And he has been all kinds of problems to take down. It's still debatable whether they actually held him in the tackle at one time. Knocked 2 people over, pushed 2 others aside. Monteleone now puts it in for NC State. They're sending it wide from the 8. Again, the handling not there. Alston, Kiernan, and pops it over. We finally saw another pass. That was Morris, Kyle Morris. First time we've mentioned him.
That can't be legal.
Something's not legal.
I mean, that was too good of a poach. I mean, that was.
And we're going to have a discussion with the assistant referee just to talk a little bit about what went on.
Were you happy that you beat the ruck first? Yeah, I was happy you beat the ruck. But that's the second one.
So the Rugby Athletics Center here, we're in Charlotte, North Carolina. I tell you, every time I come to Charlotte, I love it. Great atmosphere, laid back. The people are super friendly up here. I mean, I'm from Connecticut, so, some people aren't the most friendly up there. But, super friendly people down here. Great food. And, I mean, just the atmosphere. You come out here, we look across the sun setting right now. We got gorgeous clouds as we look out, and then just this pitch and this beautiful facility here. And it's the Rugby Athletics Center. And this is what we need, right? Started with Glendale. Glendale has their facility out there. And then, you start seeing these other rugby facilities pop up around the country. And that's what we need. We really need dedicated rugby facilities and places that, we don't have to fight for field space with other people, but also that we can feel that this is like our home, right? Rugby players can come to a facility like this and be like, hey, I feel like I don't have to play for a team here. I don't have to do that. I can come here and watch it, but I'm part of it. I'm part of rugby, part of the brotherhood.
And the model can be replicated, but it doesn't always have to be the same. As you said, Glendale, a city-financed stadium, or here a private enterprise with really nice venue, a great place to see, fantastic sight lines. And here we are, a little bit under 3 minutes or so to go in this first half.
Don't close the gap, Red.
They discussed it. Marcus Johnson, the assistant referee, said I think it was a penalty against NC State, and that's what happened. Line out. There goes Haystry again, and that flanker continues to challenge the NC State backline. Sutera pops it back inside, and that's Broski. Broski
that ball
gets
just
it
whipped
back
out of there. Oh, nice
done.
little low ball. That was taken well by the hooker.
Brungley Ensign, and again.
So now they're swinging. They got heavies coming around the corner.
Broski again slides over, tries to change direction, but there's that slick grass. Makes it a little bit difficult. Ruther.
I think they figured out Ruther. Throw 3 guys on him.
You're off your feet.
Ross somehow rescues that. Good rucking from UMass. And that's Rossini, the drop-kicking prop.
Look at that, Sam in there. Man, I think he's a little bit mixed up with what number he's wearing on his back there. I know when I converted to 10, that was the same thing. Spent a lot of time in rucks. Got yelled at. Say, stay out of the breakdown. Stay out of the rucks. But, definitely, Sam, that dude's a gamer, man.
Certainly got a dirty jersey.
Speaking of another gamer, T-Pain being thrown around in there, you just see neon tights flying everywhere, legs all up in the room. He's got to go quick. He's got to say, he's got to take it, he's got to challenge it, he's over. T-Pain Surely he's got to get this one. And there's the
And
try
Tom
for T-Pain.
Tekakera
And a little
goes
bit
in.
of feistiness there from the North Carolina State guys as they kind of went away from T.J. Dixon. I don't know, he looks like he may be injured as well as he's going. He's just sitting back, or maybe these guys, some hands on knees here. I don't know if maybe they're just a little bit confused, but 56 seconds left. We're going to wind down the half, and that's not how you want to end the half if you're North Carolina State.
Yeah.
Really important to, stop this attack of UMass. Because by all means, we look at this and we look at the records over the this past season, and these are two teams that, 21-0 at halftime, I wasn't expecting that.
No, I wasn't expecting it either. And what's happened is that the UMass forwards has taken it to them and made them tackle and made them tackle and tackle. And after a while, you look at the combination that they have, that Rossini, Gifford, Ruther, Broski now getting involved, Hastry, and then the try scorer.
Forgetting that he's a fly half in there as well.
That's true. And then Tekakera going in for that try, a little bit high in contact, but a great tap, and over he goes. And their hands are on their knees because they've been asked to do a lot. Jenkins gets that kick over. It is 21-0 for the Minutemen. And I think that this is the conversation goes to the conference. What kind of games are you playing and how hard have they been? UMass, as I said earlier, has won the games that they've won some of them by 50, 60, 70 points.
Well, I got to tell you, the ECRC, there's a lot of good teams in there, but there's a pretty big gap between the top tier and the lower tier. There's definitely two tiers in there. UMass, BC, and of course AIC sitting at the top. NEC actually jumping up to Division I this year. Jeremy Treese's boys doing a really good job, and saying, hey, we deserve to be here. And they put out a really good season as well. Middlebury stumbling a little bit, but getting back into their form. And then some of the other teams, they're finding it, right? It's all about rebuilding and getting back to it. So ECRC, I'm up there. I just have great exposure to them. I get to go see those games. But yeah, a lot of great rugby out here. And
I got to say, though, there may be a gap, but I watched UConn play AIC, and UConn can play a little bit of rugby. And
that's Bob Marola up there. Yeah. Like I say, they now got Bob the count up there.
And there's a good run from the Wolfpack. The Wolfpack now, we're pretty much time up in this first half, and the Wolfpack says we've got to do something. We've got to finish up something strong, something
nice
to build
drive.
on now.
Nice tackle, just driving this North Carolina State. And they turn over the ball, and they're on the wing. Oh, nice little stutter step, coming back in and attacking straight up. Look a little bit lazy. Now they're just going to kick the touch, and they just want to get out of there.
And
they've got 21 points.
That'll do it for the half. UMass leads 21-0 here in this first of 10 ACRC bowl games this weekend here at the Rugby Athletic Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I really like what I'm seeing from Joe Hastry, the open side flanker from UMass, but it has been a team effort. They have punished mistakes, and NC State, they've been in the UMass end, and they've come away with nothing, usually from their own errors.
UMass doing a great job of turning the ball over, forcing errors if anything, but turning the ball over and doing a really good job. This second half, I'm really interested to see what North Carolina State's got to do. Their coach has probably got to be saying, hey, let's slow it down. Let's just work through the phases, right? Let's get even a couple pick and goes would be working for them, right? Get the defense moving back on their heels, because they haven't done that really to UMass defense at all yet. They haven't got them moving backwards, and that's what they really got to do.
Well, I think that, what we also have is, NC State clearly wanted to play a game at pace.
Yeah.
They wanted to offload at pace. They wanted to offload it out of contact. None of that worked.
Well, when you got a good defense like UMass, that's the thing, right?
They're getting hit
all those
hard.
offloads and their assignments. The second man on is, and the biggest thing about defense, not necessarily just the tackle, it's where's the ball going next. You see UMass doing a great job of covering up as a defensive line. That next pass and shutting it down, and that's what NC State was really successful with when I saw them play last year here. The passing through space, able to do that, and just broke apart that defensive line and shattered it, and really gave it, that space they need to be creative in open play.
You come up, you take away that space, suddenly that decision has to be made just a little bit earlier. You rush the pass maybe. We've seen a few passes go off someone's shoulders. We've seen a few passes go behind people. And that means maybe an overeager outside back. He's come up too flat. All of these little things have meant that NC State has won ball and had some field position and no points to show for it here in this first half.
So if you're checking us out on the live stream, this is a URugby event, brought to you by URugby, Next Level Rugby in the house, providing you that great streaming feed. We got our team down here. We're partnered up with Goff Rugby, Alex Goff from GoffRugbyReport.com. Make sure you check that out. One of the most up-to-date and complete compiling of articles of rugby going around across the country. I know that when I'm going to find out what's going on, I'm hitting up Goff Rugby Report. I'm going to URugby. Also, other great sites out there you got to check out. This is American Rugby, Rugby Wrap Up. You check out Gift Time Rugby Network. A lot of good guys doing stuff out there trying to spread the word. So it's fun. We're here, and we're just getting ready to get started. Second half is 21-0 right now. North Carolina State needs to come up with some answers for his UMass punishing attack. Ruther coming in, you put 2 tries on the board. T-Pain getting aggressive. I mean, it's just straight. That's what they said. Smash mouth rugby. Both these teams said they're going to come out here and play some smash mouth rugby, and UMass is the one doing it. North Carolina hasn't been able to stop them. Been getting the ball out. Haven't been able to get it past the 12. It's been stuck in Alston's hands. A couple times they got through space, they can do it. Get that ball out wide, test it on the wing, and see what they can do.
Well, I'll tell you what, we haven't really talked about the wings in NC State, and there's a reason for that because they haven't received the ball. We saw the ball get out to Kyle Morris, the fullback, once, and it's really been that connection, Alston to Kiernan in the midfield, that's not been connecting. And the best way to defend against Ruther and Tekikera and Hastry, don't give them the ball.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
And right now that they've been giving it up, and slow it down. They have the ability, and they might be rushing it a little bit. But the tendency is for players to say to each other, "Let's ramp up the intensity."
So it's Friday night.
Not sure if they are.
So it's Friday night. We start to see the team starting to filter in now. Their bus is getting here. Everybody, AIC's in the house. A couple other teams showing up now.
Is here.
Notre Dame getting ready to play. It's starting to get a packed house. And as we go through this event, more and more fans are going to come. More and more teams are going to come out. I mean, we got a great crowd here now up on the 3rd deck on the 2nd floor. They got a bar in the back. They got great food. They got everything that you need here at the Rugby Athletic Center. So if you're at home, you're within the area, within 200 miles, you're missing out if you're not here. It's a great opportunity to come and witness some of the best collegiate rugby that you're going to see in the country played in one place. And I'll put all my money on it, which isn't much. But I'll put all my money. I'm sorry, babe. But
we're waiting for the kickoff here, and we talk about the coverage we put on there. We try to rank these teams, and I have to say, coming into this game, UMass, I had them ranked 47th of D1 teams this fall, and NC State at 33.
Yeah.
So it's a bit humbling at the moment because number 33 is not living up to that quite yet.
Well, there's a lot of rugby left to play here.
Rossini doesn't quite get the handle on that, and it's a good chase from the Wolfpack. That ball is put into touch and ends up being a UMass throw, I think. Yeah, it looks like a UMass throw in the lineout. And the lineout's been functioning very nicely for the Minutemen, with Tekikera usually being the go-to man, as he is on that one. Nice win. Maul from UMass.
See Hastry at the back there with that man bun. Just
look at that thing. It's
forward.
going. It's going. No problem at all. Hastry takes out.
Oh!
He needs some help with him. And there's Gifford chasing after him.
Look at the space they have out wide. Get it wide. Get it wide. Oh, big hole. Big hole right there for Satera. Still got numbers wide. They're doing a good job of playing. I'd call it a little bit of scrambling, right? Loose ball on the deck. UMass is just picking it up and making good decisions really fast.
That looks like Broski. Again, recycled nicely. Look at those numbers. Ruther.
So I think Ruther
1, 2, 3 with him.
Loses
but
the
he
ball.
lost it. Hey, again, forcing it. They don't need to. And knocked forward by NC State. So UMass gets it back, but some sloppiness, really unnecessary there by Ruther. And
I think
pressing again by NC State.
I think that pass probably shouldn't have gone to Ruther right there. I think, you know, he's a little bit too flat. He didn't have a good line running onto the ball. Should have let, and I mean, we can sit back here. We can quarterback it up here, right? Because we have the luxury of being able to hit rewind and go back and talk about it. But
well, it's body position, isn't it? I mean, he's 6 feet 8. If you get it, you just duck down and just say, well, we'll recycle it. You know, I'm in a bad position. And
I think the problem was I think the ball, he was turned this way a little bit off to the right shoulder, and the pass just wasn't probably right there for him. And that's why I think just miss him, go behind, right? Use that dump out, like use your dump out behind. You know, a lot of good teams, you see all the pros always do that. They have that dump pass behind. If you're not going to hit that forward runner, just get it back, get some depth. That way you can work to it.
Straight.
Penalty against NC State scrum for boring in, not driving in straight, so it'll be a kick. And they're going to take a kick to touch again, and this is all playing into UMass's hands very nicely. Jenkins, big kick, nicely done.
I need you to drive straight.
It'll be a line out, and
I spoke to you once about it.
they'll probably want to do what they just did in their own 22, and that would be
Must drive straight.
Tekakera takes it and they maul it. That maul looked very impressive. And so Brungley Ensign is going to be throwing it in. Very nice throw, but no, this time they run a move down the weak side and then come back into the open. Nicely recycled. Hastry goes well. And again, a pass out there to Kakara. So close now. NC State just desperate defense. And the referee calls a knock-on. So, knock-on by UMass in the corner there, pretty far away from us. I'm going to have to break out my binoculars as NC State survives that one. That looked pretty hairy for the Wolfpack. They need to win this scrum, get the ball out, and start getting on the front foot again. And a good win. Prance looking to kick it, and he does as well as he can to get it downfield. But that's Poke. He grabs it.
Oh yeah! Nice little man. Go!
Tiniest player on the field. But he lost it. Nobody was there to really ruck over for him.
Man, I like that dummy, man. They called it dummy for a reason. That was nice. Just slipped it right through.
Oh, take it away.
Oh, look at that pass.
Hastry, he's right at the line.
That was some good handling.
Minutemen coming in. And now we've got a turnover. And there are turnovers all over the place. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Mejia thinks he's got it, but no, we're going to go back to a knock-on and a scrum to NC State. But
good job of avoiding disaster there, though. I mean, by all intents and purposes, it looked really bad for North Carolina State. They got it together, held the defensive line well, and they were able to turn the ball. We've seen a lot of turnovers in this game.
A lot of turnovers in contact.
Are we seeing bad ball placement and bad, ball retention, or are we just seeing good defensive pressure and good jackal skills?
Well, I'd like to say good defensive pressure, but body height in contact needs to be lower.
Got to lower those shoulders.
You got to curl your body, your torso around that ball and turn away. And that's what we're not seeing. We're seeing players lose the ball before they even go to ground.
Get your foot out. Stay behind it.
And it's
another
won
drive.
by NC State, but the drive is good. Out to Prance. A nice quick kick.
You're onside.
Found a hole, though. That's good.
Back. It's like, yeah, I've got it now.
How many guys are going to take to bring him down now? We don't get to find out.
That is an ugly pass, and that is a very nice little break for NC State, and that was a chance for UMass because they had players.
I tell you, I'm a little bit – he made the right decision there, but I'm a little bit selfish there. I wish he had kept that ball and ran into it because I want to see how many more players it's going to take to get him down.
Well, that's true. But Mejia had Emmett, Jenkins, and Poke with him, and it's just a bad pass down on the ground, knocked forward. So another chance for NC State. Monteleone going to put it in. This is one of the few times I've actually seen an attacking platform for the Wolfpack. Ball out. Prince.
Oh, so that's,
Look,
ooh,
and he
big
feeds
hit,
Kid-
sit down, Joe Jenkins.
There's Kiernan. Goes in, but he's taken down
Off your feet. You're off
and
your feet.
diving
You're
over on the
goal.
ruck. So, penalty against UMass.
Joe
Thinking about the quick
Jenkins
tap, but
laying wood right there, man. That was a big hit. Can't wait to go back and watch that one again.
Prince into touch. Line out for the Wolfpack, and line out's been kind of a dicey situation for the Wolfpack to start with.
Yeah,
So
UMass doing all sorts of things to just disrupt the lineouts, whether they're winning their own lineouts, stealing it from North Carolina State, just outside their 22. We'll see what they got. They got some forwards lined up inside. Looks like he's calling for Alston and maybe the wing to come in and a fill, come into his outside.
And tapped back by Tekakera. So UMass steals that one. And this is why maybe they should just tap it and run it at this point. They're not winning the lineouts. Picked up and taken again. Satera. Hastry. Oh,
now
he dishes
danger.
it nicely.
Oh, good job of cutting down. I mean, that wing came in, had to make that tackle, stop the attack right there, made a good decision in shutting it down. Now Joe Jenkins.
Jenkins takes two to take him down. Box kick by Ross. Is anybody there to chase it?
Oh, delightful kick right in bounds. That's probably the best you could ask.
Well, actually, it landed right on the line, according to the assistant referee. So we're going to go back to the point of the kick and the line out there, 10 meters inside the UMass territory. But you know what? They may as well kick to touch because they're winning the lineouts. They're even winning the NC State throws. So something's got to happen here.
Thank you, Captain. Set the
For
discipline.
NC State, and really they just
So,
don't have the height.
Let's look at the difference right here, right?
Yeah.
North Carolina coming up to the line out, not really communicating or talking. They're doing it the whole way defensively. UMass is talking about their assignments. You know, that's psychologically that messes with you, especially when you're not winning your own lineouts and the other team's talking and they're communicating. You know, somebody's got to take charge for this North Carolina State and just get a little bit of control from them.
Hastry has stolen that one. Now picking up and going.
So ball back into Ruther. You can handle the Ruth. And he's still going.
Ruther protects the ball this time. Quick ball. They've got it now.
That's Hastry.
Hastry
Oh,
with
it's a dummy because you
feet.
look like there he goes.
He's going to go in all the way. And everybody, because of that nice passing, people were wondering about who he was going to use. He didn't use anybody because there was a big old hole in front of him. And Joe Hastry, much deserved because he's had a very strong game, and it's 26-0 UMass.
That's looking like it's starting to get away from these North Carolina State boys. There's still 30 minutes left in this game, just under 30 minutes. But, I mean, they're just not coming up with answers for this charging UMass team. The only thing slowing down this UMass team has been penalties and just sloppy handling of the ball. That's the only thing that's really been slowing them down.
That's true. Well, we see a really big difference, as you talked about, Ryan, the communication in the lineout, the communication among the forwards, and certainly helps when you're winning. But, you know, it certainly helps to have a little bit of height, too. They do have that, and being able to ruin that attacking platform of the lineout for NC State has been really helpful for the Minutemen. Jenkins is going to take this conversion. Over it goes, 28-0. We are 30 minutes left in this game, the first of the ACRC Bowl Series.
And we're just getting started, and it's been all UMass so far from the ACRC, East Coast Rugby Conference, you know, putting on a pretty good display. Got 3 teams from the East Coast Rugby Conference playing. Another match we actually haven't talked about at all is the SCRC Championship match.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, well, there we had Tennessee played South Carolina earlier this season. 17-14 was the result for Tennessee. But I think everybody would say it was really just, it could have gone either way. And Tennessee said that maybe they were a little bit fortunate. There were a lot of yellow cards in that game. Basically, it's a complete rematch, blank slate. It could be anybody's game. Ruther takes that.
Oh, T-Pain to the house. Nice stiff arm. You don't want none of that.
There comes another one.
Oh, going. Yes, oh, no offload needed. I'll just keep the ball. Why not? Look at my tights. Nice neon green. Oh.
Fantastic run from Tekakera.
Oh, look
out
at
it
that hole.
goes
Huge
again.
hole. Oh, but go to inside. That hole's outside. Nobody running into it, though. As Grant Cole would say, gaps don't tackle. What's up, Grant? I know you're probably watching out there in Texas. Probably a little bit warm. Starting to get cold here now in North Carolina as the sun has set.
On the way, Red.
Slow ball and sloppy ball there from UMass and knocked it on. Looking at the defense rather than looking at the ball to pick it up. But again, right off that restart, the big boys running, and at this point, the Wolfpack's got to be thinking, I'm not sure I want to tackle that big guy again.
Yeah, you just got to put everything into it, man. That's one of those, you know, it's just got to set the tone, right? Like, I think North Carolina State, you know, like we talked about earlier, they just haven't found their form together. You know, it's been a couple of good plays that might materialize into something, and then it just goes all.
They're
wonky.
trying to. They have a game plan. They're obviously trying to execute. They've not been able to execute it well. The bulk in the up front has been a problem.
I like this decision. I really liked it. I mean, I still like the decision, even though they didn't convert on it. But right out of here, going for it instead of sending the ball out. You know, UMass had a really good counter on, ready to go. They go out there, and if that pass had come to hand, there was space out there, and just, you know, not able to capitalize.
Right, and a little bit of antsiness. You know, the wings haven't been getting the ball, and since that finally you're passing to me, and of course you start thinking about the space in front of you. You start thinking about the defense and everything like that, and don't think about job number one, which would be to catch the ball. So it's a scrum down. UMass, Ross to put in.
Yeah, all those great moves you're thinking about doing afterwards don't mean nothing if you don't got the rock. I know I've definitely been there before. Like, oh, man, there's a trial out. I'm good. I'm ready to go. And then it's like, oh, man, thanks, Ginty. Dropped the ball.
Penalty against UMass for that one. And NC State thinking about running. Oh, there's a free kick, so they're going to run it anyway. And then kick it out.
So you see UMass, they jumped over that rope pretty quick, trying to go fast. You know, they're trying to push the pace here now. You know, they got North Carolina State up against the ropes, and they just want to deliver that knockout punch. You know, one more, and then I just, you know, it's 26 minutes left right now. These North Carolina State boys, I'd really like to see them get something going. You know what I mean? I'd like to see some good phases, some good offense, and score some points here.
Forward.
Well, they've got to win the ball, and I don't think UMass needs to be fast on the line out because they're winning them either way.
I just think it's that, you know, once you get cruise control as a player and everything's hitting for you, you know, you're just going to go and you just keep firing. You know, if everything's working out for you your way.
Up quickly. And that was Guelphy, but there goes Sutera for UMass.
Now they're calling for the ball left there. They got numbers out left to the wing. They got a mismatch, huge mismatch out there.
Nice.
That's a prop. That's a prop on Thekakera, and that's why they find the space. Oh,
big hit, but he
the
got the
offload
ball
was there.
out.
Oh, way to take a hit.
Working it up the middle still. Quick ball. They have so many numbers. Wolfpack defense trying to get out there.
So it seems like UMass is a lot of mustard on this ball. You know, they're really whipping it out and lost into contact. You know, ball hitting the deck, bouncing forward. North Carolina State turning it over.
Well stolen by Guelphy.
But you just see the great work of the forwards from UMass, you know, just pressing.
And they lost
putting
it
pressure
again.
on at the breakdown. And just North Carolina, again, great clear out in there at the breakdown.
Well, you look at the body language from NC State. They're not getting there quickly. Again, another turnover. This time back to the Wolfpack. What's going on with these turnovers? Energy sapping stuff.
Oh, big space out wide. Oh,
well, they're going to go chase it now. And there's that Teagle chasing after it.
So they're going to go quick, as we were talking about earlier, taking it straight up. Oh, it gets right through two tackles. Now the counterattack's on, swings it out wide. Sutera, now the little man who threw the great dummy, now he's into space and just taking down, ball backwards, though.
And still UMass wants to play with it. But in the end, it's knocked forward. Now, again, you look at the body language on the NC State players, and they look tired. And they look a little bit frustrated. They put their hands on their hips a little bit.
And it's not good for them that UMass has got fresh legs coming on right now.
Well, sure.
And so it's those tired guys, fresh legs from UMass. You know, they've put in a great effort so far. So that looks like leaving the field. Derek Wegner, one of the guys out of there. And then also Benjamin Broski, leaving the pitch as well. And I believe there's one other number out there, but I didn't catch it from this. My eyesight not as good in my old age.
Broski had a nice game. Really more of a defensive player, but had a few good runs.
I like that name, bro. What's up,
Broski.
My broski.
Ball lost. UMass has it. Tekakera.
Man, he is
just
having
so
a game.
powerful.
Yeah, there's that sub. Impact sub right away. Big man of. He stumbles. Sniper in the wood line. Somebody clear it. And turnover.
The tackle diving over, and if UMass has been guilty of anything that's hurt them, it's been the sealing off penalty, just going straight onto the ball, not staying on their feet in the rucks, and they really don't need to seal off. They've got the ascendancy, and the kick to touch doesn't quite make it, and then on the attempt to tap it back in field, ends up going to touch. So it'll be a line out for the Wolfpack.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this.
You're wrong.
And I shouldn't. Yeah, probably.
Sorry.
Probably. On a penalty, the ball goes out. Once it crosses the line, it's out, correct? If you're leaning over and you knock it back in, you can't play that because the ball's already gone into dead. Am I correct in saying that? We're not asking the right people here.
I don't think so. It's kind of a weird thing.
I had a
think
ref
you
call
can
us
save
on
it.
that one time, and he said that. And he was like,
Well, just because a ref called it doesn't mean it's really universally true. But NC State wins it, then they lose the ball in contact yet again. And look at those numbers.
Got it. That's trying to force a pass there, trying to make too much happen. I mean, that's a pass that never should have came off his hands.
This is why these games are good, because these players are not necessarily used to playing so much with so little space. And the Wolfpack, even though they're losing 28-0, are still aggressive in their defense. They're still trying to take away space. A little bit slow by UMass and shipping that ball out wide. They've had numbers more. They really should have scored a few more. They had the numbers to do so, and they've just been a little bit slow in getting it out there. Ross going to put it in for UMass in another scrum. And Sutera waiting. And pass goes right behind him. A good chase. Nicely taken. But rescued. Minutemen rescue it a little bit, and then we're going to call a knock on. So this will be a scrum to NC State.
You saw Poke in there, cleaning up that dirty ball. He's been pretty electric, man. That guy in space, he's quick left to right. He moves faster left to right than I move forward. And, fantastic player out there in the wing. He cut it open earlier for us. Some really highlight level stuff that, you're going to see all. You go to the Next Level Rugby YouTube page, you're going to see all these highlights coming at you. We're going to cut it up, give you a great view. That way you don't miss any. Plus, this stuff will be on YouTube. It's going to be stored probably about 2 hours after the event. You can go on it and you can watch your family.
An attack.
There he goes. Alston again just getting tied up. I wonder if UMass is keyed off on Alston because their defensive plan has shut him down completely.
There's Patrick O'Shea picking up and going. He was the guy who chased in and made the tackle that forced that scrum. And NC State so slow in getting that ball out. Alston again. And he breaks away from one.
Nice time. There it is. Alston sets it up. Yes. Fantastic by Alston setting that up.
Schnupper goes over for the try. And finally some continuity from North Carolina State. They get their first try. 20 minutes to go. But it really came from defensive pressure from little blindside flanker Patrick O'Shea when the ball was passed behind Sutera on UMass. He was on it, and he forced the scrum that gave them something to work from.
Yeah, and I really like that try because we've seen Alston trying to force the offload. He's looking for it. He's put himself in some good positions to get some offloads, but he just hasn't had those support runners coming through. That type of support runner reading a great line coming through, opens up, and he's able to dot it down. And, this is great that North Carolina State's getting on the board, especially here in front of these hometown fans. They want to put on a good showing and really show them that North Carolina State, this may not be the standard that they've always played, but, they play a great brand of rugby.
Well, let's see if this gives them a little bit of a confidence boost, a little bit of extra energy, because we saw that was going. The kick is away to the left, no good, and it stays 28-5.
Kick is no good. 28-5.
So it's 28-5, and we were talking earlier about last year's matchup between Bowling Green and AIC, which AIC looked to handily have the game in, and Bowling Green came storming back and put on a great performance. So this North Carolina State team is not out of it's not out of this game yet. You know, this is UMass's game to lose. They really have to clamp down defensively. You know, pay attention to their assignments and really stop Alston, I think, right now, because he's been the big difference maker in the danger man for North Carolina State.
Well,
haven't seen too much of their forwards in open play, like really.
No, that's true. The kickoff goes all the way in goal. 22 dropout. Polk tries to grab it. It bounces off his shoulder, but it went backwards, so that's fine. Now weaving it back and forth, UMass still trying to make something happen. UMass back with the ball. Sutera. And I think that's Tommy O'Connor.
I like the use there, you know, but I think that what UMass is doing is they're really a little bit hesitant in it, right? They're running together at a pace instead of running strike runners on. If those forward pots are hitting it up, that's where you get, you know, a little bit more go forward mode.
Loose ball.
Momentum from them.
That's good. NC State has it. Referee says we're all good. The ball bouncing around, but he didn't see any knock-ons. Wolfpack has it now. Can they use it? Oh, the kick through. The chase is there. Emmett really doesn't have anywhere to go.
Oh, good
Problems.
tackle. Good job. Poach that ball.
And the chase is right there. We could see
a
a penalty.
Earned the penalty. A fantastic job right there. That's exactly what you want in your kick chase.
Quickly.
Quick. You want it to go down there. You know, chaser on, makes the tackle. The second man coming in right away, poaching the ball, and a fantastic
Tap and
job.
run.
Quick. Dixon.
Well,
J.J. Dixon as they're trying to set that up.
So upright, but they do drive him forward, and they do get the ball. Another pick and go.
So it's that pressure
So
we were
close
talking
to the
about, you know,
line.
that defensive pressure in the same end of the field that's finally looking to pay off for them.
And it is held up, so it'll be a scrum, NC State. 5-meter scrum. I don't think they'll really complain about that. Maybe we'll look at
definitely not a bad result on that one for North Carolina State. Rewarded for that pressure they put on. Again, I'm still excited about that kick chase that's going on. It's one of the things I really love seeing. Not that, you know, I would ever be able to chase somebody down or do anything like that, or mirror
you be the
you
kicker,
back
right?
in
The key is to
you don't ever
the
want
key is to be the kicker and to say you chase it and I'll just hang
I
back.
kicked that ball, it was going out of bounds the other direction, nowhere near where it needed to go.
Cam Jernigan, number 8, maybe he gets a shot at picking up and going in at the corner. But to do that, Wolfpack needs to hold that scrum. Actually, it's a very good scrum. And they do go weak, but they go weak with the first receiver.
That was a great job of that scrum breaking out of there. That was Joseph Gifford, you know, the lock that came in there and made the tackle. That's a quick release out of that scrum, that defensive scrum.
NC State trying to pick and go, but they're really not getting anywhere. They're being knocked backward. UMass got to be careful about giving up a penalty here. Tap and go again from the Wolfpack.
So that's what you got to do on defense right there. Too many times you see a penalty, tap and go, and the defensive line, only 1 or 2 guys coming up. That was a wall of white just coming right in North Carolina State's face.
Coming up a little bit early perhaps, but they came up with all kinds of aggression. Again, NC State has it. Maybe they want to go wide now. Maybe they want to use it. Alston calling for the ball. He doesn't get it. Alston now looking for Kiernan. No. Goes into 4 players standing upright. That body position, but they do get it down. They do recycle it. Oh, so slow coming in, and another penalty. And we may see a talking to, perhaps some stern words.
Looks to be like there's a player down on the ground there for UMass. It's kind of hurtling around. You have the ref. Looks like he's calling for the athletic trainer out there.
You know, Ryan, this is the end of the fall. These guys are beat up and banged up, and this is the first any kind of stoppage for an injury in this game.
Well, and I think it's just kind of like rugby as a general, right? Like I'm amazed at some of these tournaments I go to, and it's just like you just the hits, the cumulative hits, and everybody going hard, and just. You know, I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to jinx anything. You know what I mean? I don't want to jinx anything.
Right.
But overall, the sport is much safer. You know, the injuries, you know, you just don't see as many. And I've been impressed, I should say, and that's maybe I'll get away with that and I won't jinx anybody. I've been impressed with how there haven't been too many injuries because of proper body positioning, because of playing the sport right. You know, this is a sport where if you do not get rewarded for bad body position. You get punished. You get punished really bad. You get broken jaws. You get broken eye sockets, concussions. And, I mean, the first time you put your head on the wrong side, you know, you're doing it. So, and you're paying the price. I mean, that's rugby. That's what it is. But if you learn how to tackle correctly, and we see that big movement that's really going, even in the football movement, into the rugby form tackling, wrapping up, bringing down, and you tackle correctly, it's much safer than other contacts.
Max Pomerantz gets back on his feet. He stays on the field. We're good. Tap. We're going to go Dixon. Dixon fends off 1, fends off 2. 5 come in to take him down. The forwards are all there. Another pick and go.
I think he slipped through.
And that was Levetso. And I believe that was David Levetso, the prop.
7. You're lucky you're not going to the bin.
It's hard to see exactly who got over there. I think it was actually the substitute prop. I think that was Joe Magnuson, number 19. And that was just, finally they made that work. Tap and run, fend off somebody, and a really nice just pick up, take the little outside step, and then go inside. So 2 tries now for NC State, 28-10. We have 13 minutes to go. And, well, Wolfpack still has to score 3 times to catch him, but there is time. Certainly the Wolfpack has changed the momentum in this game a little bit, and really just with a little bit better continuity, challenging UMass. They're getting a little tired, and they're giving up some penalties. Kyle Morris now with the conversion attempt. It looks nicely done, but a little bit short and a little bit wide, and it'll stay 28-10. UMass leading, but not leading by as much as they were. NC State going to take this. Kind of a gut check time for the Minutemen. What'll they be able to produce? They've brought on some subs. They've brought on some players to finish this game. And you see big, tall number 18, Timmy O'Connor. Yeah, big guy, somebody that tall, call him Timmy. I'm just not sure about that. So, Wolfpack, they get the ball back, try and keep it in field, but they don't. Nicely taken out of bounds, and that was Tekakera, the captain, said, you know what, sideline, that'll produce a turnover for us. No problem. Line out for UMass.
Touchline never misses a tackle, Alex.
And a little bit of discussion as to how we're going to do this with a few new faces in there. Jaleel Johnson saying he's ready to lift somebody. Good jump that from Joseph Gifford. The maul, and yes, let's settle it down. Let's get that maul going. Spun out, Tekakera. Hastry there to clear out. Another pick and go. UMass dangerously close to diving over, but in this case it's going to be a penalty against NC State for offside. And another kick for another line out from UMass. Well, it'll be a disappointing day for NC State. I think they came in here thinking that they could do something. Had gone 4-1-1 in the ACRL. They tied Virginia early in the season. They defeated UNC. They defeated Maryland. Teams like that. They did lose to Clemson, and Clemson put up 60 on them, but Clemson's putting up 60 on pretty much everybody. Looking very solid. Nice take again from Gifford. He's been so good. The maul is being driven over. Can they get it over? Yes, they've got it over. And that was textbook stuff. So much so that they all just touched it down and turned around and ran back to midfield. Nicely done, and I believe that was
Number 7, Joe Haystry, second try of the day, that open side flanker. Fantastic game for the Minutemen so far. Everybody happy. Congratulations for the sub-prop, Jaleel Johnson, for getting his shove on. And it's 33-10, UMass leads. Really nice maul. When they've got that going, that maul works very well. And you look at the big guys that they have. Gifford up there in the line out. Ruther scored 2 tries. Tekakera, the number 8. Haystry, not as big. He's more of the numbers, your classic number 7, roaming around, causing all kinds of issues. And you see O'Connor coming on. I think he's almost as tall as Ruther, who's 6'8". And so Ryan Ginty, a very nice maul over for a try, and the kick is good. Just slides it in there, makes it 35-10, and a nice little answer from UMass.
Yeah, UMass, you know, not to be outdone, going to come right back in. You know, their mauls have been on point. They've pushed this North Carolina State pack around a little bit. You know, just setting it up, and I mean, it just comes from like a good form. You know, you get your pieces together, you don't have to drive right away, and then I mean, it's a scrum just out of nowhere, and that's the beauty of it. You know, you get a little bit farther with all friends. You get a little bit. I mean, that works, right?
I love that, the scrum out of
nowhere.
Jaleel Johnson had a little bit of run and had somebody with him, but couldn't quite get the offload, so knocked forward.
Lucky, my friend.
And hanging his head there, I think
so for this
that was Wellenstein.
There's a lot of space here on the weak side, though. He's coming up now. I was looking, I was like, hey, if he's hanging back there, maybe test this weak side, try and go there. I mean, they had success on the far try line or touch line earlier when they tried that. Got a little bit of distance gain, but definitely not on anymore.
Scrums 1. And Morris there at the first receiver gets it moving.
That poke doing a good job of covering up the tackle in there. Ball not able to be offloaded. Hits it well.
Numbers in at the ruck for NC State, but they're just not knocking anyone back. They're not really clearing out. Hands now.
Now
that was Schnupper.
No support runners in there, man. That's what these guys are cutting up. They're getting angles. They're finding space, but there's nobody coming through to fill those holes. They're just waiting for the next phase, and that's just where the continuity isn't coming. They're not playing well off each other right now.
Boyd taken to the ground.
Onside,
and again, they're running at them.
Stay onside.
Isello. And too slow to get that ball out, holding on to it. And Tekakara said, I'm going to tap and I'm going to go, but not quite near the mark. And that's one of those callbacks because the ref is a little bit tired and doesn't want to chase after it.
I think it was the mustache. I think he got called on the mustache. The ref's like, I'm not going to let you go with that.
You know, we are in November, and some awfully bad facial hair in November. But the kick, Jenkins gets it to touch, and it'll be a line out for UMass, and maybe we'll see another maul because they were so successful with the last one. About 6.5 minutes to go. Nicely taken again. And that'll be probably a scrum for NC State. I can't imagine they would try for the line out. And I believe, actually, we were looking at who might have scored that second try for NC State. I think it was Graham Hitch, a not very big front rower who managed to get it over. Maybe he stayed low. Fella wide now. Bassi taken down, loose ball, kicked ahead. But we're going to call it back for ball into touch. And that would have been a great opportunistic try right there, I think, for Jay Emmett, the fullback. But instead, line out. And it's 35-10, and UMass really, for the most part, played very well in this. They understood what they wanted to do. They understood that they had the horses to do it, and I think that NC State knew what they wanted to do as well. They just weren't able to execute, especially early on. They couldn't win their lineouts, so critical. Their scrum was okay, not astounding, but okay, and then offloading out of the tackle, they just could not connect early on. Line out for UMass. It's overthrown a little bit, but they've won it anyway, and they have so many numbers. NC State coming up quickly. Minutemen shipping it.
So he's finally brought down. Finally, North Carolina State, one tackler able to bring him down. Now it looks like Satera, into the hands.
Lost it.
Lost it as it's going forward now. You see the reorganizing their attack now. Pick and go from North Carolina State.
And that's Levetzo, the sophomore.
Oh, that's way
taking
in
it
from the side. That's silly. Come on.
Well, we might see a card that is a bit cynical.
So, guys, stay tuned. Once we leave this match, we're going to be joined by Deshae Edwards from AIC. Maybe we'll get Josh Macy up here as well. And then we're going to cut it down. We're going to give the award ceremony, and we're going to see all the great pomp and circumstance, the handing out of the match ball to the winning team. Also, we're going to have men of the match, 2 from the losing team, 3 from the winning team, and they're all going to get these great custom Boathouse jerseys provided courtesy of Boathouse to URugby. So Ryan Ginty here with Next Level Rugby. Alex Goff is to my left. We have a fantastic game going off right now. It's a scoreline of 36-10. North Carolina State on top. 3 minutes and 16 seconds, probably a little bit less than that to go. North Carolina State in a great attacking position with their lineout. They can win it. But again, T-Pain just stealing it. And, that's been the theme of the night, It's just these guys, Hasty.
Hasty going all kinds of crazy on them, getting out of problems. That's Johnson. He's picked up. He's flung around, but he's okay. Satera.
Jenkins hitting a hard line, coming running right back in.
Johnson again goes straight through.
So now, folks, stay tuned. After this match, we got Notre Dame College versus Syracuse. Notre Dame College, really good program, putting together some great wins this season. That's going to be a great matchup. Syracuse, they went out last week, and they won the Empire Rugby Conference over at Stony Brook, who we will see tomorrow. Stony Brook, pay attention to that matchup. Going to be fantastic.
Yeah, Boston College, Alabama will finish out tonight. And I don't know, again with the rankings, Notre Dame College at 41, Syracuse at 23, and that's kind of a function of who they played. And I think that Notre Dame College is going to make it much closer than that. And then Boston College at 21 and Alabama at 24, I think kind of got those right. And It's going to be that close. And, I like Alabama. I like Alabama a lot. And
Roll
they
Tide.
can move it. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Crimson Tide against the Eagles, the Golden Eagles of Boston College. Before that, Notre Dame College Falcons against the Syracuse Hammerheads. They call themselves the Hammerheads in rugby. I'm not sure why. Tekakera takes it again. The maul is set up. And
there's a big space right there in the channel. Just a
Hasty,
stiff arm. He's going to take that space right away.
No
Hasty,
problem.
oh, yes.
Number 3 for the number 7, and doesn't he deserve it? He has had a fantastic game.
Man, that hole was wicked wide. It's just left wide open. Hasty sees it, gets it, gives one stiff arm, and then, that's just to the house. You're not going to stop him coming over on a tackle like that. You need to stop that man almost straight up. And you can't give him any space, especially that close to the try line.
Well, they got
definitely
wheeled around into the weak side, and we had 3 or 4 forwards stuck on the weak side. Nobody backpedaling and getting back on side and driving. So it was just too much for NC State to stop. We're now at 41-10. We're ticking down to possibly the final moments of the game. As Joe Jenkins comes up, he's already been good on 3 conversions. Lines up this one with this kick. He can make it 43-10. And the kick is off the post. Didn't quite get it. Pulled his head up at the last second. And that'll do it. The University of Massachusetts Minutemen, an outstanding performance, 41-10 over North Carolina State and Ryan Ginty. Maybe a bit of a surprise, but they did what they came here to do.
Absolutely. You know, this UMass team, they were telling me on Facebook that they're ready to just come in, and they're really looking forward to playing North Carolina State, you know, getting the result that they wanted out of here. And so now we're going to have a couple of the boys from AIC join us. Come on up, gentlemen. So we're just finishing. So we're just getting ready. We're going to see the team shaking hands. So, boys, introduce yourselves. Let the world know who you are, where you're from. I know your names, but tell everybody out there, Next Level Rugby land on URugby.com. What's up with AIC and what's going on? We've got Jihad joining us, too. Stick around, Jihad. Look at the whole crew. Bring the whole AIC crew up in here. So AIC, they're going to be playing Clemson tomorrow. Exciting match. I know that's one I'm really looking forward to. What are you guys going to do, Dooney? And that's Deshae Edwards, by the way. Dooney, what you going to do?
We're just going to come out and play hard. We know that Clemson's a good team, but we've been practicing hard this whole week. And we're just ready to come out here and show everybody what AIC has to show the world.
The man with the microphone there, Blake, tell me a little bit about your season so far. You know, the mouth from the South that ain't from the South, right? Like,
you
guys
kicked out of one game, and that's what you're known as.
Gets kicked out of one game. But tell us about your season so far and, you know, a little bit about AIC Rugby.
Our season has gone really well. We were undefeated in conference play. We were really lucky. We've been playing really with a lot of flow off of Jihad Kabir, our fly half.
Floats around the pitch, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, he does. He's good at feeding us all the ball, and we've really been team-oriented this year, and it's been nice. We've been playing
I want a little bit more sarcasm out of you. I didn't give you that
Oh
microphone to give me a
God.
serious thing. That's what I got people here, man. Show me a little bit of the personality that we got here. This is Next Level Rugby here. This is what we're doing.
I mean, I guess.
You're done. So we got Cheese here. Cheese, what do we expect at AIC tomorrow? What are you guys going to bring, man? You guys have been throwing out a lot of scores, you know, high score lines. You know, Clemson team, what are you guys going to do?
We're going to bring a great overall effort with strong offense and a strong defense. Been preparing for a long time, and you're going to see a great game tomorrow.
So what makes AIC Rugby great?
Blake Urkel.
Defense. Our defense. We don't scared to hit nobody, to be honest. Big hitters.
Diversity is another thing.
Diversity, baby. That's what it's all about.
And a great hooker.
And a great hooker, and that's the mouth of the South. Trying to take a little bit of credit there. We got who else in here? Tell me something about some AIC Rugby and what you like about it. How long have you been playing there?
I'm playing. It's my freshman year here. First semester. I like it because we're a real confident team here. I like it. We all make.
Gotta have that swag, right, baby?
Always, we got it. Each and every one of us bring our individual swag here to the game.
So, hey, guys, we got the AIC guys. We're going to take it down to the pitch right now, down for the award ceremony. We'll be back with these guys. You're going to see them later. AIC, thanks for joining us, boys, and we'll catch you tomorrow against Clemson, and best of luck.
Thanks for having us.
How'd that go?
Is it on autofocus? And you got the zoom on your fingers? Yep. Okay.
And here we are down below with the University of Massachusetts Minutemen who just won their bowl game. We have 3 players today for you. We have 3 stars thing. And the first one is Mike Ruther. Two first-time tries, lots of big runs. The second one scored one more try than that, I believe. And was all over the place from A Street. Number 3 player of the game for UMass, Joe Jenkins.
Hey guys, jerseys on. Get a picture. That's it for now. Yeah, the leather balls are coming tomorrow.
But Bill guys come on in.
Hey guys, don't go away yet, okay?
Okay.
Just gotta move out of the way. Yes, stay guys. Let that ball back.
You want the ball back? Or?
North Carolina State, a really strong season this year, second in the ACRL, and a big round of applause for their and their fall. Tough thing for you guys. I know you finished well. We're happy to see you get on the scoreboard, get a couple of good tries. We did something for our top team players, and the first one goes to TJ Dixon. And then number 2 goes to the number two award goes to Patrick O'Shea. Come on, guys, congratulations.
You guys get in. Get all in. Get all in. Keep coming over this way. Yes, yay!
Still need a bigger logo wall. Still need a bigger.
It's a great season.
All right, guys. One more thing. There's like a goodie bag in here with a lot of stuff from all of the sponsors that sponsor this event. Everybody grab one. Same thing with the UMass guys. Come over and just grab a bag. I'm going to give you my little speech, all right? So UMass guys, after the parade gets done, you also get these pint glasses. All right, just in a minute though. Everybody grab a bag. Hold it up, and I want some shots. Okay, I want some. Yeah, everybody gets a bag. Everybody gets a bag. There's plenty of bags. All right, so UMass guys, these are your pint glasses, part of our winning.
All right.
So it's not a big deal, but guys, take a good look at this stuff in your grab bag, okay? These are companies that we're reaching out to try and sponsor rugby so we can do stuff like this. So just take a look, okay? So I lost track of the Palmer coaches, but one of the things in there, Palmer bought a sponsorship, put some money into the tournament. The sponsor coaches are here. I lost track of them. They're over in the corner over there. They're looking to give out rugby scholarships.
Way to go out, baby. Way to go out.
Put it that way. Palmer Chiropractic is right in the corner over there. Okay, so that's all we got. Good job. Yes.
Awesome. Look at that. You're the kid.
UMass to the side.
Woo!
Front row group. Short kicks. Get on board.
I can feel it already.
Dude, you have no idea. 80 minutes?
Got it.
I do when they.
And the three MVP guys.
I tried to jump like Yo, Jerry.
I got you.
Let's go. Go around.
Awesome sandwich.
Thank you. Congratulations, you guys.
Hang on, guys, boys. My boys.
One more? Yeah, one more.
Sorry. They're my boys. You with the finger up too. Perfect.
Can I say hi to my mom on that? Can I say hi to my mom on that camera?
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. It's Milton. I'm here to have fun.
Summer Street Pig.
Absolutely.
What time is this one supposed to kick off?
6:40. 5 minutes.
I would have had the music going.
Quick. Oh.
Excuse me, guys. We're Excuse me. Do you want me to take over? Do you want me to give you a break?
What?
Do you want me to give you a break and run this for the first half?
You want to run it for the first half?
If you want a break, I can.
If you think you can do it, yeah. Go ahead.
I'll ask Charlie and see if what he thinks.
Rodney Thomas, Tommy Walsh, and Marcus Tulupla. Reserves. Steve Ashby, Aiden Carr, Martez Turner, Matt Smith, Tony Williams,
What do you say?
John Wollerman,
Okay.
Jordan Rosas,
Yeah, he wants.
and Liam
Copy.
Tipkin
All right.
Fletcher.
After we set this up, he wants you to go back up, right?
Okay. College.
So, give me the camera.
Yep.
Stick this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Syracuse Orangemen, Alex Amico,
I got it.
Greg Flogor,
I think it's this way. There we go.
Michael
it, flip it nice and high, let it touch the ground. Okay, it is head, so you get the call. Direction for you? Okay. You get the kick and going that way. Good luck. Have a good one. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee, Chris Henshaw. Touch judges, Marcus Johnson and Nigel Platt. And please stand for the national anthem.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's play rugby.
Butchers all their names. Do they have them to hyphenate them?
Syracuse. Well, here we are at the ACRC Bowl Series. Syracuse University won the Empire Conference. They're in blue and orange. Notre Dame College, they're an independent D1 AA team playing an independent schedule. Recently played against Navy, where they lost, but they were 17-17 at halftime. A varsity program, they steal off that kickoff, immediately come in, exert pressure, and steal it. And you're going to see some players who can run with the rugby ball on this Notre Dame College team. And that's Duncan going into contact. Out we come, trying to get number 13, Thomas, Rodney Thomas in there. He's taken down again, recycled nicely. Walsh goes in, he's held up, so they're driving in now. Duncan trying to get it going forward. Referee's going to call that up maybe if it doesn't go any further. If you hold it up and it doesn't go anywhere, it's going to be a scrum, and that's exactly what they do, and that was exactly the plan by Syracuse. Held him up. Referee Henshaw said, not going anywhere, scrum down to Syracuse. So Notre Dame College, among some of the teams that they've played, Buffalo, Notre Dame University, Kentucky, West Virginia, James Madison, St. Louis University, beat all of them. Lost to St. Bonaventure, lost to Davenport, lost to Navy. So they're not exactly facing any patsies there. Ball go back. It's lost. Somehow gathered and somehow rescued, and that was all kinds of problems for Alex Hodgkinson, but he did so well, such good composure to gather it and kick it to touch. A very nice boot. Hodgkinson did have a stint with the Syracuse football team. He's back playing rugby, and the fortunes of the Syracuse team have really changed with his addition. It's more than just one player, but certainly Hodgkinson has helped them. I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report here at the ACRC Bowl Series. Next Level Rugby doing a fantastic job streaming this with Ryan Ginty and all his staff. All the guys doing a great job. Forward pass there as Notre Dame tries to get something going. Notre Dame College, varsity program out of Ohio, and were a top Division II team last year, moved up to Division I. They didn't get into a conference. They're kind of isolated for that, and so they're playing an independent schedule, hoping to do well enough to be asked into the playoffs in D1AA. They do well enough there, they may well join D1A next year, and there's talk about maybe the Rugby East, which is the great big grouper of D1A rugby, just swallowing up other fish swimming around because everyone wants to play in it. Put in by Daly. The wheel, it's gone all the way around, and referee says that went all the way around. We're going to turn that over, and that will be a put in now for Notre Dame, and that's something you don't see a lot of, that kind of scrum technique to turn it and force the turnover. Remember, if you're a young player and you see the wheel, you're not allowed to do that in under 19 rugby, so that wouldn't be a turnover. But in senior rugby, college rugby, it is a turnover. And a put in by Shamel Vincent for the Falcons. Great attacking opportunity suddenly. Corey Graham is thinking, yeah, give me that ball. Vincent, oh, he goes himself. Oh, he just fakes. So close. What a smart move, because nobody was thinking about him. A pick and go. They're close again. Referee says no. And diving over. Oh, he had it. Nobody saw him. He just brought it back again. So smart. Not a good pass, though. They've got to do something about that. And what was a ball right on the try line is suddenly back around the 22. And a no-look pass, and Syracuse has somehow escaped that and gotten out of problems. Box kick from John Daly. It's gathered there. Tupuola. And again, recycling back out. Oh, breaking through now. Falcons going somewhere. The ball bounces. Referee says knock on. And John McDonald, the lock forward there, said, I think it kind of went straight down. But still, Notre Dame looking very difficult here. Varsity program, remember. And this is the situation where you have a varsity program. Players who can really dedicate themselves to training, don't have to worry about certain things that club players have to worry about, like paying for their kit. John Daly ready to put it in. A good shove again from Notre Dame, but Syracuse holds. Daly passes it out. Hodgkinson, a huge boot. And that is their game right there in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play in the other end of the field. And Hodgkinson, with his excellent kicking skills, gets Syracuse well into the Notre Dame half. So that's what we're going to see. Aggressive running from Notre Dame. We're going to see some kicking and some pressure defense from Syracuse. How does that all work? Line out steal from the Hammerheads. Putting the hammer down. Oh, but they lost it in contact. And there goes Sian Grendon, the flanker. But again, it's kind of sloppy passing. Good defense from Syracuse. Out it comes again, and put the boot to it. Graham chasing it down now, all the way down to the Syracuse try line. Got to run with it now. Problems. Walsh makes the tackle. Oh, Walsh is right there now trying to steal it. Everett Smith, he's in there, but it's lost again. Remember, it's been raining a couple of days now in Charlotte. It's not raining now, but the grass is wet. Kicked again. Down it goes. Hodgkinson, you wonder why. He's thinking maybe he might become a football punter. Quick line out. You see this game is just moving. Walsh. Walsh again. Breaks through. Breaks again. He's got Grenton with him. Oh, everybody's so low in that ruck. Somebody was going to have to go down on the ground. And in the end, it was Jack Favor. And Favor was straight down on the ball. Penalty against Syracuse. And you see the danger now. Tommy Walsh broke 2 or 3 tackles and a lot of problems. He's a big boy, too. He had the support with him. They kick to touch. And that would be number 1, Alex Goff. We saw a drop kicking prop in the previous game, which was UMass winning over North Carolina State. Now we see the punting prop from Notre Dame College, Janotka, the nursing student from Hudson, Ohio. And the throw in now, John Santiago will be throwing it in the lineout for Notre Dame College. But before we do that, in fact, Santiago, somebody's going to have to leave for a blood substitution. Referee says, I see somebody. Nope. Okay, we had the blood substitution sign, but really, actually, it's referee Henshall's mic is not working right, and they're going to have to fix it up there. So meanwhile, Syracuse, they defeated Fordham. They defeated Brockport by 64 points. They lost to Stony Brook, and then beat the Merchant Marine Academy, Binghamton by 51, and then Colgate, a ranked team that was also chasing to that number 2 spot in the Empire. They finished second in the Empire and then made the final against Stony Brook, which they won 32-28. They're the conference champions, but it's taken by Notre Dame College. Back to the action. The maul is working. The maul is going, and now breaking out. Huge tackle there from Alex Amico from Syracuse to stop something from happening. In fact, that was Jake Smith, not Amico. Number 7, not number 1, but a penalty against Syracuse. Quick tap. That's Spencer Duncan. And that's going to call back. I think that was going to be a forward pass. Forward pass. And so the quick tap from Corey Graham. And he passed off to Duncan, but it was a little bit forward. But again, look at all this pressure that Notre Dame is giving.
Coach!
Jake Smith put in a try-saving tackle for Syracuse. And we are taking a couple of minutes. The trainer was on the field, and she's going to be taking off one of the Syracuse players. I think that's Matt McGargy, right wing, coming off. And we are bringing on a sub. He's taking his own sweet time, and I think it's possibly a concussion check. The way she's looking at him now and looking into his eyes and moving her fingers around, we got a concussion check there. And then we have John Santiago going off for Notre Dame College. That may be a blood sub or a concussion check, one of those two.
All right, guys, here's your mark. Left foot, please. Left foot on the mark. Time on. Let's play.
Quick substitutions, both teams. I think they're both temporary.
Let's go.
Hopefully they're temporary.
Fine.
And back to the action now. Still 0-0. We're 9 minutes into this ACRC Bowl Series game brought to you by URugby. I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report. Next Level Rugby providing you with the stream and the ball out. And they're kicking downfield and again looking for territory and smartly kicking it into the stands is Syracuse. You kick it into the stands, you don't get the quick line out, and they do not want to give Notre Dame College that quick line out. I think that's Tony Williams, criminal justice, but now he's back off, And John Santiago, the Bronx, New Yorker, who is
Stay right back, Lee.
majoring in intelligence, comes back on. Ready to do the throw. Up it goes. One. But bursting through comes Syracuse. They got it. Notre Dame has to secure that a little bit better. Vincent was just bottled up, but they do win it. Vincent now back up, ready to get that ball out. Graham waiting for it. Graham has it. He fakes it, goes through. They're waiting for him.
Hands out.
Taken out, but lost. Evan Bradshaw, he kind of wanted that ball, but he was ended up having to clear out. And that really was a little bit too fancy, and perhaps hands out might have been the call. With Ronell Reynolds, a really difficult to contain left wing out there, waiting for it. Scrum down to Syracuse now, still no score.
One. Set.
And the Hammerheads are hitting hard, and they know they have to. They're getting the ball out, nicely done. And that would be Daly. It's kicked ahead, the chase from Matt Holcraft, but the touchline wins that one. But Daly, he saw that his pass out to fly half Alex Hodgkinson was covered, and he just did a fake and ran, and then they were good. So nicely done by the scrum half. Syracuse now pressuring inside the Notre Dame College 22. Notre Dame has the throw into the line out. Santiago takes a while to get that ball in, but yes, it's won nicely. Vincent, drop forward, spilled, and that's going to be a try. Try called. Referee Henshaw says that's good, and that was all about pressure defense. That is your Syracuse ball game right there. They kicked ahead even when they didn't have the throw in the line out. They trust their defense well. And I think that was Hodgkinson who got it and took it on. But for whoever scored it, and it was very quick on us, Hodgkinson will now attempt the conversion. It is 5-0 Syracuse. And that was just rushing up in defense. Graham looking at the defenders, not looking at the ball, spills it. And it's a try for the Hammerheads. Hodgkinson lines this one up. It's high. Very nice. One might even say a majestic kick. And 7-0, Syracuse leads. Well, there you go. Two very different styles, and we're going to see this all day long. They both hit very hard, but you see Notre Dame College wants to make something work in the scrum. Ball knocked forward, up in the air, so close to having it done. And the Falcons want to run with it. They want to fly with it. And a more stealthy approach by the Syracuse Hammerheads. They're going to kick. They're going to pressure. They're going to force mistakes. And they're going to play in the opposition end. Oddly, though, most of this game so far, first 14 minutes or so, have been played mostly in the Syracuse end of the field. They've just defended extremely well. And Hodgkinson, he can kick. And his ability to get 30, 40, 45 meters on a kick when most kickers might get 20 or 15, well, that's a big difference right there. Daly, he puts it in. Good win from the Hammerheads. Gets it out. Good hands from Hodgkinson. Out there to Surik. Surik wisely doesn't try to do too much with it.
Give me daylight 10.
Takes contact. It's out Hodgkinson picked it up, nothing going there, and he just booted it downfield. Well, they're happy to do that. Big chase from Jack Favor. Quick line out. I don't know if that was such a good idea, but one tackle broken, another tackle broken. That's Tupuola, and now they're moving it. The Falcons. Hands, look at this. Look at this. Oh, 5-on-1. 5-on-1, and he didn't give it. And Matt McGargy of Syracuse is saying, thank you very much for cutting back into traffic because I had their entire back line to tackle. So decision making under pressure, decision making in a big game, it's always so important. And when you have people outside you, don't get too fancy, just pass it out. Seems like the right move. Notre Dame loses a prime attacking opportunity, and Syracuse now gets the scrum just inside the Notre Dame College.
Coach! Set!
Syracuse, good shot. Oh, but it's wheeled around again, but this time, and they lost it. It's gone out to Walsh. Walsh is running. He's dancing around. Tackle. And then a pick and go. Spun out. And that was Reynolds making the first pass.
Step.
Again, Notre Dame has it. Again, they have numbers. Straight up the middle, though.
Roll away, three.
Nicely recycled. Oh, they have people on the left there. That's Janotka, the kicker and prop.
Straight to ground.
And Syracuse penalized for diving onto the ball. Notre Dame wants to go quickly, but kind of fumbled the ball there, so they decide not to.
Number 4, straight to ground.
Now what's the choice? They should probably call for a scrum here. It would be a great place to call for a scrum.
Well, which one is it?
And they're they're having a discussion about it now, and they do call for the scrum. Their scrum has been very, very solid.
Scrum down.
And exactly one of those situations where you see the difference between a club team and a varsity team. Club teams do, of course, get it together to own their own scrum machine, that kind of thing, but a varsity team much more likely to have one, much more likely because it's incumbent upon you to come to practice. That's part of what you're there for, that you're there, we have the full 8 practicing together. All those little things, those little moments of working together add up to minutes and hours of training. And you can see that here with this still young, developing Notre Dame College side. And their scrum looks very good. We'll see if they try to shove it or they just hold it so they can get a good attacking platform. Yeah, they shove a little bit. Now it wheels around. And a fake. Walsh. Oh, he's got so many people with him, but he doesn't give it. And that was really good. Up so quickly. Hodgkinson and Smith. And again, held up now. The ball comes out. Looking for it. Santiago, he wants it. Walsh pops it out. And that would be Beretka. Out we go again. That's Duncan. Once again, popped back inside to Walsh. Walsh going close to the line. Referee right there, he's got his eyes on. Trying to bash it into the try zone. Oh, spinning out of it, Walsh. Walsh was there as sort of right in the middle. And here's your big runner, and this one was just sort of stepping out of a tackle and in under the post. Tommy Walsh got involved there a couple of times, and that is a try for Notre Dame College. He points to the sky. And 7-5, so it is. Janotka ready to kick it, try to tie it up with this relatively easy conversion, but you never know. He's been taking his time to set it up, and he does have sort of a limit of time, so we'll see about that. Meanwhile, Syracuse under the posts, just talking about it right now, and it really came down to, they've got to be careful. They can't just spill the ball. They can't give up those turnovers. The kick is good. It's 7-7. We have a ball game, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes in exactly. 7-7 exactly. Well, we talk about the Notre Dame College speed, but really their forwards made that work. We saw Notre, we saw Santiago, we saw Duncan, Spencer Duncan, the South African from Johannesburg, sports administration major, all of those players getting involved. Up in the air goes John McDonald. He knocks it backwards. Good enough to win it. Graham. He gets kind of under that. And they let it bounce.
Back to the offside. Yeah.
And we're calling that back. Referee says penalty, offside against Syracuse. It was a little bit odd that he didn't really call that back earlier, seeing as the kicking for territory, that's exactly what Notre Dame would have done otherwise. So penalty for the Falcons, and this time they're going to kick for touch.
Let's go, gents. Here's the mark. Let's go.
And they'll get the line out.
Right, let's go.
That's the advantage of getting the penalty. And so we see more players coming in. See Michael Engelbrecht from North Texas coming in. How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. So.
Okay, what do you got?
All the teams that are playing tomorrow coming in to see what's going on Friday. It's great. And here at the Rugby Athletics Center, this third floor is pretty much full up now, up against the fence. And the bleachers have the fans coming in. We have players from teams from the same conference coming in to root on teams that were their rivals, and now they're brothers. Good throw in from Santiago. Once again, flying in comes Syracuse. And Shamel Vincent saw his life flash before his eyes, but he did rescue it. Taking in now Khalid Williams. Vincent, again he picks it up. Out we go now, Graham, Walsh, and that's Bradshaw. Bradshaw, he loses one. He loses one and he lost the ball forward. Walsh is ready to go and nab it, but that was lost forward. And Evan Bradshaw, who's a freshman out of Raleigh, North Carolina, he's a local boy.
Lost it forward.
And boy, can he break it loose. Got to hold on to it, though, and it is damp. Remember, this field is damp, a little bit dewy, a little bit chilly now. Just have to be a little bit more careful because of that. So, scrum to Syracuse here. We're tied up 7-7. 17 minutes left here in the first half of this ACRC Bowl Series second game. If you missed the first one, that was 41-10. UMass over NC State. I know, kind of surprising, but UMass played a terrific game. Penalty against Syracuse in this one.
8-7, you're pulling it around.
Pulling. So Notre Dame College has been getting the wheel, but you can only get the wheel by force of push. You can't get the wheel from pulling at the opposing prop, and that's what the penalty was for. Throw in for Syracuse, number 8, Angus Bishop, the captain. This is the guy I've been interviewing most of the time talking about this team for Goff Rugby Report. His throw is good, sails away a little bit. Nobody caught it, but Syracuse won it. Hodgkinson looking for someone to work with, and we come back, and now the call is not straight. And that one was a little bit weird. You know, that looked like it was down the middle. And oddly, if it was not straight, it was not straight in favor of Notre Dame. And we'll go back and we'll get a scrum for Notre Dame College.
What do we like to do? Scrum, boys. Coach. Seconds. Point.
So Syracuse, I think they were 1-5 last year. They felt that they were much better than that. They proved that this year.
Use it.
Good scrum win from Notre Dame. Graham now has it. And now we're going to go further outside. We're going to use Walsh. They want to use Walsh a lot, it seems.
Release.
Oh, slow recycle, though. They're not keeping it in contact. Syracuse had it, dropped it at the base of the ruck. Frustration. Bishop should have kept it.
What do you mean? You think I didn't see that one? Yeah, sure, no worries, yeah? Yeah.
And so Angus Bishop looking around, looking for someone to pass to, and forgot that you got to pick up that ball first. So a little bit frustrated with himself because it gives the ball back to Notre Dame. And knock-ons are not going to be Syracuse's friends. Notre Dame has a slightly stronger scrum, although that's a nice shove from Syracuse. Out we come now to Graham, to Bradshaw. And Thomas trying to feed out to Walsh. Walsh is in trouble. McGargy in there, in on that tackle, as is Surik, Evan Surik from Syracuse. Still Notre Dame keeps it. Oh, charge down. And again, you see the pressure. They want to come up so quickly. Number 2, Greg Fligor for Syracuse charged that down. And had that ball not slid into touch, maybe he would have been able to tow it ahead, cause some damage. Still, though, remember, Syracuse scored their first try from a turnover after a lineout just about in this position. The steal, the ball bounces around. Who's lost it? Who's got it? There's a knock-on by Notre Dame, I think, and I think we're going to see that call, yes. Knock forward by the Falcons, and that's exactly what Syracuse wants now. They've got a good attacking position. Scrum inside the Notre Dame College 22. Let's see what they can do with it. Surik, Dallas Haskins, those two in the midfield, talking to Alex Hodgkinson.
Coach! Boy! Set!
And it's put in now from Daly. Oh, the big shove. The ball comes out the side, and it's won by Notre Dame. Bradshaw went forward. He immediately saw Everett Smith had taken it. He was there again. There's Smith again.
Roll away.
Very active number 7 is Everett Smith. The ball is brought out. They're moving it. Yanotka.
Roll away.
And up again. Out it goes. Poor pass. Kicked ahead by Thomas. And Reynolds chasing after it, but really not much of there. And Notre Dame could have done an awful lot more with that ball. They had so much go forward, but the passing not quite there. We would have liked to have seen a little bit better skill set from them. So now it remains 7-7. You see the set piece in the opposing 22, not quite firing for either team at the moment. A lovely evening here at the Rugby Athletics Center. A very nice back and forth game. And the maul gets put into touch. And you know, we've had a lot of rain on this field the last couple of days, and it's a little bit muddy, but not terribly so. We're going to see how it holds up. 9 full games this weekend. We are in game number 2.
Clean it up here, yeah.
And a big throw, Santiago, tap back. And nicely gathered in by Smith. Having a very nice game is Everett Smith.
Release!
Oh, went so far.
Roll away, please. Roll
And a
away.
penalty. Falcons.
Number 4, you need to roll away, please. Get out.
I think they're going to kick for touch on this one. But Everett Smith
4, you're not rolling
blew
away.
right through one tackler
Hold on, wait for
and forced 2 or 3 others to come and get him. He didn't make touch. It's really criminal on a penalty not to make touch. Hodgkinson, kaboom, all the way down. Where's the chase? Not really much of a chase, but that was a fantastic kick. See what they can do with it now, can the Falcons. And that is Tupola. And there's Walsh, the try scorer, puts on the sidestep. He looks for support. He's still running. They try to get him. They can't get him. Tommy Walsh, he scored a try that was about 2 steps and then he was over, and this one was a couple of side steps, a little bit faking, and he was through. Fantastic pace. And you saw also he was looking for Tupuola, trying to use his support, but he didn't need it. Walsh, second try of the day, and that's 12-7. Notre Dame leads. Unotka lining up another fairly easy kick. But you can see now the danger of the Falcons when they get the ball in a little bit of space. The kick is good. 14-7. Notre Dame College leads. And here we are at the Rugby Athletic Center in Charlotte, North Carolina, ACRC Bowl Series. Brought to you by URugby. Next Level Rugby is hosting it. I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report. Yes, we all work together because we all like each other. Once again, the ball goes to ground, and once again, Notre Dame College manages to win it anyway. That is John McDonald pushing through, sophomore from Hartville, Ohio. Graham, he's going to kick it downfield. Not sure why he wants to do that. McGargy, he's got it. He's got some help with him. Does he? Well, I don't know. No one's there with him. Finally, so slow, but Syracuse gets there. They've got something going on this weak side. Now they have numbers, but they don't have the ball. Spilled it forward. Santiago can't get the handle on it and will take the first knock on. And a scrum down to Notre Dame. And really Syracuse has to keep that ball. There's urgency there with the Syracuse attack, and really there doesn't need to be. They're only down by a try. Don't have to rush it. They have to play their game. Notre Dame College quite happy to scrum down. Their scrum is looking very good. That engine room, Spencer Duncan, the South African, John McDonald, the Ohioan, they're shoving well. Khalid Williams, John Santiago, and Alex Unotka up front. Vincent gets it out to Graham. Graham still has it. Graham using his dummy runners. He's still going. Now he pops it out. And that's Rodney Thomas. He's in at the corner, but they've taken him into touch, and he doesn't quite make it. And some might argue that was a little bit of shepherding on that second dummy runner. But fly half Corey Graham out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Criminal justice major, local boy. Boy, he can run. Line out for Syracuse. They need to win this one. Notre Dame could really just snag a soft try. I know they've snagged that ball, that's for sure. Graham now, he's got it. Sends it out to Thomas. Thomas to Walsh. Remember Walsh? Remember all those tries? Could he get his third? Taken down just short of the line. Pick and go. Falcons still pushing. And no, knock forward. It'll be a scrum to Syracuse. And once again, the Hammerheads are surviving. Barely hanging on. Impressive stuff on the defensive end from Syracuse. It's the turnovers that are killing them and Notre Dame's pace that's killing them.
Coach! Point! Set! Yes.
So John Daly puts the ball in for Syracuse. Hodgkinson waiting for it. Doesn't have much room. A slow pass, but no problem. He gets it up there. That is a very high, easy kick for Tupuola to take. Walsh is going to break through. Taken down very nicely by Dallas Haskins. And in fact, penalty against Notre Dame, holding on. So Walsh was held in the tackle and didn't give the ball up. He tried to get back up. Hodgkinson now can relieve some of that pressure. Just under 5 minutes left in this first half. 14-7, Notre Dame College leads. It's been pretty back and forth. And really, though, Syracuse has had some dicey moments in their own 22. And as we see, as they line up for this line out, Ethan Pileshi, it looks like the fullback for Syracuse, limping around. He's not a happy man. Something is bothering him. Might just be sort of a Charlie horse. He's trying to walk it off. Syracuse has won that line out, though. And they've got to work it through the forwards. This is where they've run into some problems, but here they get a penalty. Once again, I think they're going to just, they're going to go for posts. And a very smart, patient move here. Hodgkinson can kick very well. This is still the first half. It's only a 7-point game. Get some points. And the Englishman will line it up. He scored the try when pressure defense forced Graham to drop the ball, and Hodgkinson scooped it up and scored, then kicked the conversion. Notre Dame College came back with Tommy Walsh finishing off a series of forward surges. The wing just got a little short pass, stepped out of a tackle, and he was in. And then a very long run from Walsh was the second try. The kick is up and off to the right. Enough distance, but not enough direction. Stays 14-7. So Notre Dame College will kick the 22 dropout here.
No delay. Let's go.
And they take their time doing it. We're nearing the end of the first half. Graham, a high kick. And Bishop has gathered it nicely. It's still loose, though. Syracuse has it.
Straight down, play on.
So
hands out.
So sloppy with the ball, everybody. They have to be a little bit more careful, but the ruck is won. Hammerheads have it.
Roll away.
Now they try to work the forwards.
Step. 7, step.
Back we go. Hodgkinson trying to kick low. It's blocked. It's up in the air. Blocked kick up in the air. Everybody's onside, so we're good there. Syracuse keeps it. Smart move from Hammerheads. Penalty against Notre Dame College. I think coming in from the side or not rolling away, offside. There were all kinds of gestures from referee Henshaw, and finally he said offside. Pretty much the same thing as coming in from the side in some way. Alex Hodgkinson points to the post and said, I'm going to try it again. Remember also, you know, the weather has its own effect on these goal kicks. It's a little bit chilly, a little bit wet. Sometimes those ball doesn't fly off the tee the way it does on a hot, dry day. Might be wishing that it was the afternoon, not the evening here in Charlotte. The kick's up. And wide to the right again. Didn't follow through. So he's got a little bit of a slice on his shot now, Hodgkinson. A little bit frustrated, I'm sure, on that one. Graham's going to drop kick. Another high one. Syracuse under it.
Get away, White.
And now they're going to work it. Nicely done with Surik.
Lost feet.
Once again, Hodgkinson looking to use somebody.
Roll away. No hands.
Syracuse wins it again. Good recycle. Amico.
Step.
Bishop picks it up, passes it out. Hodgkinson Oh, and up so quickly, and too quickly, says the referee. And the Notre Dame College defense is offside. Now we're going to have a little bit of a chat with captain and say, let's stay on side. Too many penalties now. So a little bit of a warning, and Spencer Duncan goes back and talks with his forwards. And again, Hodgkinson will point to the posts. It was a smart move each time. And while there have been misses, they've been able to stay in the Notre Dame College half. They've been making the Falcons play defense. And that's all part of their game plan. Hodgkinson now with the attempt. Kick is up. And it's good. He struck that with a little bit more confidence this time, and that will end the half. 14-10. Notre Dame College leads Syracuse. This is Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report. You want to check out our reports on not only the ACRC Bowl Series, but the men's and women's playoffs throughout the weekend. And here we are at the Rugby Athletic Center. It's been really nice to see all the different teams come in, check out the action. Cincinnati Bearcats, I see North Texas Mean Green, saw AIC coming in and cheering on their fellow conference mates in UMass. UMass won 41-10, and that was a heck of a game with Joe Hastry having a fantastic game, 3 tries for the Minutemen.
In my mind, it was over. And you both paused and I was like, oh, they're doing it to me.
Notre Dame College now 2 tries, one sort of a more of a phased situation. One of them more of a breakaway.
Very good work. When they're under pressure.
But the first try came from Syracuse. Alex Hodgkinson has accounted for all their points with a try, a conversion, and a penalty. He missed 2 penalty attempts, but that just kept the pressure up, finished up the half with a penalty. Remember, you can check out URugby.com as well for live blogging on this. And coming up after this one, here we are at halftime of the Notre Dame College against Syracuse game, the final game of tonight. And boy, this is going to be a great one. It is Boston College versus Alabama. BC defeated Dartmouth, Albany, Northeastern, Middlebury, and those last 3 games were all shutouts. They beat New England College. Then they beat UMass 39-20. Defeated Fairfield, UConn, and then that put them into the final game of the season against AIC. The winner would have won the conference. AIC won that 50-7. It shows you how good AIC is. Why Goff Rugby Report has them ranked number 1 for the fall. But Boston College, they're not bad either. And in fact, the Eagles for the fall are ranked 21. BC faces off with Alabama. Alabama swept their half of the ACRC conference, and that put them in the semifinals where they played South Carolina. They lost 34-27 in that game. They're ranked number 24. But the Crimson Tide really should not be disappointed with that. They've had a fantastic season. They made the final of the ACRC last year. They were a bit of a surprise team, beating Tennessee. And Alabama, Tennessee, and South Carolina are all here this weekend. Alabama, Boston College will be coming up in about an hour. So we're nicely on time in these games so far, which is a testament partly because we've been a little bit lucky with stoppages, and partly because the referees have done what they've been asked to do and get the games going on time, and that's a testament to their organizational skills. So watch out for BC versus Alabama coming up. Right now we have Notre Dame College Falcons in blue leading Syracuse in orange and blue, and it is 14-10. Notre Dame College leads. This is Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report here at the ACRC Bowl Series. And tomorrow, we're going to have 6 more games for you.
All right, you guys ready, Blue? It's a nice gig you got on the head there.
We actually have
You guys
7
ready?
because Iona plays
Go.
Delaware in a different live feed at the Ice Bucket Challenge Bowl out of New Rochelle, New York, but 6 games here from Charlotte. And we are underway for the second half. Notre Dame wins that restart. Working the forwards a little bit now.
All right, step, please.
So active at the base of that ruck is Shamel Vincent, Bronx, New York, sophomore. Well, they're just taking it a little bit more calmly now, Falcons. Let's use those forwards. Let's make those big guys tackle us. It's probably what Coach Jason Fox talked about.
Let's go.
So yes, let's just pick and go. And out it comes now. Oh, and off the shoulder of young Evan Bradshaw. It's down to Syracuse now. You got to watch out for that now as Holcraft, he slips over. Daly has it now. But just way too slow, way too worried. But he doesn't knock it on. They do lose it, and Notre Dame gets it back. Kick downfield by Graham. Nobody claims it. Nicely gathered there by Voorhees. Wide pass, a bit of a hospital pass. Oh, it's a fire drill now.
Step.
Syracuse players now somehow managed to win this.
If I say step and you
But
don't
we are
step,
calling
oh,
a
sorry,
penalty
you get a penalty.
offside
Both of
by
you
Notre
standing
Dame
there, you
College
don't
coming
step.
in from the side. And Syracuse will be able to get out of this, but really not taking care of the ball. And one of the things about rugby, you really don't want to pass to someone if they're in a worse position than you. You may
Captain,
be
I
about
can't
to be
anymore, eh?
tackled,
I've lost too many times.
but if the other guy has a defender right on him, that's not doing anybody any favors. And, that guy's not going to want to give you a ride to the airport if you do that to him and give him that kind of pass when he gets himself rocked down into the ground. Nice take from Syracuse forwards. They've won that line out. They've gone forward with it. Organized it very nicely. Hodgkinson right into the corner. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. May I have another? That's exactly what they want. Voorhees is there on the chase, making sure nothing else happens. And that is your Syracuse game plan in a nutshell. Santiago now getting ready for the line-out throw for Notre Dame.
Yep, go.
He's had a couple of wonky throws, but they win that one. They don't win that one at the front. It went right for where he wanted it to, but it was disrupted beautifully. I think that was number 5, Andrew Birdsall for Syracuse. Ball comes loose,
First one,
but it's knocked forward by Notre Dame. So that moment of glory Khalid Williams thought he had with the fly hack and maybe to go 80 meters as a prop, that didn't happen. And it'll be a scrum. You see referee Henshaw move the players to scrum at the 15-meter dotted line. That's 15 meters in from the sideline, trying to find a little bit better ground to scrum on. And it'll be a scrum down for Syracuse. They've had some trouble keeping this solid. They need to keep this solid if they want to get a good attack off. Daly's going to put it in. Is he going to go around the weak side?
Put it in, please.
What has Bishop got planned? But no, they're just going backwards, and it's That was a knock-on by Daly, but it's a function of the fact that the scrum is coming right down on his head while he's trying to get the ball out. And Notre Dame just has a stronger shove at the moment. When you get that momentum going, it's kind of hard to stop with the slidey fields. It's getting a little bit browner, a little bit muddier as this game wears on. Still a nice tight one. This is a game we thought would be close. 14-10, Notre Dame College leads, and you know they can break one off at any moment. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. Oh, there's the pickup, and that's Barelka.
Release.
Good pass out, and that was well taken by Thomas. And there's the break, and there's Tupuola, and that's what they can do right there.
Try Notre Dame.
Cullen Barelka picked it up.
Made me work.
He made the surge from that 8-man pick. He sent it out. Thomas, again, goes through the line, powers down. They get the ball out to Tupuola. We know that he is dangerous. We know that he's a talent. We haven't really seen him so far. And then they send him right up the middle. And Marcus Tupuola, who the junior from Carson, California, the mathematics major, can put up some nice numbers when you talk about speed as well. And in for the try, 19-10, and the third straight try for Notre Dame College that has gone in under the posts. And kicker and prop forward, Alex Goff, has said, you know, this is great. My kicking stats are going to be awesome because I just kick from in front of the post. I'm sure he can kick the difficult ones as well. Kick is up, and it's through. 21-10, Notre Dame leads, and that was just punishing. All came from, you had a scrum that Syracuse had in an attacking position with a large weak side, everything set up so that the Hammerheads could do something with it, but then the knock-on because of the good shove from Notre Dame. They win that scrum, 8-man pick, center crash, fullback inserts. Ball pops off Williams' shoulder there on the restart, so the ball is knocked forward, and the Notre Dame player who caught it was in an offside position. So that's a penalty against Notre Dame right off that restart. Syracuse now has a chance to do something with that, and they're going to kick for touch. Take the line out.
When you get those kicks, go to the corner. You can always
Have to say I'm impressed with both of these teams. They're sticking to their game plan, which is important. You know, you get under a lot of pressure, and this kind of game can provide pressure too. You know, it's like webcast live. We're at this beautiful stadium in front of people. Everybody knows about it. It's a bowl game. It's sort of the culmination of your fall. All these different factors involved. You just can make a young person just sort of break away from what they're supposed to be doing. And so, the drive by Syracuse, diving over onto the ball is Notre Dame. It's another penalty. What are they going to do with it? And I think Hodgkinson is going to kick it to touch again. Now, remember, this is, for those of you who are my age, you might remember that it used to be that you could set up a line out right almost on the try line. If you kicked the ball into touch and it went out a meter from the try line, you had a line out a meter from the try line. We don't do that anymore. We put it back to 5 meters. I'm not quite sure why we do that, but that's the way it's done. Throw is not good. It's overthrown and a little bit to the Notre Dame side. Falcons have it, I think. And in the end, though, holding on, we've got a penalty, and I think referee Henshaw is going to reach into his pocket.
Come to me. That's too many.
We're going to have a discussion. Yes, we've got a yellow card, cynical foul. right on your number 7, Everett Smith.
Holding on. He had 3
And really
penalties
just
earlier on.
there holding on to the ball. They'd won it, but then he held on to it. And a kick out wide. Voorhees somehow
Straight
gathers it.
down.
He knocks it on.
Now it went forward.
That was a poor choice of
Gone
play,
forward,
poorly
come on.
executed as they tapped it and then kicked wide. If you're going to do that, well, you need it to go forward. It went backwards. It was problems. Rushing. Syracuse had it. They had the pressure on. They really didn't need at that point to kick it, and they might have done well to actually call for the scrum.
So I'm on this side, right?
Scrum instead for Notre Dame.
Coach! Line! Set! Yes.
Notre Dame was 7 men in the pack because Smith is on the sidelines. Ball wheeled around. Really good work from Jake Smith.
No, he's good.
Syracuse has won that. And no, they haven't. No, they haven't. He's going to come out the Notre Dame side. And the pick and jam, they're trying to get a little bit more space to kick it out. But the lineup of the backs, it doesn't look like Notre Dame is thinking kick at all. But now we have a knock forward. And good defense from Syracuse. I think they knew they weren't going to kick it.
Are you all right? No cons. Orange ball.
And so now, this is an excellent attacking position for Syracuse. One less player in the scrum for Notre Dame.
Coach! Boy!
Unless they add one of their backs.
Set!
Daly comes around the back. What's going on? It came out the side. Picked up by number 6, Favor. And now we got Hodgkinson trying to get it to Bishop. And again, going straight, high tackle against Notre Dame. They're getting in trouble now. A lot of penalty issues. And Hodgkinson points to the posts.
You got to hold your body weight up, number 10.
Says,
You got to hold your
I'm
body
gonna
weight
go.
up. You were off your body weight, yeah?
Not sure if that is quite the right move, considering they have to score twice right now to get ahead. And if they kick this, they still have to score twice. But the kick is over. 21-13 now. Syracuse still with the man advantage because of the yellow card. And that kick went over the fence that keeps the balls on the field. Fortunately, we have extra.
You got to hold up your body, right? Unlucky.
Error by Corey Graham. Syracuse, another shot now. Scrum center, even if your scrum is struggling a little bit, scrum center is a big deal. So Syracuse has Evan Surik and Pat Voorhees on the right side with the fullback, Ethan Pileshi, sort of hiding behind them. Got the rest of the backs on the other side. And here, penalty against Notre Dame. I think they sort of dismantled from that scrum. And Hodgkinson kicks downfield, and he is going to kick it through the dead ball line. Rushed it. He rushed it, and in fact, he kicked from not anywhere near the mark, but rushed it anyway. And so that will be a scrum back where they kicked from. And once again, a little bit of youthful exuberance. And I would say that his kicking skills and field generalship has been strong for Alex Hodgkinson, but a couple of times he's rushed penalty decisions that he doesn't need to make.
You guys have got to push it straight. You two are pulling it around, okay? He's pivoting nicely on him, and you guys are pulling it. Don't do that. Push straight.
So it'll be a scrum to Notre Dame, and they'll take their time getting this down.
Bind.
They want Everett Smith back
Set.
on the field.
Yep, go.
Now they win it. Bad pass. Nicely rescued by Graham. Caught. Hodgkinson looking for some help. Well done by the fly half. It comes back now for Syracuse. In goes Favor.
Step.
And we have a little bit of chatting between Favor and Bradshaw, but nothing comes of it. Hodgkinson now looking for some help, looking for Smith to help him. Once again, they recycle. Hodgkinson again. The kick ahead. Nobody's home. Who's going to get there? Voorhees chases it, and the kick goes straight out. And if that had stayed in field, that would have been all kinds of problems for the Falcons because there was no one in the back there.
Yeah, I was in line. I thought it was good enough, yeah?
Well, again, the little elements of execution are just causing them issues.
I'll check in a minute.
Ball won by Notre Dame. Problems every single time he gets it, but not rolling away. Meanwhile, Everett Smith is standing on the sideline just waiting to be called back onto the field. He has not been called back yet. He's looking very impatient, but the referee not having any of it. Janetka into touch. Makes about 9 meters, but it's a line out for Notre Dame now. Nicely won. And for once they get something going out there. Beretka. Oh, he's tough to bring down. Powerful runner. Set up that last try with an 8-man pick. The fake and go, Corey Graham. Ball slow coming out. A boot in there from, I think it was Bishop. It might have been from Favor, and that is actually, should have been a penalty. And the assistant referee saw it, and we will probably get this call back for a penalty against Syracuse for kicking the ball out of the scrum half's hands, which is a no-y. Don't do that. And you might think that that's not a big deal, but first of all, it's just kind of uncool, but I've actually seen that break a hand, so it's dangerous play. And then referee game.
6, kicking the ball out. It's called by the touch judge. Off you go, off you go, off you go.
Just,
I'll have a look for you, yeah?
I think the argument there was that maybe the scrum half was part of the ruck, and they're saying, no, you still don't kick the ball out of someone's hands like that. So,
90 seconds.
really, this yellow card period for Syracuse has not been their most shining moment. They've gotten 3 points out of it. 3 points they probably should not have opted for and probably should have kept the pressure up to get that try. They weren't able to execute.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
And their backline play has not been stellar. And a couple of mistakes on the kicks too. Notre Dame now, and once again, coming straight through on poor Shamel Vincent. What is he supposed to do when nobody helps him out that way?
Roll away, 4.
And once again, it was Bishop coming through. Ball loose, taken over. Hodgkinson passed to someone. The problem was he passed to Khalid Williams. The guy's not on his team. Back to Notre Dame it goes. Grandin lost it. Kicked ahead now. There's the chase. Voorhees wants to get to it, and it's out on the full. And so that will once again be a line out for Notre Dame back where the ball was kicked.
The bin can come back in.
And now the sin bin is done. Everett Smith gets to come back on.
You can line up in the meantime. Come to me. Captain, bring him to me, please.
And while that happens, we also see John McDonald coming off, subbed off, the second row forward, and coming on. I believe that is Martez Turner, Cleveland, Ohio native, coming in to sub in the second row.
So you got to keep it tight, you right? Thank you. Time on. That was before Bellswire.
And so now we're midway through the second half, still anybody's game, 21-13. And a very, very not straight throw. And just all kinds of combobulation. And the ball will go to Syracuse. And so the Hammerheads get a shot here. Again, they've been having trouble with their scrum, but we'll see what happens with the substitution in the second row for Notre Dame. I'm guessing it's not going to make much difference. I think Notre Dame is still going to be stronger. The issue for Notre Dame is they can't get too much about it. If they wheel it illegally, that's when they come into problems. Oh, very good shove, but they get it out now. Hodgkinson looking to use somebody. Nailed as he sends the ball out wide. The pass doesn't make it.
Hold on 1 second.
McGargy can't reach it because he's not 7 feet tall, and Hodgkinson is hit late. The question is, how late?
Okay. I didn't see the number, but it's certainly a late hit. Okay, back up.
And the assistant referee says that was a late hit. In his opinion, referee Henshaw says, okay, penalty to Syracuse. And so still we need to see some execution in the back line from Syracuse. We need to see them use those penalties the way they want. An excellent kick from Hodgkinson gets his team down from about 8 meters outside his 22 to about 2 meters, maybe 4 meters outside the opposition 22. And now a win on this line out, perhaps a try, even a penalty, and we've got a one-score game. So a big defensive stand needed here for Notre Dame. Here we are, ACRC Bowl Series Game 2. Game 1, UMass defeated NC State 41-10. Here we've got Syracuse against Notre Dame College 21-13. And they needed that line out, did Syracuse. And that one wasn't straight. It wasn't even close to straight. So it'll be a turnover and Notre Dame. Now, here we go with what Notre Dame College can do. Cullen Beredka, their sophomore number 8, he can go. And with the solidity they have in the scrum, yeah, I think that he's going to do something there. And I think Tommy Walsh says, go and give me the ball. Well, everyone was thinking of it. Favor took him down.
No hands.
They're still going now. Falcons have it.
Come on. Step back, 19. Step back, step back.
Picking up and going again. Very methodical. See how quickly Syracuse is trying to come up. Oh, they're offside. Hodgkinson was 1.5 miles offside, but not really involved in the play. So play continues. Some big hits from the Syracuse players. That's the way they want to do it, and they're right on top of that ball. And they force a penalty in from the side, forcing a Notre Dame College player to come in and try and seal that thing off. And so another penalty. Kick to the corner. Perfect, perfect kick from Hodgkinson. And so back we are again. Same deal as we were, only a little bit more worrisome for Notre Dame. An attacking line out for Syracuse.
I'm going to the back. So
Last time it was a not straight. They were in this position a few minutes ago, and it was an overthrow. So what can they do now? They've got to get it right. They've got that one. Setting up the maul.
No hands wide.
Notre Dame does well to sack that maul.
Release.
That was Zurich taken down. Advantage to Syracuse. Now they're moving it. Can they move it one more? Everybody's up so quickly. But penalty.
Number 18. Number 18.
So this would be the time where maybe going for goal. We've got another yellow card. This time,
Just going back here.
just repeated offenses.
I'll give you a mark.
And we'll see where the penalty is to see if whether they want to kick for it.
Here's your mark. Here we go.
Syracuse has gone for posts 4 times so far. Hodgkinson is 2 for 2. He missed 2 long-range kicks.
Okay.
And here, they might just want to tap it and run. No, they're going to look for take the line out. The kick.
Yeah, that's 5. Sorry, Nigel, did you have something?
Good touch finder from Hodgkinson. So once again with the line out. Once again, they want to set up the maul. But remember the laws about the maul. You're not allowed to collapse a maul, but it's not a maul if there's only one person defending it. Then it's just a bunch of guys leaning up against a tackler. You can then tackle that. Beautifully taken, beautifully dropped out.
Run away, Blue!
Instead of going with the maul, they went for a line-out move. Pick and go. They're driving again. So close, so on the line. Falcons trying to set up that wall. Once again, Syracuse picks and goes. There they are. It's over. And that is a try for Syracuse. That is a huge try for them. They make it 21-18. They make it a 3-point game before the kick comes. I didn't see who got it, but it was a series of pick and drives, and it all started from the realization that if Notre Dame College was going to sack that maul, that they're going to have to do something different and go with just rushing their big guys right against the line. Finally, they execute something after all those penalties. And now it's 21-18. Well, we knew this was going to be a close one. We really did. It's exactly the way it's gone. Syracuse trying to kick for territory and push it in. Hodgkinson's kick from out wide. It's up. Looks pretty good. And no, just pulled it a little bit to the left. 21-18 at 13 minutes or so to go. And so here we are at the Rugby Athletic Center.
Discipline, guys. Discipline. Hey, speak to the boys. Discipline. That's all we need, eh?
At the ACRC Bowl Series, this is the second game of 9 that we'll see in Charlotte. 1 more in New Rochelle, New York. The Ice Bucket Bowl. The Ice Bucket Challenge Bowl. And then, as we restart it, Syracuse drops it. And that'll be a scrum for Notre Dame. And that's one of those things, you know, you work so hard to get some momentum, get some points, and then you give something away like that. And certainly you wanted to run onto it, grab it, and go, but it didn't happen.
Captain, nice and straight, eh? Nice and straight.
And I will say, I know we're in the South. It's chilly here in Charlotte. And if you haven't touched the ball in a while, as I put my gloves on, if you haven't touched the ball in a while, then maybe your hands aren't quite so sure.
Use it.
Ball comes out. Notre Dame backs to Puola.
Release, roll away.
Looking to use it. Oh, they've won that relatively quickly, but there's nobody there. Oh, big hit.
Roll away.
Smith clearing out. Back again it comes. Graham looking to use Janetka, the kicker and the runner and the powerful man.
Roll away, 10, get out.
He gets going much better from Notre Dame, much cleaner. Santiago, oh, he's taken down nicely. Once again, a pick and go. This is a little bit too upright, but here we are, and there we go. Stay low, on his knees, driving to the line. He thinks he's got it over. Referee says no, back it comes. There we go with Walsh. Tommy Walsh spins it out. Reynolds. And Rennell Reynolds comes in, and that my friends, is how you score a try when you are close to the line, is you get down on the ground, you get as low as possible, and you slide over. They can't hold you up that way, and that is a fantastic answer by the Falcons. Having absorbed all that pressure, they're still down a man through the yellow card, and they come back and just punish to get that one over.
All right, let's go. Come on.
So Janetka finally gets to attempt a penalty that is, a conversion that is not in front of the posts. It's a little bit to the side. And he boots that one a little bit to the left. So that one misses. 26-18. So, critical part of that is that Notre Dame is now ahead by 2 scores once again. Just about 10 minutes to go. This game is coming down to the wire. Nice high kick. Not gathered. Janetka, though, he's got it. He can do it all. Notre Dame wins that. Nicely done. Just held on to. And the kick. Graham kicking it downfield. McGargy looking for someone. Yep, they've got it. All alone, though. And now working it. Now that would be Surik and Haskins trying to get something going. But they really didn't have much of an answer. Not a lot of speed in that back line. And now you see what the pressure does. Notre Dame, well, they took it, and then it was a pass behind, and it was knocked forward. And so that'll be a scrum to Syracuse. But really that kick to the Syracuse back line, they had numbers, they had the entire thing formulated, and they just didn't have the ability to cut through and do anything, so they didn't try.
Coach, point, set.
Daly gets it in. Big shove, though. The loose ball. All kinds of problems again. Favor tries to rescue it, but he doesn't. And picked up and over goes Cyan Grendon. And Cyan Grendon scores a try for Notre Dame College. And that was all about the scrum. That was all about their power. And maybe it didn't. Everyone talks about their backs. I know I talk about their back line, their ability to run. But the power up front by this tight five from Notre Dame College, very, very impressive. Janotka, Santiago, Williams, Duncan, McDonald. Duncan's gone off as a sub, but those guys have really risen to the occasion, 31-18, and I think it's going to be a tough end for Syracuse. Their ability to score quickly is in question. And Janotka going in to attempt his 5th conversion. That one is up and right down the middle. Nicely done, 33-18, and just like that, the Falcons lead 15 points. And Syracuse is going to have to score 3 times in the next 7 minutes. I don't think they can do it. They've been too slow to get the ball over. They have not taken advantage of their best scoring opportunities. Hodgkinson has accounted for 13 of their points, but he's also made a couple of errors on his kicks and kicking the ball dead, and a couple of quick penalties that he opted to take, and that's not helped. The scrum, all kinds of issues for Syracuse there. Yanotka going through, oh, look at him dragging, literally dragging someone.
Get out, get out.
Along the ground. And Notre Dame College quite happy now. They're just going to run the phases. That's what they got to do. Or maybe they're going to just break one loose. Trying to get Bradshaw to go somewhere, but Bradshaw, he's been bottled up pretty nicely. Out we go again, looking for the forwards. Lost, picked up.
Roll away.
Syracuse has it. Penalty.
Roll out, please.
Penalty for Syracuse. We're tapping and running. There we go. Daly drops it to Hodgkinson. He's got some help. Voorhees has it now. And Voorhees is put into touch. And Syracuse is saying, well, they didn't retreat 10, sir. And the referee is saying, but you ran into them on purpose, sir. So it doesn't really count that way. And we're going to go with the line out.
Ben can come back.
And the yellow card is done. And Notre Dame did just fine with that yellow card, but will now ring the changes.
Very simple. You have to wrap the tackle.
Looks like Falcons will be ending their fall with a very nice 7-3 record.
Time on.
And if they want to prove to USA Rugby that they're good enough to be invited in as an at-large participant in the D1 AA playoffs, beating a conference champion like Syracuse goes a very long way to doing that. Syracuse has had a great season in the Empire. As we said, that they dominated many of their games, and the one team that beat them, they beat them back. Free kick for Syracuse. Off they go. Hodgkinson popping back inside to Bishop. The two overseas kids trying to make something happen. Back again.
Roll away, Blue.
Looking for Orderica. And the ball knocked forward. Again, a turnover, almost nabbed by Notre Dame, but every little whistle now Notre Dame's favor because the time is just frittering away. 3 minutes and about 40 seconds, give or take.
Crouch! What do you like to do? Bind! Set!
Scrum for Syracuse. They've had so many of these, and yet they've struggled to win them. This one going out, Hodgkinson, he's got out, and there we run a play that works just like it was drawn up on the chalkboard. Ethan Pileshi, the fullback who had been limping earlier and looked like he was down, circles around. Voorhees is the dummy runner, and Hodgkinson hits him with a perfect pass and a try, and a very nice try it was. Makes it 33-23. How much time we have, I don't know, but a successful conversion here will make it 33-25. 8 points adrift if they get it, and 8 points. Remember, this isn't football. Can't go for an extra point, on an added point on the conversion, so 8 points will be 1 point too far away. The kick is up. Curling, not quite. And I think he expected the wind to bring it in, but it didn't. 33-23. And so Syracuse now wants to score 2 tries in about 2 minutes. Remember, the referee is the sole judge of time. So if we get down to 0 and they're still playing, they're still playing. Nothing wrong with that. And a deep kick, smart move from Notre Dame. Now Syracuse has got to do something with it. They can't just dally around. Hodgkinson makes several miss. Nicely done.
Hands out.
Daly digs for it, looking for some help. Again, we're going out to Magarji. And it looks like he's got Smith with him.
Back, step.
Hands now. Syracuse, again we're going. The try scorer, Paleshi.
Release!
Oh, he's made some ground. Coming in from the side, it looked like Notre Dame, but they'd already poached it. That was a great poach from the fly half, Corey Graham. And the box kick. Paleshi with it now. He's going. They've got to go. Magarji, he's got it now. Taken down hard.
No hands! Step.
Daly looking to dig it out, trying to find something to do with it, and we're going to get a penalty diving onto the ball. Syracuse going to run with it. How much time do they have? Well, let's take the line out. Probably a smart move. Well, we're ticking down to almost no time. Referee may have some added time based on the conversations he had with some players and then yellow cards and things like that. And the throw in, well taken. They're going the same thing, the drop and run. Again, trying to just pick and go. Get there quickly. Notre Dame challenging at every ball. Smith, well, he's played a full game, hasn't he, Jake Smith? And a kick to the corner. The chase is good. Covered very nicely, though.
Push him out the way.
And we'll say
Push him out the way. Play on.
There's a penalty against Notre Dame. Didn't quite see the call, but once again we've got a penalty.
No quick,
not 10.
Quick. They must go behind the line now. Stop. That was 10. Right, play.
And they have to run it. There's no time left.
Not played yet.
And they tap and go. Once again, trying to find just a hole. This goal line defense from Notre Dame has been very, very good. Penalized a few times, but good. Did they go over? Is that good enough? Referee says yes. Referee says try.
For the kick, that's it, yeah.
And there is no quit in this hammerhead
You can take your kick, take your time.
as they punch it over once again with the forwards. And a little bit of a talking to from the referee, just telling Notre Dame to settle down. But that makes it a 5-point game, 33-28. So the question is there time for the restart? We don't know about that. But if Hodgkinson can get this over, it's a 3-point game. He can tie it with a penalty. The key part, though, is there time or not? Fantastic game either way. There's a lot of hugging by the Syracuse players. I think maybe this is it. The kick is up. The kick is away to the right. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Notre Dame College holds on to beat Syracuse 33-28.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic job from both sides. And those outside backs for Notre Dame College, Tommy Walsh, Marcus Tupuola, they can play and they can run, but chalk this up to that tight 5. Yanotka, Santiago, Williams, Duncan, McDonald, and then Williams again in backup role.
So just see, now we've got the chance to see if it'll slide around.
All right.
We're going to be right back.
All right.
With the next game.
Ready?
Boston College versus Alabama.
It's pretty flush.
We're going to have some presentations down on field side.
Oh, this is the wrong one.
Pretty good shot right there.
I think Ryan will be right back here.
Yeah, we're good. Here's the guys coming right through here with cable.
See, your copy's right there. Okay. I thought there was going to be 5,000 people.
I'm gonna.
Ginty, that's it.
Well, I'm gonna grab Luke here. Let's go! Way to go, fellas. Way to go, fellas.
How are you doing?
Yo, Cal, how you doing, sir?
Hey, I saw that. I want that back. That's like the tightest outfit I've seen. Nice job.
Yeah, stay right here.
Falcons all day, NBC. Love you, Notre.
What a game here at the Rugby Athletics Center, Syracuse, going the full distance, man. Way to put it in. And my microphone's not working as well. But we're going to award some men of the match. Jake Smith, go ahead and step up. Jake Smith. You got.
That's it, Jake. Well done, Jakey.
All right, we get that on.
No, you go.
Angus Bishop, where you at? Well done, Syracuse. ACRC 2015. No way to be here. Your men of the match, Syracuse. Let's give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. The team and for everybody else in the right spacer. Syracuse now they was the part of conference champions as well. Going out finishing the 2015 season here. From Syracuse. And now, for your winners, Notre Dame College. Let's give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. Playing an exciting brand of rugby out there. You know, able to hold up that Syracuse back to the end. And we got 3 men of the match for these boys. Ravel, step on up. Ravel. Rodeo. Hey, everybody take a look at that. That's a 14 on his back. I know when you see it, it's like a 14 shouldn't be. That's a big boy wingman. I'm not out of town. So we got you a shirt like that. Yeah, we gotta get him a bigger shirt. We don't have any size for that. That's wing size. This guy's like lot size right here.
Hey, turn up. Thank you. Where's Alex?
Alex, turn up. There's some great work. We saw him running people over. Big unit, hard to take down. He's got fantastic hair.
I'm better, yeah, not.
And our last man of the match for Notre Dame, Wale front and center.
And Wale finessed it. And Wale finessed it.
And Wale finessed it. That's Notre Dame. They're going to get a pick for.
Put your shirt on, buddy. Put your shirt on, buddy. Yeah, you're never going to fit that. I can't wait to see what you're doing.
Obviously, the strength and conditioning program in full effect at Notre Dame College. We didn't order shirts big enough for these guys.
There you go.
Tight t-shirt, and that's what it's all about. So that's how it comes out. And that's Notre Dame College. You're winners tonight. Hey, we're giving up for Syracuse boys too. You know, fantastic match. Great display of rugby here at the Rugby Athletic Center. And we got one more match for you coming up.
We gonna sign that, coach? Or we gonna give it to ACRC? Let's go. Sign it, right? 5 guys.
You guys are trash. You guys also get these. Hey guys, and you get a bag each.
Okay. I want to eat these M&Ms on camera. Thank you. Skittles.
Ready?
Hey, what's up, fellows? Hey guys, it's 24, so everybody gets one. Sam, everybody, all the players get one.
Boston College taking on our. So we're going to close out tonight. We're going to get it all kicked off tomorrow at 11:20. So make sure you come back.
Is that bag? You want to let the bag go? Let's go collide. Hey, wait.
Hey, did everybody get one? Everybody get a glass of Notre Dame. We had 24 out. Okay.
Hey man, shout out to the family, Carson. Hey man. Hey man, from Jersey out here.
Everybody get one. Everybody get one. Can I get some? Hey, let's go back over and get stuff.
Okay.
Hey man, I want to pick.
Just getting everybody like, oh look, I okay with this.
You want to run it back out?
Yeah. Getting back on the field instead of because I didn't get. I was a little late last night.
Right.
Hold on.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Don't do it yet. We gotta pull up my pants for this.
Good jump.
Pull up my pants. All right, hold on.
Does it need to be lifted
I
up?
don't think it needs to be lifted. Oh, perfect. Literally perfect. All right, now we know. That's actually a really big, like.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time saved.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Tonight's final game is
Oh yeah.
Alabama,
Here, just feed
Crimson
it through it
Tide
all.
versus the Boston College Eagles. First, Alabama. Tyler Pollard. Matthew Lund. Sean Dolly.
Good.
Dave Huckleberry. Bobby Collins. Christian Abertello. Zach Carmelo. Matthew Scheitz. James Pugetti. Pat Watson. Taylor Carpenter. Ross Depperschmidt. Agnesio Guziella. Nacho! I'll apologize for that one. Josh Pinson. Gavin Conley. And now your reserves. Connor Ray. Connor Malloy. Cole Felix, Heath Ross, Sean Murray, and Dallas DeClay. Ladies and gentlemen, Alabama Crimson Tide. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Boston College. Tyre Shellypick, Willie Hoke, Captain Ben Nathan, Tim Burke, Brian Riley, Mike Demasios, Nick Savage, Tom Edwards, Daniel Fecho, Connor Shaw, Frank Rizuka, Dan Casey, Danny Schatzman, Tom Whittam, Joey D'Antonio, and your reserves, Brent August, Noah Hopkins, Ryan Snoder, Roystoff Austin, Henry Min, Sam Goldsmith, Alessandro Fedavini, Colm Mulvaney, ladies and gentlemen, the Eagles of Boston College. And now for the coin flip.
Alright guys, talked about everything earlier, okay? You focus on the game, focus on our job, okay? Alright, guys, I think BC came a little farther distance-wise, so they'll be the home team. Alright, Matt, you be the visiting team. We got heads and tails, okay? Heads, tails. Get the call. Tails. Tails it is. Okay. Okay, go on what side would you like to defend? Okay? Matt, you guys will get this in. Alright, good luck. Turn around. Good luck, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referees for this evening's game, Curtis Etheridge, Marcus Johnson, and Joe Smith, your touch judges. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Kira.
15 American Collegiate Rugby Championship. Boston College taking on the boys from Alabama. This is going to be a fantastic match. Boston College having some really good success this season in the East Coast Rugby Conference, pretty much winning everything and dominating every game up until they met AIC. Didn't really go their way against AIC, but they're here to look to rebound. Talked with Coach Rob Conway just a couple minutes ago, and he told me that they got back to basics. What made them really good going into the first couple weeks of the season, you know, the way they trained and the grittiness that they trained with. So Ryan Ginty here with URugby presenting this production, Next Level Rugby. We got our crew out here doing it. I got Valentine on the center cam. I got Zach down to my right. To the left, we got Orlando, the man giving you those shots out there on the field. That's Connor. I got Aiden working the A2. We got my boy Nicky. He's mixing the audio, also getting you that scoreboard. And then the mad cinematographer, Charlie Kahn, giving it to you. A Next Level Rugby style, baby. We're taking rugby to the next level here in America. And I got Alex Goff to my left. He's going to be doing the color for us today.
Yes, I will, and you're absolutely right that Boston College had an outstanding run this fall and then ran right into a big wall of Yellow Jackets at AIC. Alabama, well, they kind of came out of nowhere last fall. Nobody really thought that they would do anything, and they ended up getting into the ACRC final. They made the semifinal this year, but really, really close once again with South Carolina. They are a team to be reckoned with.
So we start off with the kickoff. That's going to be Boston College on the right-hand side of our screen. They're going to be in the quarter panels, and we see them taking the ball straight out of their red zone, attacking right up. Not opting to kick here. Alabama defensive line, they're pretty narrow right now. Ball coming straight up. Defensive line, though, they ran straight into the defensive wall, making it easy for them. Now they're trying to swing back out to the left. Big hit coming in there. 3 guys taking him down. Fetcho with the ball out. Gets it out, a little bit sloppy pass, but now it's in the hand of the danger man. And this is where Boston College is very dangerous. Out wide, and we see, you know, the wings that they have out there. Rizika, he's an animal, and then also Tom Whitman. So now they're going to bring it back to the left. They're going to swing it all the way to the other side of the field. You see that? That was forwards moving the ball through their hands, and that's what makes them so good.
Oh, they really have the capability to break out of their end and go long range. They're not quite there yet. Pretty good defense from Alabama at the moment. And some big Alabama boys there. Turned it over, in fact, and got a penalty.
So now they got a penalty right in front of the sticks. They're looking like they're calling for the tee, so they're going to open up here. We're just a minute and a half gone in this last match of the night. So Alabama will have a chance at a conversion, and pretty directly right in front. There's no wind.
Well, not rolling away was the call, and that he released the ball, but then he just sort of lay on it, which you're not allowed to do. That's a no-no. So we got the kick set up by the Tide. And Ryan, for the first start, you know, what impressed me there was BC trying to play some rugby, and Alabama, their defense was right on point. And that kick is up.
And so that's going to be good.
And it is good, 3-0. And that's Ignacio Gisasola, your outside center with the kick. Very, very nice. Good start.
Yeah, that's, you know, coming out, putting 3 points on the board, 90 seconds in. You know, it's only 3 points, but that's the way you got to start. You know, you make these penalties. You know, Boston College doing a great job of moving the ball back and forth across the field, you know, and just in a sloppy ruck, get a penalty against them, and 3 points going the other direction. So now we have the restart coming, and that's off the boot of Joey D'Antonio. He's a captain. Well, Joey D'Antonio, one of those guys that's a danger man out there for him.
Got to get those kicks to go legal, and they want that really short kick so they can run under it, but you cannot give up that kind of momentum and say, here, scrum center. In 15, scrum center is a fabulous attacking opportunity. Tide's going to love this.
So attacking opportunity you're talking about is you got to defend left or right, and you don't know which way the ball's going to come out when it's coming. You know, we'll see. It looks, I mean, right now Alabama is split. Looks like there's a little bit more communication going to the left-hand side of the pitch, but that scrum goes directly down, and that could
was
be
a
the
scary one right there because the necks were going down and getting twisted around, and didn't like that at all. And it's kind of hard to see who is at fault there, and I'm sure the referee is saying he doesn't know. He's going to blame the ground. You know, if nothing else, let's blame the mud.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, this field, they're going to, grounds crew's going to put some work into it tonight. That way, kicking off at 11:20 tomorrow. Make sure if you're tuning in for this match, we got 7 games tomorrow for you. Nonstop action from 11 o'clock on till 10 p.m. 2200 for you type that like 24-hour time. And now with the feed. So Alabama, James Puente. Now the ball pick and go by Matthew Schick. Schick then shakes one tackle, gets it into the hands of, fantastic work by Depperschmidt.
Well, Depperschmidt's one of your danger men, and Schick is also, and Schick is a leader on this team. And that was a nice little 8-man pick, and to link up with Depperschmidt, that'll work for them. But the pass back inside, that didn't go to hand. And, you know, one of the things you'll see with young players is that they will try to make something that works on the training ground all the time and say, let's try to make this into a try rather than accept the tackle, recycle, keep going.
Bind. Set.
So Fecho with the feed.
No, let him have it, let him have
Good
it.
drive by the Bama pack, but able to get the ball out and get a little bit of clearance, and a great spiral kick coming off the foot. So that's going to gain a little bit of territory, you know, relieve a little bit of that pressure that they're feeling back deep, and they're going to have a throw in just over the 50 in Alabama territory.
Well, if you kick it into the stands like that, then nobody can go and do a quick line out, because you have to do the quick line out from the ball that was kicked out, and it can't have touched anything else. So kicking it into the stands prevents that, which is a smart move when you're trying to clear away and just get started again.
So great steal there by Boston College, going up big and doing it. Fecho deciding to just straighten up, smart decision. Lots of people in the passing lane, but he can't be taken down. He's a little man, but he's going far, but the ball has been turned over. Bama now looking to straighten up, reset. They look like coming back our way to the right. Ball taken down. Good tackling in there by Tom Edwards. He's also a man to look for from BC. It's just ball back, but gathered well. Tyler Shilipak on the tackle.
Well, that's the second time we've seen Christian Abatello go in and really just challenge that defense.
So now Puente out to Watson. He's getting the ball. He's got a runner with a great lane right there. Defensive line shot up too much. Pass goes over the head of the center, and Boston College, the first disaster there, all at the hands of Bama. Just a little bit of pass that didn't come off, but they took advantage of a great opportunity. Now they're looking to come back. Boston College to the left. They're a little bit flat in their attack, but they got a man out on the wing, and that's a speedster right there. Joey D'Antonio, but he's brought down, not able to get up to pace. Ball back out. Now they're going to work it through the forwards. Tim Burke with the take. Now Fesh go with the ball out to Shaw. Now they're looking to stretch wide again. Nice little ball, just in the touch.
And
it looked
went
like
out on the full too, so that'll bring it back down into their half. But we see now that the way that they're approaching it, and BC wants to go wide quickly. They want to use their pace, and Alabama wants to use their forwards.
And I can hear you, no problem.
So now we're going to go ahead. We got a line out to Bama, Crimson Tide.
That's their mark.
We're looking out here. They got, looks like they're probably going to hit a forward pod straight off the line out. If they don't maul in here, they got some guys lined up there. Going straight up, taking it back, going into, yeah. Looks like if the line had come out, it would have been right on there, but going to come back on now, and it's going to be a throw into Boston College.
That looked okay to me. I didn't see a problem with that, but you know, that hooker for Alabama, you see he's got some pace there with that line break he made, and looked a little bit like a back there for a second, as all hookers want to be.
So Willie Hawk goes short. He goes right up. He notices that they bit on the back lifter there, so just go right up to the front pod. Probably some improvisation there. Good work. Oh, it looks defensive line. Connor Shaw gets it into a runner, but now they've got numbers out wide. They can't recycle it fast enough, but now they get it into the hand. You see the ball movement through the props there, just able to get it out there. Smart decision, knowing that there's speed on the outside. Move the ball across the pitch through the hands and now straightening back up. Boston College gaining a little bit of ground through here. And now they got a wide attack, wide deep attack. I like the way that how deep they are on this with the skip pass. Nice. Oh, fantastic work. That's the man, Danny Schatzman. Danny Schatzman to the house, and he's going to take it underneath the post and dive for the score.
It only takes one missed tackle, and Depperschmidt had him, hit him hard, but slipped off. And then Schatzman was through that line, and then you can't really stop him there. One-on-one against the fullback, he's going to beat him and go under.
I tell you, I got a chance to see this guy play against UMass about 3 years ago. I reffed the women's game, then I stopped, and I was fortunate enough to get to watch that game. And he was somebody that stood out to me as a sophomore. He was new, he just started coming in, and I mean, it was awesome.
Well, he's got a real nice turn of pace, acceleration, sidestep without slowing down. All of it there. I don't know what that is on the field there. They're finally picking it up. It looked to me like a human leg, but apparently it's just, I think, some ace bandage. So I'm pleased to say it's only an ace bandage. But Schatzman already sent a little message to Alabama. Got to make those tackles.
So D'Antonio lining up the conversion right in front of the post after the Schatzman try. And that's good. So now 7-3, Boston College, the Eagles, just coming out there doing an amazing run from Danny Schatzman, slipping a couple of tackles and just splitting open the defense, and then just finishing with a fantastic dive into the try.
How would you rate that dive?
I'd give him a 10.
Yeah, okay.
Especially because you're diving in mud, you come up, you got mud on the
that's true.
jersey.
That's true.
So these kickoffs going deep, taking Tom Edwards now. He's going to look to run straight up, look for a gap, splits the defenders, but they're holding him up. That's Zach Carmelo doing a good job of slowing that ball down, and they're going to turn it over. Carmelo doing a fantastic job, and we were talking earlier in the game about just that body position of running into contact, and you run yourself at risk at that point.
Definitely, exactly right. Going in far too high, and these are strong boys on the Alabama team that hold you up. And they've got a scrum, and now they have an attacking position. I'd like to see what they can do going around the weak side.
Fine.
You got that right wing there. Josh Payson. And he has an opportunity if they do an 8-man pick and link up with him.
Straight out the tunnel, guys.
And that's Schick at number 8. Already seen him run once.
Okay, you guys keep that in for me, okay? Keep the ball in, don't let it come out.
So one of the things about this Boston College team, when asked, who was their 2 guys to look out for, they said everybody. They said everybody on this team has scored and has done a really good job. So we're going to get this action started back. And now the feed in, taken out. They're going to go left, fake the weak option, and then just got to try and run straight up in a big run and a hit. That's Rod Depperschmidt again. Coming out. Oh, that pass not so kind to your fly half there. Fuente leaving it on the deck, but now he's going to try and redeem himself on that, but meets a stiff defense. We have a penalty.
You're coming in dangerous, okay? With your knees. With your knees. Yep.
Not really much of a signal as to what that was, possibly offside. But they've got to make sure of those passes in that with that slick handling with those damp balls. Gisasola is going to kick to touch to set up that line out. And that is just about as perfect a kick to touch as you could ask for. Goes into touch within 5 meters, so the line out is at 5.
Red's mark is here. Red's mark is there. Step white. Too close. Too close. Get them all back too.
And Lund is going to throw it in for Alabama. Right. Just a perfect attacking opportunity now. Try scoring opportunity for the Tide. If they win it, which they do, just barely. Out it comes. Cut back in. Depperschmidt almost through. What a tackle to stop him. And he rolled through it. And he said he rolled a little bit too much.
So yeah, that move we were talking about earlier that refs are going to pin you on. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. In about 2 minutes, We're going to have the head coach from the University of Cincinnati up here. He's going to talk about his game, what the boys are doing out there, and we can get him on the mic right now. So, Mark, you guys coming all the way out here to the ACRC Bowl Series. What are you guys expecting out of this event, and what are you looking to do?
Actually, what we're looking to do is kind of continue what we did for the rest of the season. We got off to a little shaky start. I took over as director this year. We brought in Nick Lauterbach, who is the head coach of the Cincinnati Wolfhounds men's team for the last 10 years, and Nick implemented a new game plan. So we had a couple shaky starts for the first couple MAC games that we did, but we really poured it on. It took a while for the guys to get the game plan together. We got a big pack, some good centers out there, and some formidable back three. So the goal was that we were going to continue what we did for the last half of the season, and ball control, tackle, and make sure that all the positional players did their job. And that was what was implemented. And that was kind of the game set that we went with for the entire year, and it really poured on the last half of the season.
All right, so we see the Alabama going up there, win their own line out. They got a good attacking position now, working the ball out into the backs. Still haven't found it. Oh, there's the Depperschmidt again. Oh, and he finds his partner, his center pairing in there, and what a fantastic try. Linking up, unselfish play, just hitting that inside runner.
Some nice passing, unselfish passing. We like to see it. And Mark, you mentioned your shaky start, and the thing is, we knew you were good, and 4 games, you had 4 league games, and you went 2-2. They could have been 4-0, so close those other games. Would you like to have seen a longer season? The idea to be able to build on something. If you're building on something, get something going, so you could use that improvement and maybe get to the playoffs.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we knew what the MAC was formatted as, and there's 2 crossover games in there that we had. You can always look in the papers the next morning and say, I wish and I would have, could have. But at the end of the day, we knew what we had to do. I think if we had a couple more games in there and could have notched some points, it obviously would have helped us. I think we were gelling, obviously, at the end of the season in our last 4 games. But that's the way the cards are laid. So we were happy to come down here and play in the bowl games, represent Cincinnati, and we brought our full squad down, so we're really looking forward to competing against Stony Brook tomorrow, and it's the first chance that we've really kind of had on a national platform to show the rest of the states of what University of Cincinnati's come to, and there's been a lot of dedication both on and off the field, both from the school and the students. So, the first thing was getting the school involved, and they are backing us big time and really putting a lot of time and money into the program.
So now we see Alabama, they went through a conversion, was unsuccessful. You bounced off the left upright, but now we're back into action. Alabama plugging away. They got a really deep attack here out of their own end. What do you make of that, Mark?
It's back and forth. It looks like the penetration's still coming up in the middle, and that's where it is. And sooner or later, one of these wings is going to pop loose. But it looks like right now it's definitely in the midfield. That's where the ball's getting played. But you just got to think sooner or later something's going to give them one of these wings.
And that's one of Boston College's big game plan here, is that they want to wear these guys down and find that space out wide and work it through the hands, like you said. And we've already seen 2 exciting tries coming out here. And this game, I think, is going to be a way to end this night, the first night of the 2015 ACRC Bowl Series.
Yeah, where you are is good.
One of the things you've got going for you, Mark, is a really deep talent pool on the high school level in Ohio. I know you probably want to get students from outside Ohio, but locally you've got a lot of good players.
Yeah, we do. We've got it. We've always had a good men's program there with 3 teams in Cincinnati, but in the last couple of years, we've got 15 high school teams playing in the Cincinnati area. We started a youth rugby program. They're hoping to get 120 youth playing by the middle of next year.
And so we see a big break right up the middle. That's the forwards. We were just talking about it. He's still going. That's their flanker. That's Zach Carmelo making big impact coming right in. Sorry to cut you off, Mark, real quick. But we'll get right back to Mark because he's sounds probably better.
It's a tackle breaking. It's a tackle breaking run. You got to break for a tackle breaking run. But
Also, a nice little kick, trying everything, trying to pull out all the little tools here. Probably wasn't the best option for him in that space. You know, just giving away possession like that.
On the kick. You're working with that kind of talent pool and trying to use that to let people know that there's rugby in Cincinnati.
Yeah, and I think we're no different than a lot of the teams that we're seeing out there. You know, 3-4 years ago when I took over as head coach, we had 1, 2, maybe 3, 5 people at the most that would come in and had some rugby experience. This year we had about 15 kids that played rugby all 4 years through high school, and obviously you don't have to build that base as much, so it's a little bit of a game plan tweaking, but we're going to see that continue. We're doing a big thing with our academic admissions department, so we're working on some admissions and getting some dollars in for the kids, so they've got a necessary.
So
and
another
there's a big break right
another
there.
big break off the line out. Another sevens. They're going to do it. Market's talking to the sevens to steal the thunder. Now they got space out wide. Now it looks back in. Shaw's got space out. Got plenty of support runners. Drops it back behind him. A little bit antsy on that pass.
That pass down to the ground, you know, I would like to see the player who ran over it, didn't see his number, just leave it. They had numbers behind, they had people trailing, and a little bit, one of my favorite words in the game of rugby is trust. Trust your teammates, trust your people to be there for you. You know, just there's that frantic nature, and I wonder, Mark, you know, this is a really nice stadium. This is a big deal. This is the live streaming, everything like that can get into a kid's head.
Yeah, you know what? The kids were all dialed in. We've got a bunch of guys I know that are going to be back. The alumni, the parents group, a bunch of the school supporters, all our sponsors are all there. I mean, the venue couldn't be nicer. The night's great. The pitch has held up remarkably well after I heard what got torrential drowning yesterday. And there's another end to the wing.
There's D'Antonio again coming up. Big ball out. Now, so the sevens taking big action. That's Nick Savage playing like a savage today for sure, living up to the name. Shaw now out, and this is what I love about it. I love seeing props out in the loose, man. I love seeing that, and I mean, they're big boys, but they're mobile, and I think the biggest thing about it is that these guys are having it now. The numbers are way on, and Stratzman just taken down.
Would like to see BC just move that ball a little bit faster. Right now, just pass, pass, pass. They'd be in a better situation.
So almost a good poach attempt, but the clear out came on.
Here it is.
And now, so that's not where you want your prop in that support line. That's not where you want the prop. You want him moving it. You don't want him the behind pass, your dump pass. I like to refer to it as a dump pass. You got the first option coming on. That's not in. Get it right in behind. Get some depth, a little bit of whip to help you get out. But you don't want that body type out there.
I think you called it with Boston College. I mean, they've been shoring up the middle of the field here for the last 10, 12 minutes, and now they're going out to the wings, and sooner or later, obviously, something's going to expose out there. They're 1 or 2 passes away from breaking one down the down the touch line here.
Now you're giving me way too much credit because I stole that from you because you told me that's what they were going to do.
I have to I drove on a bus here for 8 hours, so I've got to have a little credibility to the Cincinnati program, right?
Well, we're excited with what you guys are doing at Cincinnati. You know, big match against Stony Brook. We wish you the best, and thank you for taking time to come out here and get back with your boys.
Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
One of those great matchups to have because you've got a team that's not been playing anyone except MAC opponents, really, and to see what they can do against a conference finalist elsewhere. And they did miss the playoffs, and they missed it by about 3 points.
So now the ball coming out went right through the legs, but the depth helping Alabama out on that. But now that ball's slippery on the deck. I think it incidentally, although the ref's going to say there's a little bit of hands in there, because usually that ball doesn't come out like that on its own.
Did seem like it had a guilty look about it, that ball, as it rolled out. And Alabama has a size advantage, it seems.
It looks like they're tapping and going here.
They are.
Interesting, you know, technique. I guess they got a penalty advantage. It's giving advantage there, and then now ball moving out wide. They're looking to get the space. Now the pass just not. I think it was a good option, just not a good execution there.
Offside, guys. So I think we're not 10 on that penalty, but Alabama thinks they can just run at them. And they've shown that they can. They show they have that ability.
So with the ball in the middle of the field, maybe not too much confidence in their kicking when they did that, going so deep. But now they find touch, and they're just about on the inside of the 10-meter mark. You see the Alabama boys organizing their attack right now, what their options are. These white jerseys, I tell you, by the end of this game, man, they ain't going to be white anymore.
No, that's true. I don't know who's in charge of laundry. Of course, they don't need to play tomorrow, so they'll be all right.
So Tyler Pollock with the throw. They're going to go straight up first pod, and another fantastic steal by Boston College. The timing is just fantastic for that front pod lifter. Wasn't a dynamic line out at all by Alabama. Pretty easy to tell where they were going to go with that, and then just getting in front of the jumper.
Very true.
That's like the biggest thing, just getting in front of the jumper. And now into space and around, swung around back. The ball's still alive on the outside there. Boston College looking to stretch it. These Bama boys have got to put these Boston College Eagles down. They're letting them dance around too much and giving them opportunities for offloads, and they should shut it down right away.
Doing a great job of staying on their feet too, and just keeping going forward.
Now look wide, one more. They gotten that pass off one more, it would have been to the races, but now Bama scrambled back. They're able to cover back on their defense.
Boston College is not backing down at all. They look smaller. They're certainly got just as much heart.
So this Boston College team is small, but like you said, they're hard. These guys play big. And there you go, another slip tackle. Dancing around through, looking for an offload. It's there, cuts back across the grain, and they found a hole. Oh my God, almost sneaks through. I believe that's Connor Shaw that's going through. And now,
he's close enough.
And that's going to be a try. Boston College. That's going to bring them out.
And that is just weak tackling from Alabama. They needed to make somebody go down on his shoulder blades. They didn't do anything. There was an arm tackling, and you can get through that with power, but you can also get through that with acceleration. We saw that two players accelerate through and then pop through, and great support running to finish that off.
Yeah, that line of attack was great. One of the biggest things that I always try and emphasize, when in doubt, running under, just cut back across the face of the defense. Defense was tracking to their left. The cut was back, to the runner's left, and that just completely created that hole. Like you said, just that sloppy tackling ain't going to get it done. I'm in the South, I can say ain't, right?
Ain't going to get it done. Yeah, that's exactly right. Well,
I lived 6 years in Texas, I can say ain't. So 12-8 in front of the conversion.
You could also say that weak tackling is wicked problematic.
It is wicked problematic. That's a New England reference, huh? Is that what you're getting at right there? Boston, New England. What do you guys got out in Washington for accents? I don't even know. You guys
we say
right?
Washington. We say that. We do say Washington. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys out there, you got Atavis out there, formerly Syracuse.
We do have Atavis, much Atavis.
So you got those guys. We last year we were fortunate enough at Sevens to go out and do some pretty good highlights for them. Check that out, Next Level Rugby YouTube page. Vegas, Next Level Rugby does Vegas, pretty good action shots. A lot of the ODA, the Syracuse guys. And also, if you want to see a really good one, watch Be Special, man. We got girls, we got guys, we got everybody in there, high school, collegiate, All-Americans. And, we're trying to provide some of the best media that you guys are going to see. Rugby, we have a different style that we want to bring to it, fresh, take on it, a little bit, not an attitude, but a little bit of swag, right? I mean, that's right.
With that.
That's what we want to bring, a little bit of swag to the game of rugby here. And, that's how we do it Next Level.
Well, again,
URugby.
We see a restart error. The ball going, I believe, out on the full again. It's the scrum center. And it's a thing we've seen a lot in sevens, restart problems. It's even worse in sevens, but here, a great chance now for BC to get something moving again.
Fetcho now they're going to come to the left, closest to us. Now looking, Schatzman throws the ball back inside in a great sport run. There you go, leaving the ball on the deck, but forward.
Well, that looked to me like an on-purpose pass along the ground. Referee said no, that was not.
I think he heard you up here. They took your advice. Thank Alex Goff for that one. Credit that one, but the ref took that away from you.
It's kind of a fumble-rooski.
One thing we got to say, too, here, we got mad love for our refs. They're doing a fantastic job out there. We got them mic'd up, so you're hearing their action in there. Hopefully we got some good audio for you, and you guys are enjoying the show. Ryan Ginty, Alex Goff up here for URugby and Next Level Rugby and Goff Rugby Report. Anything else that I could say without taking a breath as well. So now we get the ball out. No. Oh, offsides, and that's
well, that's a no-no right there, tackling the scrum half when he doesn't have the ball yet. And referees have, in recent years, really been more aggressive in saying that the non-put-in scrum half, the defending scrum half on a scrum, has got to keep his distance. But, oh, he almost missed touch on that one. And maybe that's why we see that they run it, as you said, in the middle of the field. Not a lot of booming kickers on the Crimson Tide team.
Nah, but they got a lot of big booming bodies ready to run some people over. Tyler Pollock, like the fish with the throw-in. I'm not making fun of the name. It says right here on our list, like the fish. I'm sure one of his friends probably trying to get back at him for that one. So now he's good line out now. Boston not able to come out, not easily readable. Now they're going to go with the pass behind, looking to get the width. They're into the hands, but shut down by that Boston defense.
Away 15.
Gavin Conley on the carry. Now a penalty coming the way of Alabama. And you look how narrow they are right now. Their attack, they're going to look to go quicker. No, fake it, not rolling away is the call. So one thing we see here, before the penalty was even called, almost everybody from Alabama was on the far side of the pitch.
That's right.
You know, no real width that's in that attack. You know, maybe they knew there was advantage coming. I don't know.
They seem to want to flood behind that ball, but you know, Pollock had a better throw in that line out. Do more of a rainbow throw, get over the defender and drop it back down like a mortar shot. That's what he needs to do if they're jumping up at the front, because one of those laser throws isn't going to work it.
So now Pollock with another throw. They were successful on their last line out. Again, successful. It was sloppy, but as long as you come up with the ball, that's all that matters. Now pick and go here from the forwards. They're going to look to suck in some defenders, put them on the back foot.
This is trouble for BC. Trouble for BC, I think.
So good job of meeting it nice and low. That's what you got to do. Get down nice and low. They're going to keep plowing through their forwards. They think they have the advantage in the size, and they do have the size. Now they're going to get up. If Boston College get ball out, that's what happened. They were held high, and what's the ref going to call us on this one? Maybe he was playing advantage. I don't think that was on.
Well, we're now going to have a little talking to. It's been a few penalties now. Well, I'm going to check with the captain. Just a few penalties in the red zone for BC, and then we may see a card soon enough if we don't see them just sort of handle their discipline. Well, you're talking about the referees, Ryan, and we've seen two, now three really entertaining games. We've seen them bring up the discipline when they need to.
And now with the tap and go, they go to the weak side. You see Boston College called over for defenders, but they're not going that way. They're going to look straight up. Stiff arm, he's still up on his feet, but Boston College meets him with the stiff defensive opposition. Now they're going to look to come right. Boston College has got numbers if they can find a gap. A nice little flick back on the inside, and they're just through. And then, oh my God, what a great run. That's Guisola. Oh man, I'm going to butcher that.
Ignacio Guisola, their goal kicker as well. He's very elusive. Looked like he was over, and they said he knocked it on in goal. He was there, and protect the ball at all times, even when you go over the line.
Unfortunate for... We got the Guisola on that one. Apologize for butchering that at home, Mom. Please forgive me. So now a lot of pressure. This Alabama scrum is pushing the Boston College team over. They've turned the ball over now. Pick and go. It's going straight through, and they got to try. That, I believe, is through the 8-man, and I believe that's Matthew Schick on there. If that's the 8-man coming out, he's celebrating. Everyone's happy. I mean, that was just a dominating scrum, Alex.
That is a forward's dream. Shove them back into their in goal, take the ball, pick it up, score. They decided they were going to do that. They all knew that's what they were going to do. That was the plan, and you have to have all 8 to buy in to do that, including your 6 and 7. 6 and 7, you're not just there to lean up against someone. You've got to push too. They did that, and that was all kinds of problems for the Eagles. Very impressive.
So the score is 13-14 with 6 minutes left in the first half of this last match of the 2015 ACRC URugby Bowl Series, and the conversion is good, so Alabama's going to take the lead 15-14 over Boston College.
This is a nice back and forth game, and we have had 3 terrific games. UMass kind of dominated in the end, but
yeah, they definitely, you know, North Carolina State just never found their rhythm, weren't able to get anything together, and UMass, like you said, just, you know, powered right through. And then that Notre Dame Syracuse game, wow, I mean, Syracuse scoring at the end right there, stretching it, what was it, 2-point or 4-point victory, very close into the end there. You know, Notre Dame College, excited to see them play.
Yeah, very excited, and I thought they played very well, and I was really impressed with their tight 5. I think Syracuse was starting to think maybe we needed 5 more minutes.
Away, Red!
But they also had their chances early, and they didn't take them, so, you know, that's on them, and they know that.
Yeah, a couple of missed penalty kicks that usually the short-footed fly half would hit. But now we got Boston College tacking, turn the ball over now and just off the hands. But now they're into Quisosola. He's got the hand, his ball is slipping around in there in the sloppy conditions, knocked on, so it's going to come for a scrum down for Boston College. It'll be interesting to see if Alabama continues to put the pressure on these defensive scrums and try and run this Boston College pack over again.
Well, they know they can do it now, but that's going to be the gut check time for Boston College. They look around and they look at the guys with the really low numbers on their jerseys and say, we've got to hold this. We can't just lock out. We've got to be strong, and we've got to take the attack to them in this scrum. It's going to be tough, though.
You already see them slipping around a little bit, Boston College in there, losing their footing. Now they're getting driven back again. They're trying to, like, desperately to kick that ball back to Tom Edwards. Tom Edwards gets run over, and Bama again. I mean, it's a mess in there. The ball finally comes out into the hands of Schatzman. Schatzman's dancing. You do not let him get any room if you're Alabama.
Rock, no hands.
And now they're reloading. Ball coming out left, straightening right up. Oh, another big run. I mean, Zach Carmelo's been, ooh, good counter ruck coming in there. Catches Fetchel off guard. Ooh, nice no pass there. Now looking for the support runner coming in behind. A good little high tackle there on the 6 of the forearm to the throat. Oh, pick and go. Oh, man.
You know, he just thought about it too long. And when they are playing in the open field, Boston College is just a pleasure to watch. And that support running, getting anybody off on a hip and just popping it to them, that's great. Just keep that going. Keep that pace going. Alabama has trouble keeping with that.
Yeah, Tommy Collins wants that one back. Got a little excited there, you know, those forwards, man. And speaking from experience, you see that ball, that pick and go, and you say, I can't wait to hit somebody, but you hit it without the ball. You know, Tommy will get that one back, though.
Still big questions for BC in the scrum. They were really just rolled over that last time.
Looks like we just had it collapse right in there. Looks like it was on our end here. Loosehead just dipping his shoulder down and falling, bringing the tight head with him. But I think it's a little sloppy part of the pitch right there. So that's what we'll do. We saw the last time, you know, BC, they lost their footing as they were going in for the drive and then completely lost their footing. And I think just this Bama pack, though, is looking really good.
They are looking very good, and they want it. They want to start steamrolling them.
Now, and the thing that I wonder about this, though, is that we look at the body types. You can't judge a book by its cover, but Boston College in the pack seems to be, they're undersized, but they seem to be more fit. And we've seen them in space open up. These forwards have been right in, and they've been good. So now the ball out.
I think you're right. And I think that moving around the field, that's what Boston College wants to do. And they want to tire out this Alabama team. Can they do it? Well, if they get the ball, they can. So they've got to avoid those knock-ons, that's for sure. And right now, they'll be happy with this. It wasn't a very long kick. They've got a line out outside the 22 in pretty good shape if they can win it.
So now lineup going up. Edwards grabs the ball, sets it back. Now they got it at the end. I think that's Pollock with the ball. Pollock then breaks up. No, that's not Pollock. I'm sorry. Oh, big hit through. He's running, bumbling, stumbling, and he's running people over. Ball out to the right. Now we're going. And Boston College moving it through the hands. Now they're looking to find, oh, there's his space. Shots him and then catches it. You can tell when he takes the step, man. He's got a freaking quick step, and I love it. Now, bringing it back in. Good defense met there. Look, the poach might have been on there. I think that's a good turnover. No. Almost there for Alabama on the turnover. Passed a little bit too long, but here we go. The big boy sent it up in a great run in there, but the tackle, man, that's got to be a poach. That's a penalty.
Yeah,
well-earned
nobody
penalty.
there. He completely isolated. And Carmelo was right there for it. Perfect positioning for number 7. And just not quite enough support on that one for Boston College.
So we're winding down. 43 seconds is what it says on the clock. This first half has been fantastic. A 15-14 game right now. Alabama on top by 1. Boston College and Alabama just trading slugs right now. Just slugfest back and forth. You know, it's like I said, what a way to end the first day of this event.
This half has gone quickly. There's just been a lot of action, not a lot of stoppages, despite the slick conditions, a few scrums. It's just been nicely done, nicely operated. And now we got a knot straight. That may be the end of the half. Now I think we're going to do one more.
So for all of you tuning around, we'd like to thank you, tuning all over the world. We know we got some fans out in Ireland right now. Bloodline of Rob Conway watching their son out here. You know, so we'd like to give a special shout out to the folks from Ireland. Also, we saw some traffic from New Zealand and all over, and the rest of everybody watching in America tuning in for the 2015 American Collegiate Rugby Championships, brought to you by URugby and Next Level Rugby here, providing this great picture. And now, oh, in the spaces, you see this slipping the tackles, literally slipping tackles out here. And now, a lot of movement. I like, you see all ball in 2 hands. Every single one of these players from Boston College, whether you're a prop, whether you're the fly half, you got the ball in 2 hands at all times, and then that ball just goes out.
Nice catch, though.
Yep. So now,
well done by Shepard.
Coming out to the left. Ooh, good hit. Takes 2 guys to get him down, makes him pay for the tackle. A little bit of a mismatch. Now a pass going in behind. So now they're just doing a little bit of, I mean, they got a little bit of meters there, but not so much forward running, kind of running a little bit side to side.
Well, we're seeing better defense, better tackling from Alabama. That's certainly true. It's just taking a lot longer for BC to get somewhere, and now they're just going to make a mistake, and that may be it for the half.
So that's going to bring us to the end of the half. It's 15-14, Alabama on top of Boston College in this last match. And it's
impressive first half, really. There were some mistakes. Alabama, their tackling, not so great. BC struggles in their scrum, but that's the point, is that players and teams on the other side are taking advantage of what they can take advantage of. And Schatzman and his running and his sidestepping, really great for Boston College. Has produced a couple of tries. And that scrum for Alabama, well, it completely produced a try for Schick at the end there. And the difference is the penalty goal that started the whole thing. So go for goal early. Think about going for goal if you got a kicker.
Take those points for all you young rugby players when you're out there. You know, everybody's like, oh, give us the ball. We want to tap and go. We want to score. We want to do it. But I tell you, 75% of my experience has been somebody does that and you turn the ball right over. Take the 3 points, you get the ball back, and then you see now they got that 1 point lead. So,
well, I learned that from Coach Rex Norris in Washington State when he coached the Kent Crusaders. No matter who the opponent was, the first kickable penalty, they pointed to post. If they knew they were going to win 90-0, the first thing was going to be kickable, because they wanted the players to think should we go for posts? And if players aren't thinking that, they're not going to do it when you really need them to do it, which would be the bowl game where it doesn't matter about bonus points or championship game. It's who has the most points. It doesn't matter about anything else. It's who has the most points.
Am I doing the full 40 minutes in the second half? Or
So we'd like to throw a special shout out to the rugby athletic crew. You know, doing a rugby athletic center crew doing a fantastic job. You know, getting this field ready for us. You know, they've expanded on their operations. They brought bleachers out here, created a great patio. As we're looking out, you know, there are just tables out there, high tops. You know, they got a full service restaurant here. Bar, you know, soda pops, everything that you need here. I mean, they're even playing beanbags back here, playing some cornhole. We got a fire. The AIC guys are trying to get warm, huddled up around the fire. Smells really good. You know, I know some of our guys walking around here are hoping that, you know, we could bring that fire pit over here, but we'll talk to Doug and see what we can do for tomorrow. Although we should have a little bit better weather throughout the day. It's just going to get cold on us again.
I would caution bringing the fire pit over here because what we're standing on is flammable, and we wouldn't want the artificial turf that we're standing on here to just suddenly.
Nah, man, that would set this broadcast on fire. That's what we want. We set this broadcast on fire.
We are hot.
Yeah.
So. Well, this has been great, and really excited about the fact we knew these were going to be close games. And you know, Steven Ciano, who's run this thing and does the work around getting the teams here, he also has to sort of work the matchups. The teams will say, we want to play this team and we want to play that team, but Steven will be the one to come in and say, you don't want to play them, because it's going to be a blowout, one way or the other.
I'll tell you, the thing I like about Steve and the reason why I've been working with him since, you know, last year's bowl season, and we every time I get on the phone with him, it's at least an hour-long phone conversation. We talk rugby, we talk everything. But, I mean, he's doing it for all the right reasons. His crew that's working at URugby, too, you know, 4x3 as well. You know, they're all about the sport. They're all about advancing the game, and they're doing it for the right reasons. You know, and it's about making this special for the kids that are playing out here, and I feel good being able to say that right now. The kids. For the kids, right?
It's for the kids.
It's for the kids. And, you know, they feel really special. I mean, all the award ceremonies that we saw so far today, you know, just they're getting it, they're cheering, you know, the man of the match, Boathouse coming through, giving some great jerseys. The balls that are given away are awesome as well. And then my favorite thing about the URugby event is that you get a pint glass with Skittles. That's a staple.
That's class right there. And if you don't see it, you haven't seen it so far, every single player gets a gift bag. And I watched Steven's kids stock those gift bags, a whole bunch of stuff. I didn't even know what was going in there. All just kind of really neat stuff. And it's just a little thing, right? You get a gift bag. It's like going to the Oscars, getting a gift bag. And it's just those little touches, player welfare or just doing something for the player, not just saying, player, come here and perform for me.
All right, cool.
But reward them.
That's what I think that we've been missing about, right? It's like we need to promote the players playing the game, right? If we promote the players playing the game, everybody's going to know about it. It's going to make it easier for Max and everybody else in Friday and whoever's like out there scouting, you know, to actually say, hey, these are good players. But it's going to also inspire that confidence in you, right? You know that you're going to go to a bowl game and that if you perform, you get the invitation to come to this, you're in front of a crowd. You get the live stream. You know, you get this facility. And the best thing I like about this is that it just brings all these teams together from around the country into one spot. You see the AIC guys are up here, the Stony Brook guys, the Cincinnati guys, all the guys getting ready to play tomorrow are here watching it. And it's great because you got the AIC guys that are supporting the ACRC teams. And, you know, all the other teams from the conference are out here supporting each other. Some friendly rivalries, some good banter going back and forth.
Oh, sure.
And, I mean, it's all friendly. And, I mean, that's the thing that's nice. It's all friendly banter.
And what are the chances that Boston College would play Alabama in any other situation? Unless they went to a tournament and they played a shortened game. But this kind of game, they wouldn't get this otherwise.
And let's think about what would happen if they had to play in football. Right?
Well, that's true. That would be very different.
But we're playing rugby. We're playing the father of football.
Did Doug Flutie still play for BC?
Hey, man, I heard he was a heck of a rugby player. I just made that up.
He would have been.
He would have been. I couldn't do it. I got a buddy, Moses. he says stuff and he just makes it up, and then until you call him out, he's like, yeah. But you just make it up and nobody calls you out on it. It's true. So there we go ahead. We're straightening up now. We got second half action underway as me and Alex are rambling off here. You guys are probably like, shut up and commentate the game. We're right back at it now.
We're watching.
Alabama taking it. Now they keep coming and attacking the near side, but they're just going to give the ball up, and that's into the hands of Dan Casey.
Away, White.
Fetcho with the ball out now. They're looking to stretch it wide. Got caught, and now Connor Shaw has found himself a hole, and he's through. He's got some space moving forward. No, nice pop off the deck, but it's kind of not really anybody there. Set the ruck. They're calling for the ball left, but good option there for Fetcho to come back to the right.
Frank Ruzico was just raising his arms saying, come on, get it to me. There's so much space.
Bobby Collins just hit up that Boston College Eagle. Oh, another big tackle. Greco-Roman style toss there almost. And now they've turned the ball over. So now Alabama charging up the field off the turnover with the 1-point lead over Boston College. Second half action. This is our last match of the evening.
Use it.
And now Alabama defensive line. You see it closing down, looking to close down that passing lane.
Really loose with the ball, though. Alabama cannot be this sloppy in their own end. Now we're trying to offload it, but problems.
So we talked about this fitness now. As I look around here, I see a number of forwards with hands on their hips. I mean, it's just early into this first half. You know, the clock just started getting going, and you know, they're getting lazy getting back.
Yes, the clock just started getting going. But there was a long period of continuity there, a long period of play with no stoppage, and you're right, Ryan. That's starting to tell on some of these forwards. And you look at the numbers, the low numbers that are out in the back line.
Here it is, Red has it.
Kind of hoping the ball would go into touch, really.
So now the pick and go is on. I believe that's the man Edwards in there taking it up. Now Fetchko with the ball out. Go in a nice little inside. We're like Braun coming right on the under. And now back, looking to stretch it wide. Nothing on. Defense there, but a slip tackle, so I guess it is on.
Back up, guys.
Ruck set. Ball caught behind. Edwards again running
Roll
up.
away, White.
You see Alabama trying to wrap the ball up into the tackle now, hold it up, or try and separate it from the ball carrier.
Over.
Now, good little dummy. Oh, great hit in there. Oh, the ball behind. Oh, what a fantastic hands. Fantastic hands. That's going to be a try. Yes, fantastic hands. Just tapping it back to the support runner. And that may be Danny Schatzman, I believe, who finished that out there. Great hands.
I think that is, and that was just great. Concentrate on your catch first. Worry about getting hit after. And you get hit, you're close enough like that. Stretch out over. Great hands. Great awareness of what he's doing, and great athleticism as well.
Yeah, that had everything that you wanted to see into it. You know, now opening up 19-15 in front of the D'Antonio conversion attempt. We got a fantastic view for you at home. They're lined up.
Wow, that's some nice camera work.
Well, that's what happens when we have cinematographers shooting your rugby that are also rugby players. That's the thing about Next Level Rugby. Everybody that works for us is rugby players.
I would say this is next level.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate that.
Oh, it's good. Fantastic. Skill all the way.
So 21-15 with the conversion from the sideline. You know, they Boston College converting all of their kicks.
That's another thing we talk about, going for goal on penalties, but also to have a kicker and to have someone who trains his kicking and takes it seriously. He has to do it on his own. We all know what it's like, right? You don't have time. You don't have time in practice to do it. Somebody has to do it on his own, and then he has to go get someone to help him.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I just think when you talk about that, it brings up, I read Johnny Wilkinson's book, and where he talked about just the hours upon hours upon hours. I mean, that was a man that probably, I mean, Dan Carter, arguably one of the best fly halves to play the game. Johnny Wilkinson, you know, definitely one of the best to play the game, if not the best. Those two, I mean, you could argue back and forth, you know, go. But, I mean, it was just about he would stay for hours after practice and just kick, because he was so worried about just being prepared for that moment, for when you had to step up and do it. And like you said, it's just like, it's not as lonely being a kicker on a rugby pitch because you get to do everything, but the time that you have to put into it, and then you have to get somebody to help you shag the balls. But I mean, it makes a difference.
You have to difference. And you have to be able to do it tired. You have to be able to do it in the 78th minute. You have to be able to do it after you've been hit really hard and get up and do it. All of those things.
God, I love this sport. So the ball to the weak side now. The ball didn't come out. The head's a big hit coming in there, but
Pinson would have liked a better pass, a pass to his chest. He would have been happy with that. All kinds of problems, though, with the ball going over his head.
So ball out into Savage's hands. He's been playing like a savage. Puts the ball back, leaves it. Ruckin is knocked on as he left it on the deck. But I believe the ref's bringing us back for a penalty. He's backing up the Boston College boys. I haven't seen a signal yet. Have you, Alex?
No, I have not. We don't see a lot of signals here, but we're now going to have a talk. Maybe we're seeing a card because we did have a warning earlier. Just a little bit of a please keep control of it, I think. We're not sure.
That's a good thing about refs, man. I mean, if you have control of the game, that's like one of the biggest things. And here it looks like we're going to go tap and go.
So it was a head-high tackle, dangerous tackle. Well, they're running London there, but he's sort of just very gentle and going into contact.
They pass it behind. I like the runners that are on here. Oh, nice back. Nice flip, left it there, but it didn't connect. Boston College cleans up the dirty ball. It's still dirty.
We'll come back for the first one, guys.
Now we're going to come back for the advantage that was being played on the original knock-on from Alabama.
Well, everybody trying to do a little bit too much, trying to keep something alive that's not there. If it's not on, just take the tackle, set the ruck. Against a more opportunistic team, against a team we might see tomorrow, like AIC, that would have been 7.
So we got a great picture there. That's Daniel Feccio. Got the front row guys. You know, they're the ones doing all the hard work. Well, everybody's doing hard work in there, but they're the ones bearing the brunt of all the punishment in there. I can fortunately say I've never played front row.
Never played front row?
Only in 7s, but it doesn't count.
That doesn't count, no. Well, I'll tell you.
Front row. Only position I haven't played.
It's out.
So the ball, there he goes. Not early on that tackle. But now looking to find it, and you just see that first through contact, they get wrapped up, and all these Boston College guys spinning around looking for the offload. And you notice they're offloading and they're looking from good body position, completely turning the shoulders towards the pass. We see a lot of times people try and throw it over the shoulder, do something silly, it doesn't come off. And now Shadsman with the run straight up.
And they're just flooding in nicely to clear out, and they've got numbers.
So good. I don't think that ball was supposed to go there, but Edwards doing a good job of cleaning it up. Now they're going to switch to the other side. They see space out wide.
Still better defense from Alabama.
Danny with the ball in hand, but he's tied up there. He got it.
So much better defense from the Crimson Tide. I'm sure they felt the sting of missing those tackles in the first half. They are tackling, worrying about their tackle much more now rather than the hit. You know, let's wrap up and let's just stop and bring them down. And as a result, BC has to work harder to get somewhere, which, you know, it may turn into BC's favor. Certainly, BC's leading right now and tiring out those forwards. It's fine. But they're certainly not breaking through the way they were in the first half.
So scrum feed to Bama. It's going to come straight out. So we're going to have it reset again. This is always a forward's favorite thing. Oh, hey, we just scrummed down. We're going at it. Let's do it all over again.
Not too early.
Yeah, I played every position except lock and wing. So if you don't know what I look like, you'll know now that I'm short and slow. But I've even played number 8. That was actually very amusing. But most of the time, 2 or 6 or 9. And hooker is the best position on the field. You get to do the most. You have the most responsibility. And I tell that
Boston
to every
College
hooker I
is,
talk to.
you see that technique right there. I'm sure he's trying to go to get an extra 10 meters on a not 10, trying to catch him sleeping, run straight at him, earn the extra 10 meters. But Alabama disciplined, getting back the 10 meters before they came up.
That's fine. Play on.
But yeah, as you're talking about positions, man, back row is my favorite position. But your hooker's pretty much like a back row.
Advantage
Should be.
over.
Oh, nice nice. Should be similar to a back row player.
Very true.
All over the pitch, but also can throw the ball in straight. But that seems to be a problem. I never understood why that was such a problem to throw the ball in straight. And then again, I never had to do it under pressure when I was tired.
No, then
We saw the BC had brought in a couple, and brought in Adam Hopkins, I think, in the front row.
Way too back.
Get a little bit of power up front, and maybe that's a tactical sub in terms of just solidifying that scrum a little bit. He's certainly got the size.
So now what I like here, you see the BC defense pointing and calling out who they have. For some reason, it seems to be like really hard to get people to call out their defensive assignments or just communicate on defense. Oh, and we see a steal. Now the Boston College, maybe that sub's coming in, making an impact right away, like you said. And now Shadman with the ball. He's looking to create some space out there for swing. Pops it back in. He's going to straighten back up. Tom Whitman doing a good job of keeping that ball. As I say, he's doing a good job, and he knocks it on. So the broadcaster's cursing there. I'm sorry, Tom. Blame that one on me.
Gisasola a little bit challenged to try and bring anybody down. He's going in kind of high for a shorter play. And they've got kind of a short midfield, Alabama does. And Ignacio Gisasola is coming up sort of upright and trying to drag people down. I'd like to see him just chop him at the knees.
So Puente now with the feed.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold red. No, back
so
in
free
red.
kick coming. Might be an early drive or. Yep. So now Puente with the ball. He's going to attack it straight up. Had a big hole out to his right, but looked to reset it. Now the forward's going to do a good job. Get their scrum half back in action. Pick and goes. Another one coming to our direction. Yeah, didn't really take that one with much authority there. Just kind of picked it up and just let it get hit. Now you got a runner running on. Looks to offload, but he slowed down into contact. Probably just would have been better off to just take it straight in. And now they've turned the ball over. Boston College has had, now they're looking to stretch wide. They got numbers out. The defense is collapsing, bringing in, closing down the space, and pass just going in behind.
Those high passes to the wings just driving them crazy. Both teams, they've got not very tall wings, and those passes going over their heads.
Yeah, you see a lot of that instead of, especially at this stage of the game, about 50 minutes in, their arms are getting tired and their fundamentals are going. It's no longer a straight push pass, it's more of the swinging, and that's where you're going to see that ball just start to sail. Push the ball to where it's going. Hands the direction where they're going. And here I am saying that nice. Say it. What is it? Do as I say, not as I do.
Well, I'd like to see Alabama to have taken that. The quick tap, the whole idea of the quick tap is speed. Speed, catch them unawares. Well, then you have to recycle quickly.
So here,
again.
we see another turnover. Boston College again. That's two scrums in a row with the substitutions. And now I like this. They got good attacking options because when you lose your scrum, your defense, you have to cover a lot of ground to cover that defense. Especially a flat line attack coming right at you. So now looking wide, you see Alabama not coming up at all on defense, playing a little bit of ice. Boston College doing them some favors.
We saw one Alabama defender just fall over, kind of got wrong-footed, but still BC's not quite getting anywhere yet.
Rock.
So now out to our direction. Numbers aren't on. See the poached attempt in there. Ooh, that was good. That's Savage coming in there, and then he's over the top of the ball. Did he clear through and wing? And no, he didn't. Didn't release it. Didn't create that separation. You need to see a ref's explaining it to him, but it was pretty close. Carmelo doing a good job.
So with that penalty, BC kicking it to Tash. They're going to take the line out. And this is a big one, really, because 21-15, they're ahead by just a single score, less than a converted try. Right in this position, BC will want to push it through. If they get a penalty, they should probably take the points that are on offer. Nice take, setting up the maul. They might be looking for that penalty. Excellent maul, though. Good start. Broke it off early. And Ryan, I don't know. They could have just held on to that maul. It looked like it was going fine.
Yeah, you know, getting a little bit antsy there. What's the rule of thumb? You don't stop the ball until it stops.
Right.
You don't pull the ball out.
You're not rolling the weight.
There's no reason to do it. The whole purpose of the maul is to keep it going forward.
And then with all their forwards tied up in that maul, they sent it wide. Runner was isolated, and he ended up getting called for holding on. It's a penalty. And that entire scoring opportunity frittered away by that decision-making from BC. Still, Boston College leads 6 points, 21-15.
That's your mark, Red.
Pollock again with the throw. Alabama being fairly predictable, but it's a good long throw. Finds Carmelo's hands.
Carmelo has been active, doing a lot of things. A few of them illegal, but a good number 7 always gets pinged for a few penalties.
Unless you're Richie McCaw, and there's the Richie McCaw never gets called for any penalty. It was interesting to see he got a yellow card, though. I mean,
yeah,
like,
but that was an international scandal.
Yeah. Oh, was it? Because it was against McCaw. You're not allowed to do it.
Right.
Not allowed to penalize Richie McCaw. Remember that, folks.
Yeah, gotcha.
Got mad love for Richie McCaw, though. So 24 minutes left here. And we got Boston College with the scrum feed. Their scrum started working out well for them now. You know, Alabama controlling it. And now Alabama getting a good push on. They're organized well. That ball comes flying out. Now it's all sorts of sloppiness on the ground. Boston College does good to stop it, but
again,
advantage.
The scrum has just changed, right? The scrum situation from the first half, where Alabama was just shoving them back and had their way with Boston College, and now it's very, very different.
All right, guys. Guys, I want it square and stable, okay? Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold.
Fecho with the feed. Edwards picking it up. He's looking to find some space. Got sport runner dummies. Not in there. Oh, almost a great poach, but it's knocked backwards. Turned over, though. There's the space now. Now they got it. That's Frank Ruzicka. He's keeping it alive into.
Release, Red. Back 13.
Ball stretched out now. Taking straight up, and Tom Edwards is coming in and shutting that down right away.
Well, Paul Watson. He took it, and he had nowhere to go.
Advantage. Dangerous.
So I think a great poach by Boston College, but they have advantage. Alabama has advantage, so.
High tackle.
High tackle.
So they had a warning a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's the second high tackle. They did have a warning. We don't see anything more about that. He just.
And the tap and go again. They're tapping and going with the forwards with their hands over their heads, though, of Alabama. You know, I think one of them wasn't ready for it, but now the ball in. Alabama securing the ruck. Using a lot of players in the breakdown, though, which means numbers for Boston College easier to defend. And you see they're able to shoot up. Connor Shaw.
Oh.
Nice little football action there. Now kick into space, and that could be dangerous. That could be really good.
Look at this.
Ball still on the deck. Boston College finally tidies it up and just thrown into touch.
Well, we have not seen a lot of kicking for space, and the first time we see it, it works really, really well for Alabama. It could Oh, with a slightly luckier bounce, it might have been 7 points.
Well, if you're Boston College, you know, they're not using that tactic. So you bring up your back three and you play more of a flat attack. You don't have to play back for the kick, but they're not doing it. And that's where you're able to drop the ball right into a little bit of space. And, you know, I think if they can keep doing that, move the ball down the field a little bit. They're now playing at Boston College's end. They got the line out. It's sloppy again. You know, Boston College, their set piece is really good. You saw, I don't know if you got an opportunity to watch that game they played against Dartmouth, but I mean, they dominated the lineouts against Dartmouth. I mean, that was the one thing that I took away from it. And, you know, typically Dartmouth pretty good at their set pieces.
Oh, this is a nice little move, sort of a mini maul.
Tackle!
So good job of getting it back and not keeping that ball wrapped up. Oh, big run, but shut down, whiff on the first tackle. Look at the way this defense shifts. I love it. Look at the way they're folding into position really well. Schatzman takes the tackle up high. He gets some help with some Tom Edwards, help driving him back. He's had a great game, man.
And just very high body position.
I'm sorry, not Tom Edwards in there. That was my bad. Tom Edwards is out in the back line. That's his doppelganger from this distance.
Well, they let that one go because that was off the leg, off the foot.
So now, ball still on the deck, go kick through, but the pace to finish not there. Good job of sliding down. That's the way you got to clean that ball up and take it into touch. So Boston College, I mean, I'd say Boston College putting pressure on, but I mean, both these teams just put pressure on each other.
They really have, and James Puente did very, very well to rescue that because there really was nothing. And if he didn't slide on that ball, then it's a try for BC. We're seeing some turnovers. These guys are tired, I think. I think they've been working very hard. This is exactly this kind of game that they want. A very, very challenging game. And, you know, we're seeing a few mistakes late because of it.
So a good line out for Boston College. They're going to dump it out, try to get that width, and they almost find the lane, but shuts down by Alabama. It looked like it was there for a minute. Now they're going to come back our direction. Ball through the hand, straight up. Oh, nice stiff arm.
Rock.
So Alabama, you know, not allowing them to get really good quick ball out. You know, oh, there's space. Sport Runner should have just stayed left to the outside there. That might have been it. That might have been.
All right, Red has.
Sweet home Alabama on that one. So Schatzman again with the ball, stepping.
Rock.
Connor Shaw, ball in hand, looks to hit the inside runner.
Spilled the ball, and again that Alabama defense has been shored up quite nicely, and they are very, very patient on that. With the scoring opportunities we've seen so far the second half, usually been centered around penalties and turnovers. The defense, pretty good. Big change right now because you don't normally do a tactical sub with your number 7.
Especially Carmelo's been having a really good game too.
Very good game, and they bring on a new number 7, change in the back row, and we'll see how that shakes out.
Crouch. Spine. Set. Taken in.
So ball played out in behind, some sloppy dummy running in there. You know, there was nobody who's going to buy that. You just press on the
turned
line
it over. There was no one there to clear out.
You got to run hard into that dummy line. I mean, there really is no dummy line. Now they're moving it. Oh. Man, ain't that the story? Savage just puts the ball on the deck.
And that was, you know, they knew what they wanted to do, hands and quick, but sometimes your hands are quicker than the ball. Catch the ball first.
So I got to say, I do like the quarter panels, you know, looking at it from a traditional standpoint.
Sure.
But as a broadcaster, I really hate these quarter panels because it's really hard. I mean, we got a general idea who most of them are.
If you want to go fully old school, it should be a white square around a black number. Then you can read it. But it is very difficult to read across that border.
Set.
Man, those old school jerseys sure were fun, especially when it rained and it added 30 pounds to you as you're running.
Good times.
Taken in.
$100 move with a $2 finish right there. I mean, I like the option on it.
A really odd time to do it.
Yeah.
And really, at that point, with that scrum on that far side, let's go. If you want to run it, go hands out and send your fast guy down. And if he's caught, he kicks it. That would make sense. But to run, as you said, a $100 move.
With a $2 finish.
It could, with a $2 finish. That sounds like a sort of not safe for work statement.
Fine. Well, we're live streaming up here, so we're good to go. Next Level Rugby, HBO style, URugby, giving you the best view of rugby, collegiate rugby popping off today. And I want to actually throw out some love to Varsity Cup and some other events that are going to be going down this week, and a lot of good rugby going off around, not just here. Tomorrow, actually in conjunction with the Bowl Series, it's going to be a game at Iona versus Delaware. Going to be good. John Broker out there with Ryan Trost going to be calling that game. Bruce McLean, doing some big stuff. I rode the bus down with him last year to this event. It was lively.
I'm sure that was fun, and it's a great growth that they're doing at Iona College, but also Delaware. So happy to see them back on the field.
Yeah, they got a bum deal on that one, huh?
Such a ton of work to get them back on the field after they were suspended for something that really wasn't their fault, and they did so well, and they're continuing to do well. We hope the best for them in terms of the growth of their program. And Alabama still trying to run out of their line. Finally, Puente kicks it.
So box kick right to the middle of the field. They're going to look to switch it over, getting into some speed hand. Now they find a mismatch, finding people outside and taking well. Defense scrambles well from Alabama, and a good counter ruck in, slowing it down, buying time for the forwards to get back in line. And good covering tackle there, big whiff. I think somebody had some try eyes on that, trying to intercept it.
That was Gavin Conley on the big tackle on the wing there.
Oh, Shatzman, there's Danny. Danny stepping, he's got help outside. Does he need it? No, Danny Shatzman doesn't. He's going to reach for it. Oh, no. I got a little too excited there.
We go TMO. We're going to have a discussion about it.
Yeah.
He put
5-meter lineup.
So he's going to
touch.
He's going to back his touch judge on that one. The crowd doesn't like it. You guys got probably a better view on that than we did from this angle.
Well, when you go through this weekend, maybe you have a closer look at that one. Maybe go through the slow motion and see if it worked.
So, not straight.
Well, that creates now we've got a scrum, probably, maybe a line out. BC, I think, is going for the line out, which is a bit of a surprise. I'd go for the scrum on this one.
Right here, White.
I mean, they back their set piece, right? That's one of the things that they said was one of their strong suits. They're going to back themselves when they have the opportunity. And if this pays off, I mean, at this stage of the game with 13 and a half minutes left, this could be a big statement. Alabama, if they're able to get out of this, that's going to be.
Okay. Use it.
And there's the slips right through, but Savage not able to get over the try line. Now it's up. Oh, big slip tackle, and that's a good lane, and I think he's in.
He's in. They had two people there to hold him up.
Yeah, that looked almost like a certain try. Great work of the Bama defense scrambling and getting underneath it and holding the ball up.
Notre.
So Boston College again now. Great, fantastic attacking position, 5 meters out.
Guys, hold on. Guys, 1/2 step behind the line, okay? That's the mark. You guys come up.
Split
Well,
back formation.
That's good coaching. When a player's going over the line like that, somebody's already making the tackle. The other two knew, get under the ball.
Crouch.
Obviously, they've been taught to do that. Obviously, they've been trained to do that. Very smart play. But still, BC's got all kinds of chances.
So now the set piece,
Another tight head.
Alabama, they forwards get it together. They save themselves something now. A nice kick. It's going to send the back three. The fullback chasing over. D'Antonio now with the ball. looks to bring it back our direction. Whitman.
That's a good poach.
Wow, that's what they need right now.
Isolated. The poacher was right there.
I tell you, the forwards, some of these forwards are getting really upset at all these fast, these tap and goes going straight forward. And now,
well, what a great shove in that scrum by Alabama when they really needed one. And we've seen, I don't know, 4 or 5 or maybe 6 tight heads in this game. You don't see a lot of them.
Backwards. Oh, kick coming through. Penalty advantage though.
And
I think
for
if you're gonna tap and go here, you gotta get set. Ooh.
Well, okay, so what we've got is a penalty for kicking the player on the ground. When he dropped it, the kick came through and kicked the player. Then BC mouthed off a little bit, another 10 meters. The referee's not going to change his mind if you say something to him like that.
So,
no hands.
So Alabama charging straight up. No surprise here. We knew the forwards were going to take it straight at him, try and gain that ground through the middle. Now, that whole shutdown real quick there. A-gap just got closed. It was open for a second. Puente not able to get through. We look out there, Matthew Schick out there. He ain't got no jersey on. He's got his Under Armour shoulder pads on, ripped his jersey off. And now driven backwards. Is that Danny Chapman in on the tackle? I believe it was.
Well, we have another penalty going for a long advantage. Schick, well, his jersey is changed color because it was white a long, long time ago. Not anymore, and now he gets to put it back on. But he's been used aggressively this last sequence. He's been their central guy, and you do see the Alabama forwards are tiring. Schick is not.
So now there he goes, big run. The man taking it straight up. Now he's got his jersey on. Going to attack to the right side. Good stiff arm up, but not going anywhere.
Tackle.
Rolling over. There's a BC player there. He's got to get out of there. Otherwise, that could be another penalty. And I mean, a number of penalties going on at this end. Got to be thinking yellow card at some point if we see too many more.
It's true. There's Lind. He's not really challenging that defender. We haven't seen much from the backs yet.
Tackle, release that red.
Yeah. Got to get DC Sola into the game. I mean, he had some big runs at the beginning.
There goes Schick.
Schick on the outside, pops it back in.
Oh, what a pass.
And now it's in forward. Ball keep going, hot potato. Now he's got to straighten up. Oh, keeping it around. Oh, too much there. Went backwards. I mean, there's at some point you just got to realize to set the ruck, get another phase out of this.
Well, they've sent 2 50-50 passes that went to hand, and that third one, well, the percentages are going to be against you.
So a high ball for the take. Oh, bad miscommunication there. That is the last thing, but they're gifted a knock on by Boston College. So Alabama on the miscommunication. You got to call that kick and you got to take it.
You really have to put a name on it and get under there and get up in the air because then they can't hit you. As it turned out, they lucked out because a really nice hit jarred that ball loose and ended up being a knock forward.
Got to go up like Blaine Scully for that ball, man. That's one of my favorite guys to see go up and take. I mean, that guy has some phenomenal takes this year, and
really
just full commitment going after it. You know, the Eagles, going out to or going across the pond, had some good plays. I mean, overall you can take some good positives out of it. Didn't get a win, didn't get what we wanted, and but it looks to be like we'll see what happens. A lot of changes coming down the road for that team.
I think we'll see a lot of young talent challenging to get on that national team, and that's always good. The more competition you have for places, the better it is. And we've seen that with the U.S. Sevens team. And more good players trying to get on that team, that pushes everybody to play better. And we've seen a team that's won a couple of tournaments.
Yeah, and I think that's just kind of like a testament to I'll call him the architect Magleby, and the scouting and the ODAs, and then I think it's just a consistent effort amongst everybody. Like I look, the guys out of Tiger, Ohio, working really well with the New York Sevens, the Northeast ODA, and helping identify that talent, and then bringing these young guys up so they get the exposure here. And say, hey, come out for the ODA, play up. and see if he got a shot. And then, I mean, we see like Nate Augsburger. You look at that, he got a shot back there, and it took the Vegas tournament. Went out there with ODA, had a great tournament, just absolutely ran wild over the Falcon side, which he didn't get selected for. And then now he's back playing for the Eagles.
That's right.
What's up,
Very
Nate?
good example. Very good example. Good Minnesota boy. And we'll see a couple of those ODA guys tomorrow as well. Some of the AIC guys, Gavin Diamore and Morrison.
Yep. Shane Wend, Philip Sauter out of Stony Brook.
That's right.
Brian Michael as well out of Stony Brook. But yeah, Gavin's just an absolute beast. I mean, playing with ODA, playing with Old Blue as well in the summer. Went with them out to Nationals on their sevens team. And I mean, the ODA, I'm really excited to see. And then,
the big shove again. Huge shove from Alabama.
And now, I mean, his game is still within reach of this Alabama team. It's just, you know, they're trying to challenge Boston College up the middle, and they got it, and they kicked away. Probably not the best option there.
Maybe not.
Depends on how this kick comes off. Can they counter? There's a little bit. And again, letting the ball hit the deck. And so now the counter is totally off now.
Now we've got
great tackle, open field, tracking down. I mean, the pass should have came off.
Well, the scrum has gone back to Alabama's side, but they need to do a little bit more with the ball in hand. They're not doing it. Boston College, I don't know why they're doing this. They've been defending so well. Why do they commit these penalties in the breakdown? They don't need to.
Now, I mean, there we go. They got space out, but now cut back in across. Can he slip it? Oh my God, guys! This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game. Oh my God! At the end, and Alabama scores.
And he's
my God!
20 to 21, cutting back, spinning out. What a run! He had so much work to do. You think, okay, great, we've got it with a winger in pace, but he had to cut back and through. I don't know how many tackles he broke out of, but he spun out of one right on the goal line to score it. And what a huge blow.
If you guys are watching at home, there's 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. It's 20 to 21. Boston College still maintaining the lead, but with this conversion, pivotal. I mean, talk about the pressure. We're talking about the kickers having to make the kicks when they're tired, having to make it in the 78th minute. Here we are now in the 76th minute of this game. Not an easy kick by any stretch of the imagination here. And everything on the line right now.
That was, I believe that's Josh Pinson over on the right wing for the Crimson Tide. And he's going to remember that one. I think he's going to ask for recording of that one for sure.
So 20 to 21 in front of the kick. Looks like good, just to the right. So it's 20 to 21. Boston College holding on to a narrow lead. They're going to get the ball back, Alabama, and we'll see if they can charge down. It took them a while to get down. They spent a lot of time down here before they can finally find something, but they had a mismatch out on that, a wing and a prop, able to commit both of those guys out there, which created that space, took it in and then cut right back up, and then just a great individual effort to finish that try.
Excellent individual effort that they really, really needed. They needed something special. And now BC will just want to pin Alabama in that end, maybe get a penalty. Alabama has plenty of time.
So Schick, the man, he's been, so I would rather see, Watson getting that ball and then passing it off to Schick than Schick getting it and giving it to
That's
Watson.
true.
And now Boston College able with numbers outside now. They got one more, they don't need it. Now he's got it. Now he's for sure got to score, and that's Whitman. And that's Whitman. Boston College comes right back, and they're going to create a little bit of distance now. It's going to be a 6-point lead back to what it was before the first try. The conversion is not going to be easy on it, but the last one just squeaked it through from this angle.
Well, as you said, it was some unwise passing, pass to a player who's got a defender right on him. They didn't have support. They lost that ball in contact. The turnover ball is still your best ball. And then there was a nice hole between The two defenders, Alabama, cut through, make it a 2-on-1, pass it out. And Tom Witham, I think, was the guy who took it into the house for the try that may well seal it, 26-20. And we may be down to the nub of this game. 26-20, Boston College. D'Antonio with the conversion attempt from far out. Well, off the post, but that may be it. Yes, that is it. That is the ball game. Boston College holds on. Fantastic game. BC wins 26-20.
So 26-20. That's gonna. We're not gone yet. We're still gonna run down. We're gonna give away the awards for the man of the match. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna take a quick break, for the broadcast portion of this before we go to the ceremonies. For URugby here at the Rugby Athletic Center, Next Level Rugby. Ryan Ginty with Alex Goff. We're just closing this out. But like we said, stick around, watch this ceremony, and these guys will close it out, and we'll have a good ending for it.
Fantastic.
Great game. Keep your heads up. Great game. Good job, guys. Absolutely same, man. Wonderful game. Great to watch. Good hard game, guys. Good hard game. Good job. Good job.
No, sorry.
Unbelievable. Hey. Unbelievable. There you go. What a fun game.
Everything on my feet. I was just fucking.
So while the way games and end of the day here, the opening day of the 2015 ACRC Gym presented by URugby, sponsored by Blowout House Sports. And we're getting the rest of the boys from Alabama in here. What a finish all the way through. And we got a couple of the men of the match for Alabama. The big 8-man, he didn't have his jersey for a while, was running around there without his shirt. Matthew Shit, come up. We got a shirt to replace out. Yeah, we got to put it on. I know you don't like wearing the shirt, but
Untitled Rugby running around out there about it. And it makes for great television. And our other man of the match, Zach Carmello.
There you go, Zach.
And that's your Alabama Roll Tide team. And let's give it up a hand for Alabama here. Roll Tide, grab your bags.
Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Yeah, I'm gonna just grab one.
Go ahead. Who are we stealing?
Yeah, no, hang around.
Huh? Boys.
Oh, good as fuck. Stay right here, you guys. Come on.
Boston College, step on up. Get a lot of love from AIC out here, staying out in the cold, supporting it. And let's give it up a hand for Boston College. Let's give it up a hand for Boston College. Our first man of the match, Tom Edwards. Great job, congratulations. Let's go to this guy. It doesn't matter where you're out on the pitch. I just need you have the balls to do this one little thing and we'll talk about that. Take it, Chester. Come on out. I love to have you. And then the last man, he sealed the game for us on this try line here, Tom Whitley. Get it ready for you, Tom.
Put that up, but I'll get you a smaller one. It's a double XL.
Gotta put that bad boy on, man. Gotta put it on for the picture.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Take it off.
Let's give it up for Boston College!
Alright, so grab bags, everybody. I got a leather ball.
Excuse me, guys. Let me pull this out in front of your feet. Excuse me.
So, Jack.
I'm going to come around the other side.
So for URugby, Boathouse Sports here at the Rugby Athletics Center. My name is Ryan Ginty. I was joined today with a great crew from URugby, Next Level Rugby, and Alex Goff. Tune in tomorrow. We get the action underway at 11 o'clock. First game goes off at 11:20. 7 non-stop matches, and we're bringing you the best rugby in the country. Next Level Rugby and URugby doing it right. So make sure you turn out. Until next time, we're out.
Out there, man.
Better? All right, let's maintain this stuff. Ready?